Oh, we're live. Hell yeah. Good morning, Chatty House.
You know, I'm a creature of habit, James. I don't like when my vibe gets thrown off. I don't like when my chakras get misaligned.
I'm a creature of habit and boring is okay.
Facts, dude. That's just where I'm at. And we were a little bit late getting live on YouTube and Twitch, but we are there. Good morning, everybody. Hello, everybody listening and watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you there. Please like and subscribe. Like by hitting that little thumbs up button. We would appreciate the heck out of that. Everybody listening on radio, hello, welcome. I hope you had a good drive into work, or I hope that you are having a good drive to work. And everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, however you're listening, wherever you're listening, we appreciate you very much here on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And, you know, the national championship game last night in college football happened. Your thoughts?
Kyle, rarely.
It's awkward talking college football in Sacramento.
Rarely do I watch college football. Very rarely.
Yeah.
And I turned it on and I thought, man, the Kansas City Chiefs have got to be scouting this game, wondering which of these wide receivers they can draft so they can drop passes for them too. That's what it was. Like a bunch of bad drops, a bunch of missed bad flow. I thought it was a good game though. I did. I was enthralled by what was happening. I thought, Michigan pulled away late, and they looked like the better team, but
they were the best team won. That's what. Forget all the cheating stuff. Fine, they were the best team.
Yeah,
that's also honestly a little bit how I feel with the Astros too, and their whole cheating thing. Like the Astros were the best team. They deserved to win. But anyways, when Michigan went up 14-3 and had their second, I think it was a 48-yard touchdown run from Donovan Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
It was 41 yards on his first one, 48 yards on his second one. And it's just like night. This game's over. It's 14-3. I've seen how national championship games go. So credit to Washington, credit to UW for figuring it out and at least making it a competitive game.
I totally agree. I thought it was going to be like a blowout.
Yeah,
I thought that was just going to be a runaway. And then the interception early in the second half,
it
was like, this thing is going to get out of control. And it really didn't get out of control until like the last 5 or 6 minutes.
It was a 2-touchdown game with 7 minutes left. And Penix actually got them down into not the red zone, but into scoring range where it's like, okay, they could score quick and make this really interesting. He throws a second pick. It gets returned way into UW territory, and that was it. Michigan punched it in. They win 34-13. So congratulations to the Wolverines. Congratulations to Jim Harbaugh. They were the best team in college football all year. And RIP to the 14 playoff. I'm very much looking forward to the 12 team.
Yes.
I can't wait.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is gonna the evolution of college football is intriguing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't follow it enough to be all invested in I can't believe you're blowing up conferences and all this. But I think just the evolution of it, you're watching something try to evolve itself.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is intriguing to watch.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. RIP to the Pac-12 as well. The final Pac-12 involved game ever last night. It was a heck of a run. So that's it. It also might have been Jim Harbaugh's last game with Michigan, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
it feels like, look, here's where I'm at. He's been at Michigan for 9 years. I don't know if he wants to get back into the NFL because those opportunities have been there for him since he got to Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he wants to get back into the NFL or not. If he does, this seems like the hiring cycle to do it because he's going to have his pick of team. And he's coming off a natty. He's delivered what he sought to deliver to Michigan. That's great. But I also think he realizes, like, dude, been here a decade. Things are going great. Program's been dominant. Just won a natty. I think it would have to be like a perfect situation for him where he's getting dramatically overpaid to go back to the NFL.
I think the situation, it might...
I shouldn't say overpaid, but it's a huge contract.
So I'm going to say it's either the perfect situation or he's escaping the worst situation. Because I think that there still is, like, there's still potential ramifications for things that happened.
Yeah, no doubt.
If he's bailing on the NCAA, like, that could be like he's trying to escape and go make his money somewhere else.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. The other thing with leaving Michigan is he's set there, right?
Yeah, like, why would you leave?
Right. If he exits and goes back to the NFL, and let's say for whatever reason it doesn't work, and he's in the NFL for 4 years, his team goes to the playoffs once, they don't make a real run. Other than that, he's about 500.
Mm-hmm.
He can't go back to Michigan now.
No.
The NFL door will always be open for Jim Harbaugh. Always. He had so much success with the 49ers, and so much of the issues he had with that team were because of friction with the GM. So I think there is going to be teams that will give him a chance forever. And
yes, but forever is how long? Because, I mean, he's 60.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, you don't get to be forever.
That's true.
Like, if you want to run a program, if you want to, like, go get yourself in the NFL Hall of Fame, you need a good 8-year run here.
Yeah.
Like, to really put your stamp on something.
Boy.
And so, yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, he's going to be in the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, after this. And if he sticks around with Michigan for a few more years and keeps, I don't know. Like, if I'm him, like, their family motto, who's got it better than us?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, don't you have to listen to your own family motto?
Yeah.
Like, but realistically, who has it better than you? Like, you just won the national championship.
He's the most popular person in. I don't know enough about the history of Michigan to say in Michigan history, but he's certainly the most popular person in the state of Michigan right now.
Oh yeah. Like, the Bo Schembechler era was big with Harbaugh.
Sure.
But yeah, I think at some point, like, you kind of have to just settle in and say, this is who I should be.
Yeah.
And I've always felt like he doesn't really get that.
Yeah.
You know, which is why he wears khakis everywhere.
Sure.
Maybe that's who he is. He's just team khaki.
Yeah.
But like, again, like, who has it better than us? Like, if that's going to be your mantra, if you go to the NFL, you may never win anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to win games, but you might never win a Super Bowl.
I'd be fascinated to know if that's his desire, though. Like, is that something that he is like, my career isn't complete until I check this box? Or is he cool, like you said, just doing hey, I'm the most popular guy in Ann Arbor right now. My outside of, losing for 2 decades or whatever, committing a crime, his Q rating is just going to be through the roof forever. Like, he's a legend. He is a stamped Michigan legend.
Yes.
Why would you walk away from that?
Well, not only that, but that's where you went
outside
to college.
Of this whole sanction thing.
That's where you went to college. That like, it was you that like, you were already a big deal there. You get to come home.
Yeah.
It's one thing if he was going somewhere else and, like, winning a championship somewhere else.
Like LSU.
Yeah, and then was like, oh, that Michigan job never comes up for me or whatever. And so for me, I don't know. Like, again, just live by your own rule and just stay where you're at and find the success. Make it more than one championship. Like, let's build a dynasty here. Like, why not?
Yeah, I would, dude. You know me, creature of habit. If I got to a spot where I was having as much success as Jim Harbaugh is having, making as much money as Jim Harbaugh is making,
what do you mean you're not? That's not here. That's not the insiders. We're not there yet, Kyle?
No, not quite. Almost.
We're not quite there yet.
We're very close. I think, knowing me personally, and again, Jim Harbaugh is not. He and I are not the same. He is nuts on a different level than I am.
Well, and you don't wear khakis.
Not all the time. I've been known to throw on a pair of khakis for a business casual occasion. Right. Yeah. No, I'm if it was me, I would stay. I think Jim Harbaugh winds up back in the NFL. I let me rephrase that. If Jim Harbaugh winds up back in the NFL, I think it's this year.
I agree with you. I think it's this year, and I would think that it would be the Chargers.
There's jobs that are already open. Atlanta.
Yep.
Washington.
Yep.
Carolina. The Los Angeles Chargers. The Las Vegas Raiders. Now the Tennessee Titans. Mike Vrabel, just this morning, breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter, got fired by the Titans. Nick Sirianni could be out in Philadelphia. If Philadelphia flames out in the first round of the playoffs, there's already talk of that.
That's wild.
Matt Eberflus could be out in Chicago, although they were good enough in the second half of the season that maybe he bought himself another year. But Matt Eberflus in Chicago could be out. Chicago, where Jim Harbaugh played. There's one more. Bill Belichick in New England could be gone. This might have been his final year in New England. No word on that yet. And then Mike McCarthy could be out in Dallas as well.
Just because Kyle wants him out. No,
I would prefer Mike McCarthy stay with the Dallas Cowboys forever. That is the preferable outcome for me as a person who does not want to see the Dallas Cowboys succeed. But
yeah,
if they if Dallas loses in the first round to Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers,
yeah,
I could see Jerry Jones very much being like, all right, I'm done with this. Like, that team's way too talented to be a first round out, and they're already loaded. Jerry Jones calls Jim Harbaugh and says, hey, we'll give you $20 million a year. I don't know what number.
I think that's the number.
Pick an insane number.
I think the number is going to be ridiculous, and it's also he wants as much team control as humanly possible.
Which that's a great point. Which make him avoid Dallas.
Yeah,
because you got to deal with Jerry and Sons.
Jerry and Sons. I don't think
not
that's...
Jerry and Grant.
Yeah,
or Jeremy Grant for that matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, NBA players. Am I right?
Yeah.
Speaking of NBA players, it appears that Pascal Siakam is off the table for the Sacramento Kings. Damian yesterday on D'Lo and Casey reported that the hang-up in the Pascal Siakam deal was because Siakam said he would not sign with the Kings.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it said he wouldn't commit to signing.
He wouldn't commit,
I believe.
to signing with the Kings,
but we're talking about the same thing as of right now.
Yeah. So that means to me, like, that's not, if it was, hey, they couldn't come to an agreement on a player package.
Yeah.
That's very different than Siakam said, nah, like I won't commit to signing there, which changes the calculus a lot for the Kings. So how do they shift gears? Is the Siakam deal potentially still on the table? We'll talk about all of that next on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Oh, and I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube, by the way.
Oh,
yeah. This is not like a paid read. I went to Jiffy Lube.
Oh,
yeah, man. I needed a car service.
So what you're saying, this is not an endorsement?
No, it's not an endorsement.
Okay.
I am not making money off of this. You're not making money off of this.
No.
But I'm going to tell you about my Jiffy Lube experience next, because honestly, it was really great.
All right.
But Pascal Siakam too. That's also coming up on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Tons of Kings, tons of NFL playoffs, a lot to get to in these 2 hours. Let's buckle up. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Michigan Wolverines, congrats on winning the belt and winning the belt. So I guess you get a trophy and a belt today. Good for you. I think Jesse's here early today. Zabo, if you won, it should have told you how to get your $100 gift certificate when you were sent an email. That's awesome. You won, though. I don't get them. Uh, It's quiet. It's too quiet. Anything going on, people? I don't like the Marcus Smart. Like, I know a lot of people like instantly, Jaren Jackson Jr., go get him. And Marcus Smart, go get him. I don't think Memphis is going to just blow it up because Jaw's out for the year. Hmm.
All right, we back.
All right.
10 seconds. Here we go. I'm Kyle. He's James. Yeah, I want to talk about the Pascal Siakam stuff, and I want to talk about my trip to Jiffy Lube, but a couple of big NBA injuries last night. And thankfully one not as bad as it initially looked. So Tyrese Halliburton of the Indiana Pacers was carried off the floor last night with a hamstring injury. And man, when you watch the video, it was like, yo, his season might be done. That looked really, really bad.
Yeah, he slipped on, I don't like, it could have been a banana peel, but there's a wet spot on the floor and he slipped, and like Buddy Hield carrying him off the court was like tough to watch.
Yeah, man.
Like he had a towel over his head. And then they're saying a grade 1.
Yeah.
That seems a little light for what we saw.
Yeah. So I've never had a grade 1 hamstring strain. I don't know. Everybody processes pain and injury differently. So I'm just glad that it came down as a grade 1, because I was fully expecting the next Tyrese Halliburton notification that we got, 4 to 6 months.
Yeah.
That was so.
I thought it was a full-fledged tear. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. Luckily, it was not. It was a grade 1 hamstring strain. I believe the Pacers said he will be reevaluated next week. So ideally not missing a ton of time for one of the bright young stars in the NBA. And then John Morant, speaking of bright young stars in the NBA, he is out for the season. He's having surgery on his shoulder. He had a shoulder subluxation.
Oh, yeah.
Which I believe is when the shoulder pops out backwards, pops out the back of the socket.
Oh, okay.
I think that's because when you fall, I think that's right. Either way, he is having shoulder surgery and he is out for the season.
Yeah, that's
which means Memphis is now out for the season.
Yeah, that's a tough blow.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, they were so bad without him and then found their way to be decent with him. And they were starting to build a little momentum. But yeah, that's tremendous. That's a tremendous blow to anything that they're trying to do. But I also I know the first thing that I started getting was like, oh, go get Marcus Smart, go get Jaren Jackson Jr. Like, they're not trading those guys.
They're not going to blow it up.
No, they're not blowing it up. He's out for a year. And you know what? Like, let's be honest. This is a wash of a season. Sometimes it's better just to say, okay, this season is what it is. Maybe we can build Desmond Bane into this monstrous scoring option. And maybe Jaren Jackson Jr. steps up. Like, this can be what we're doing this year. We're not going to give in, but we're also going to build this thing up the right way. We're going to make sure that some of these young players that maybe wouldn't get that opportunity are going to step in. Yeah. So especially next season, maybe they get Steven Adams back.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. You figure out what you've got with your young guys. I'm totally there with you. And then Marcus Smart was brought in to be a culture changer.
Yeah.
You're not going to, at this point of the year, at this juncture, be like, all right, get Marcus Smart out of here.
You know what's funny?
And if they want to, if they're like, yeah, we're shopping him, then sure. Yeah, King should give him a call.
Yeah.
But I don't believe they're going to do that. I'm right there with you.
I actually, you say culture changer. It's weird. I always liked what they were building with their culture. I thought as a team, Taylor Jenkins, right? He was doing a good job of putting a team on a path where when you played them, you felt like you had to play the entire final 90 seconds of a game, even if they're down 12. They were going to battle you tooth and nail all the way down the stretch. And then all of a sudden they let one guy spin everything out. And to me, that's where I don't know that they needed a culture changer as much as they needed a babysitter.
That's a better way to put it. I would say a veteran voice, a veteran presence and a veteran leader, because they didn't really have that.
Yeah, outside of Steven Adams, who is the protector, but he's also the guy that
But is he going to be a vocal leader and at the forefront? I don't get the idea that that's
no. He's the guy that has a bunch of buddies who are loudmouths and who get into fights all the time, and then someone's like, "Oh, are you going to come step to me? Look who I got."
Yeah, right.
I brought the ogre.
Yeah. Steven Adams, who's somehow only 30.
I love Steven Adams.
He's the best, dude.
Yeah,
he's the Steven Adams era has been a good one for the NBA.
It has, yes.
So yesterday, before we get to the Pascal Siakam stuff, I drive a 2012 Honda Civic.
Yep.
And it is just cruising along. I'm coming up on 250,000 miles. It's going to be a great day for this radio show when I get there. I'm going to do air horns and the whole thing for
Kyle. This does not feel like an entitlement. This feels like an endorsement.
No, that's what it is, bro.
I got to be honest.
No, I know.
It feels like an endorsement.
You think it's that, but it's not. You think it's that, but it's not that.
That's inside.
No,
here are the insiders.
Inside baseball. So I needed to get my car serviced. Well, if you know, a creature of habit, I have a place that I take it.
Okay.
In the Bay Area, right near my house. It's where I've always taken it. But I got to get an appointment there. And we're going to be able to get my car in until Thursday. Thursday doesn't even work for me. So I was looking at Friday. I'm already I need to get my car in. I'm commuting 170 miles a day.
Eesh.
There's a Jiffy Lube in Elk Grove. Shout out to them. It's right off Laguna at Claggy Court. Claggy Court.
Okay.
Right next to a Starbucks that I also frequent. And I pulled in and I was like, this sucks, because I got there at 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's this is going to suck. They're going to tell me they're not taking any more cars today. And it's going to be a whole thing. They're going to tell me it's going to be 3 hours. I'm going to end up not getting home until after 7 o'clock. And I still got stuff to pull up. And the guy goes, what do you need done today? Tell him I need my oil changed. I need my tires rotated. I need my transmission fluid flushed. Let's go.
Oof.
And he went, all right, we got you. Leave your keys. Give me your phone number. He took down all my info. He's like, you can hang out here. You can hang out at the coffee shop. Live your life. We'll call you when it's done. So I went over, got a little work done. Less than an hour. I'm hunkered down for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I told my wife, hey, I'm going to be gone. And less than an hour, I get a call back. That's all right, you're good to go. I come in, they show me my air filters that I have not replaced recently.
Yep.
But that's something I do on my own. And they're like, hey, these suck. And I'm like, you're right. I'll change those. Thank you. I go out. They have my car. They're like, here's your oil. Here's the level it was at. Here's the level it's at. They show me the dipstick. Did the same thing with my transmission fluid. They were like, this looks terrible. Here's how it looks now. Looks great. We did X, Y, and Z. You need new tires here soon. You're going to need to change your brakes soon. Here's the measurements on those. Here's your thing. Pay for it. Gave me a coupon, $25 off. Shout out. Bang, I was out the door. All that in less than an hour.
That to me sounds like an endorsement.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm just saying.
No, I agree. It does sound like that. And like I said, we're not making money for that. I'm telling you genuinely.
Yeah.
Like we talk about Jiffy Lube on this show all the time. So I was like, I need to go. I need to be able to say like I've been because I'd never been.
Yeah, they're amazing.
It was incredible.
Yeah,
it was such a good time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say a good time.
I mean,
like I got work done while I waited. But
yeah. I need the transmission fluid changed in the Corolla.
Yeah.
My son's car. He needs to change.
I got a place for you.
Yeah, you do have a place for me. And you don't have a $100 gift certificate that we give away after.
No, I don't. I wish I did though.
Yeah,
I wish I did. That would have been helpful.
That's right.
Yeah, no, he walked through my oil options. He's like, you can do this type of oil, you can do this type of oil, you can do this type of oil. Here's the cost difference. Here's what each one means. Da da da.
You have a high mileage car. You should be doing is synthetic oil.
Oh, I'm full synthetic, baby.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
I hear you.
I'm full synthetic. All right. Anyways, shout out to Jiffy Lube. Like I said, that was not like scheduled. I went and I felt the need to share my experience because it's on our freaking video and
it's on my sleeve.
It's on your sleeve. It's on the board behind you. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. We love them.
We wrote it on the paper.
Yeah, we did. All right. Is the Pascal Siakam deal like done?
No.
Is there no chance?
No, I don't think
it feels like there's no chance.
Okay, so look, if Damian has it, I don't have it, but if Damian has it that he said he wouldn't commit to re-signing, right? If he said, I vehemently will not re-sign with you, that's one thing. If he says, hey, I'm not going to commit now to re-signing, those are two totally different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to see how it was worded, because if I'm not going to commit today, like, why would he? He's a free agent at the end of the season. He can sign with anyone that he wants. The key is the Sacramento Kings, if they were to trade for his rights, would be able to pay him way more than anyone else. As your own free agent, they can give you a 5th year.
Mm-hmm.
They can give you 8% raises versus 5% raises.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a bunch of teams out there with $40+ million that are floating around like ready to roll and give you all of their monies. Like, there's not. So he would be silly to just say, no, I won't sign there at all. Like, he could say, I'm not going to commit, and we'll get to this offseason. We'll have discussions, but that's totally different. So I think that the Kings have a long history of getting players like this who come in the door and are like, I'm not sure I want to be here.
Yeah.
And then they're here for like a month. They're here for 2 months. They're like, I was wrong. This is perfectly fine for me. This is a great place for me to raise a family. This is a great place for me to like I can have a nice house. Like, the weather's good, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's over, Kyle.
Okay.
I don't, but I think it's like a giant pause button was hit.
Okay. I have some thoughts on that. We also need to figure out what the Kings are going to do now.
Okay.
What do they do now that the Pascal Siakam deal is not off the table, but is being pushed onto the back burner? It's being carried to the stove, placed on the back burner. We'll talk about that next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
What's going on, everybody? I drove the minivan today.
Oh, dang. No. I'm a little bit bummed that we were both busy pre-show and could not go on a little run so I could ride in the minivan.
The minivan is smooth. I don't know how much longer we'll be a minivan family. But for right now, actually with my back, it's usually an easier car for me to get in and out of. Yeah. Yeah, here's a stat. Professor Oak out there on the Twitter universe. It's something that I have actually told people, and I don't think they believe me. The Fox, Herter, Barnes, Murray, Sabonis lineup is still one of the best in the NBA. It's a plus 12.2 net rating in nearly 300 minutes this season. It's fifth among all lineups that have logged at least 200 minutes. And they've been better than last year on both sides of the ball. And then he has the graphic. Excuse me. Had to sneeze. They're a 121.8 offensive rating, a 109.6 defensive rating. Yeah. And last year they're a net 2.2 plus 2.2.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
I feel like I can run like a quarter mile. Like it's plenty of time, man.
To get a quarter mile in? Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I could
if you really picked up the pace, you might be able to get a half mile in.
Not at this stage of life and
that's fair enough.
Physical health.
That's fair enough.
That was a big sneeze.
I haven't just outright run because I messed up my knee or hip or something during the pandemic. I just got into running because I didn't have to leave for work until so late because there was no traffic.
It's not like now.
Right. Correct. Yeah. And so I'd get to leave my house at like 7:00 instead of 5.
Oof.
So I'd wake up and I'd go running and it was great. I loved it. I had such a good time. Like it sucked at first, but I got really into okay, I did a mile yesterday. I'm going to shoot for a 1.25 miles today.
Yep.
And then just trying to kind of extend it out and just having a great time. Yeah, hell yeah, I'm a runner guy now. And then one day I just woke up and I started to run and my hip was like, nope.
Okay, so first of all, I worked for Copeland Sports for years.
90 seconds.
You need really good shoes.
Yes.
If you're going to be a runner.
Correct.
And your running shoes are good for 400 to 600 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can run through the midsole of a shoe and the shoe can still look brand new and the shoe is absolute trash.
Yeah.
Like you can still wear it as like a fashion shoe or to do things in the yard, but
being active in it.
Yeah, you need like a minimum of like a $90 to $125 shoe.
Jeez.
And you need to make sure you're getting the right shoes because the hip and knee is usually because you're either a pronator or supinator and your heel is moving in the shoe. So
I went to a doctor about it and the doctor thought that I have a torn ACL.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You do?
And then I don't know. I never went and got it looked at. Well, I got an MRI. The MRI was negative. And then he was like, yeah, but there's signs that there's some damage in there. So
how would you tear an ACL? Unless sports. Oh, okay.
The dumbest thing. I remember hurting my knee, but I just remember thinking like, oh, this just hurts really bad. It'll go away. I didn't have insurance at the time.
Oh, got it.
So I was just like, okay, I'll just deal with it.
It doesn't pop out or do anything crazy.
It's loose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's bad.
We do a lot of walking.
He was like, typically. My doctor like grabs my knee and he's like, you see this?
Oh,
it shouldn't go like this.
No, that's not good. Yeah.
Here we go. We're back.
All right.
Got some Kings lineup stuff to get to, and also want to talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs. I didn't get to do a ton of that yesterday because the Kings face planted so hard against the Pelicans that it took over the show, but we'll get to the NFL playoff stuff as well. But we were talking about Pascal Siakam and Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC. Listen noon to 4 right here on ESPN 1320. You can also catch him and Kenny from 3 to 7 on KSFM. Don't ask me how that works, but it does. So if Pascal Siakam, let's live in this world for a moment. So for whatever reason, there was a hang up in the deal. Let's ride with Siakam said, there is just no chance I am signing long-term in Sacramento. Let's just ride that. That's the world we're living in right now.
You walk away. It's over.
It's done.
Nope. You don't even look back.
Now what? Because we've talked, okay, OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam are the two big names. And like, hey, if the Kings are going to make a splash, Toronto's looking to trade these guys. You
Yep.
can get them in. They fit X, Y, and Z. That's great. Now what though? Because now I don't feel like there's that big name that could potentially get you over the hump this year.
Okay, so I'll explain really quickly. Like,
Please.
the reason why you don't trade for Siakam in this situation, like, because you can still trade for the guy. He's still under contract until the end of the year.
Sure.
Right. The problem is that if you have no assurances that he's going to stay long term, and look, if I'm the Kings, I'm leery on paying him the 4-year, $192 million deal or a 5-year, $240 million deal, whatever it is. I'm leery on that anyways, right? This is a player who has been durable throughout his career, but he's pushing 30. And do you really want to invest all that money in his 30-year-old season, 31, 32, 33, 34? That's a lot of money to put into a guy. Now, maybe it's fine. Maybe he's perfectly good that whole time. But I think everyone can see that Harrison Barnes today is not the same player he was 2 years ago. And that's because he crested 30. And this is kind of where you go after the age of 30. Now, there are some players that just keep playing at this incredibly high level. That's totally possible, Kyle. But the problem that you have is that if you trade for him and he walks and you give up Harrison Barnes at his $18 million salary next year, and you give up Kevin Huerter at his $17.5 million salary for next year, and Davion Mitchell at his 5 point whatever, you still don't have a bunch of cap space to spend. So just to really briefly,
please.
The cap space the salary cap is going to be set at 144, 145 for next season, the NBA salary cap. In a situation where the Kings were to make this trade, and then if they were to lose Siakam, they would drop down to 115 million bucks. But the first thing that you have to take out of that is you have a $12.8 million cap hold for Malik Monk.
What does that mean?
That means that the NBA forces you to have a cap hold in place, like basically a place filler that says you can't spend this money unless that player either leaves or you sign him to a new contract. Okay. Now, a cap hold at $12 million is okay if you're going to sign him to a deal starting at $17.4 million. So what you would do is first you'd spend your cap money that you had left, and then you would sign him afterwards so he's not eating up more of that space.
Okay.
Right? So it's all about doing it in the right sequence.
Right.
Now, the $12.8 million cap hold, let's just leave that there. So now your $30 million in cap space that you have just dropped to $27 million. I mean, just dropped to $17 million. Then on top of that, all of the exceptions that you have. So if you have a mid-level exception, which the Kings would have, is between 12 and 13 million bucks for next year. Cut that off the 17 million, right?
Good Lord.
Now, if you have a biannual exception, which the Kings have, it's going to be around 7 million bucks. Cut that off the end. Now, you can.
This is so many numbers.
You can rescind the rights to those cap holds and get that cap space. But then that means you can't use that as a way to go and improve yourself. So you can go use the 20 million bucks in cap space that you would basically have from, basically wiping out your two exceptions. But as of right now, the Kings could walk into this offseason and have that exception and be able to go out and use it and sign a player, right? If they were to have OG Anunoby, if they were to have Pascal Siakam and say he signs for 40 million bucks, you still have your mid-level exception on top of that where you can go above the salary cap to go use that money. But if you're a true cap space team where you drop below the cap, those cap holds, they're part of your salary. Those exceptions are part of your salary. Then on top of that, if you trade all these players and then you have a bunch of free agents, which Kings do, you drop down to 7 players on your roster. You have a cap hold of $1.1 million for every roster spot that isn't filled.
The league minimum
up to 14 at the league minimum. But if we're talking 7 of them, now we're at $7.7 million bucks, man. So again, even if you just look at that, the $7.7 million bucks and Malik Monk's cap hold, that puts you at just about 20 million bucks, maybe a little bit over. And if all you had was 30, now all you have is 10 million bucks to spend, which now your mid-level exception is way better than that anyways. And so my point is, you lose 3 players, Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell. You don't have their contracts to trade to go get a better player. You don't have their contracts at all, and you don't have them to play 30 minutes a night like they did last year. Two of those guys, those three combined for what, 75 minutes a night last year, maybe a little bit more than that, almost 80. This season, they're not the same number, but they're still at 60 minutes a night.
Yeah.
How do you replace that with only like a mid-level exception?
Right.
Unless you're just bringing in minimum scale contract guys. It's very difficult. That's why it matters what you do right here. It totally matters. So your question is, what now?
Yes.
What now?
Yeah, that was the origin of all this.
Yes, is you can go ahead and make a move. That's fine. But you might want to make a move for a player who's under contract long term, or who's under contract for 2 years or 3 years, like whatever it is. Now, I'm not saying go out there and get Zach LaVine at $50 million in year 3. That to me is crazy. But it's why I keep bringing up Kyle Kuzma. And while Kyle Kuzma went from being a player that I really did have no interest in at all, especially after this summer, when he chose to go back to Washington as opposed to joining the Sacramento Kings, because that was an option. Where I'm at now with him is he signed this crazy good deal in Washington where, while Pascal Siakam's going to want, again, up to $240 million. We're looking at a guy who makes $23.5 million next year, $21.5 the year after, and $19.5 the year after that. And that's his 29, 30, and 31-year-old seasons. That's a really good contract for a player who may not have the same top end as Siakam, but he's not that far off.
Yeah,
and
he helps the Kings for sure.
One's a winner, one's a not. They both have championships.
And he's not only cheaper from a financial standpoint, he is cheaper from a trade standpoint.
Yes, and
it's not a 3-for-1 and then picks.
No, it's probably a 2-for-1, and so you still get one player. Now you're down one player, and you still have your mid-level exception. You still have the ability to sign Malik Monk to up to $17.5 million. You have all of these other things in place still that you can go do. So it changes a lot of what you're doing, and it's a straight swap out for a contract that you already had. Because whether it's Harrison Barnes or it's Kevin Huerter going in that trade, either one of those players they're not that far off in the grand scheme of things of what Kyle Kuzma makes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And hey, if there's a way that you can make that trade and Harrison Barnes is still on your team, and all of a sudden Harrison Barnes goes from being your 4th or 5th best player to your 6th or 7th best player, and he's your jack of all trades off the bench.
Yeah.
Like that means that your team got way better.
Yeah, significantly better.
Yes.
Yes.
And so that's where I think the Kings they have to be smart about how they handle this. They want to swing for the fences. That's fine. But at the same time, a really solid double off the wall is probably better for you than a home run.
Well, especially because I would put the Kings' chances at like what's the home run swing left? Zach LaVine?
No, to me that's, you know what that is?
What?
That's a pop up in center field.
Well, it's a home run swing though. You are taking a massive swing.
Oh yeah, it's a massive swing.
Okay, right. Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but it's not a fly ball that's deep enough to drive in a runner from third.
No, I know. Follow me.
I'm with you.
So it's a massive swing, but that doesn't the Kyle Kuzma move as you lay it out would make them better than the Zach LaVine move. Zach LaVine in a vacuum is a better scorer and probably an overall better player than Kyle Kuzma.
Okay.
But I don't think the Kings necessarily need somebody who's going to fill it up and, hey, he might hit 10 threes in a game and, hey, he might go get you 40 on a night. That, to me, is not what they, need. Kyle Kuzma is a fine defender. He's a good rebounder. He can play make enough. He can score it. And in this offense, he would be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th option where all of a sudden he's overqualified for this position. And overall, I think that's better than being like, yeah, hey, here's Zach LaVine. Now, De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine, you play your turn, my turn, and that's going to be the offense now. I don't rock with that.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that there is some concern about Kyle Kuzma being that as well. And I also think there's some concern about Kyle Kuzma being not an all-in player. But these are things that you kind of have to, you got to figure out.
Yeah.
Like, you got to figure out the commitment level. Is he all in? Will he be a buy-in player? Will he drop back to 18 points and 8.5 rebounds like he did 2 years ago in Washington? And he's super efficient and he's a really good fit for you.
Yeah.
Or does he want to be, is he looking for fame and fortune? Like, I think NBA players are super confused by that. The best way to get notoriety is to win basketball games. It's to not play for a team that's 6-33 on the season. It's to play for a team that's fighting for an NBA championship.
Sure.
And is fun and coming up on everybody. And like, that's how you gain notoriety. Like, you can sit there and score 20 points on a bad team for as long as you want.
Mm-hmm.
The second you score 20 points on a good team, you become legitimate. And that's where I think that, like, there are ways that you pitch to everybody. Like we talked about this before. Like, if I were the Kings and I was on the court on Friday night playing against Pascal Siakam, every single time out, I'd be leaning up against him. Every time you're at the free throw line, hey, man, you understand that, like, we could be title contenders for 5 years. Like, your entire window, like, your entire prime, we could be title contenders with you on this roster. That's what I would be doing the whole time.
I think his argument would then be, I could be a title contender with Miami too, or with whatever other team.
Sure, but do those teams want you, and are those teams willing to pay you that? And are they coming after you like the Kings are? And that's where, like, again, if the conversation with Kyle Kuzma to me is different. It's like, will you forego trying to score 20 points a game for no reason? Like, that's an arbitrary number that means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Like, if I'm trading for Kyle Kuzma, Kyle Kuzma has to understand that he is not in line to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, if there's some way he's going to become an all-star player, it would be because he played for a 60-win Sacramento Kings team that got 3 all-stars at the all-star weekend, or the old Atlanta Hawks where, they had 5 guys, Jeff Teague and Kyle Korver and Paul Millsap and
Al
Horford. Like, that's how, like, you would get there.
DeMar Carroll?
Well, he wasn't an all-star.
Oh.
Yeah, but he was probably there. Yes. And Kent Bazemore right after that, right?
Oh, Baze, yeah, for sure.
They gave Bazemore that crazy $19 million a year salary. So anyway, I think that, like, going after a guy like Kuzma, that makes sense to me. It does. And, like, the question is, are you a serious player? And, like, De'Aaron Fox, like, they're the same draft class. It's not like he doesn't know Kyle Kuzma. It's not like he can't call him and say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. Are you interested in what we're trying to do? Because if you're not, like, it's okay. If you just want to go out there and play for a bad team and put up a bunch of points and, and do all that stuff, that's fine. But do you actually want to be a player? Because we can do that here if you're here and you're bought in.
Yeah, I'd be interested to, like, I would love to know what Kyle Kuzma legitimately believes in that regard. Like, does he look and go, yeah, that's all great, but I've won a title. I've been on a championship team as a role player. I want to prove to, maybe it's just to himself. Maybe he's not worried about the Hall of Fame, and maybe he's not worried about what people on ESPN or whatever are saying.
Yeah. Maybe
he wants to prove to himself, like, dude, I can be the centerpiece of a team that goes on to win. But maybe he goes, yeah, you know what? Hey, I thought this thing in Washington, Tyus Jones and Jordan Poole, we're gonna have a little something, and we just don't. So yeah, get me out of here. I want to be a winner.
Yes. Well, that's the question. Do you want to be a winner, or is that what you want? Like, oh, big deal. He scored 23 points a game, but he scored 23 points a game on a team that is absolutely horrible.
I wouldn't.
I'm a winner.
Yeah. Same, Giannis. I wouldn't sleep on how much scoring 20 a night means to an NBA player.
Well, I get that.
Like, if you're a 20 a night guy, you're a dude.
I get that. You can be the dude, but, like, that losing sucks.
No doubt.
Losing is not fun, man. It doesn't matter what you're doing.
Like, that's it. Did you hear Mike Vrabel, speaking of the recently fired Titans coach, when he got asked what the motivation was when playing against the Jags in week 18 because they didn't have anything to play for? And he was like, because losing sucks. Like, losing is the worst thing.
Yeah.
There's nothing. That's it. We play this game to win.
Yeah. I had a friend once ask me, we were playing board games with another couple, and my buddy's wife was like, why do you always like try to win like really hard? Like you like want to win. And my answer is like, why would I play a game if I wasn't trying to win?
Sure.
That's like, if that's not but that's who I am as a person. I don't like do my job to come in second.
Sure.
Like I want to be,
when you're having friendly camaraderie, you want to make sure to kick everyone's ass.
Yes.
So then who big dog is at that Uno table?
That's right.
Hell yeah.
Well,
yeah.
But everything, like, that's who I've always been as like an athlete, as a person at work. Like, it doesn't matter.
Sure.
I'm someone who like pushes the envelope and like just I run through walls, and that's okay. Like that's my personality.
Don't do that here. That would put a lot of work on Seth and Jonathan and the engineering staff.
True, but if I ran through this wall, at least we'd be in the same room, Kyle.
It's a great point.
I could run through this wall right here, and we would be in the same room.
I don't think you have to do that, because apparently, rumor has it they're working on getting us in the same room.
It's absolutely crazy. Kyle and I could be actually in the same room doing a radio show together from the same room.
Not like soon, but it's on the horizon.
Not soon.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of work. It's a heavy undertaking to get my setup into where you are.
See, that's why I don't touch the buttons, because I don't know what that would take. Like, for me,
bro, I touch all the buttons and I don't know what that would take.
For me, I could have a Sawzall and this wall down within 5 minutes, and we'd be in the same room.
Are you sure this wall isn't load bearing?
It's non-load bearing. This is all of this is non-load bearing. Yes, I can attest to that. But yes.
I like the Kyle Kuzma idea.
Yep.
I'm in on the Kyle Kuzma idea. I think it would make the Kings better. I think if it's, even if it is Harrison Barnes. And honestly, and this has been brought up in the chatty house, and I could not agree more with it. If you can fit Tyus Jones into that deal too, then by all means. I don't know how interested the Wizards would be in doing that, but if you can pry Tyus Jones away in that deal by throwing in a little something extra, an extra second round pick or whatever it is, I would 1,000% be trying to do that as well. Love Tyus Jones. But my question is whether that is, hey, the Kings are a little bit better now. Maybe they're a little bit more consistent on a night-to-night basis. I don't know if it moves the needle so much that I'm going, yeah, they're going to, hey, get them in a playoff series with Denver. They're hanging with them. Get them in a playoff series with Oklahoma City. Oh, that's a bad example. They've already beat them without De'Aaron Fox. But get them in a 7-game playoff series against any contender. Pick a contender. I don't know how I feel. I feel maybe a little bit better, but I'm still not like, oh yeah, they are right there with Denver now, or Boston or Philly.
No, I get you. I would tell you that you could make the same exact argument for Pascal Siakam. Like, there's a time where he's a 2-time All-Star.
No doubt.
And I would say, like, okay, right now Siakam's averaging 22.1, 6.5 rebounds, 5 assists per game, right? And he's playing 35 minutes. So 22, 6.5, and 5. Kyle Kuzma's stats are better. And I'm not saying Kyle Kuzma's
good
a better
stats,
player.
bad team guy.
No, I totally agree. But we're looking at 22.6, 6.1 rebounds, 4.2 assists. Like, they're on paper, they're virtually the same player. And I'm not saying that they are the same player.
Yeah.
But I could even make the argument that Kyle Kuzma is a better fit in Sacramento with this current roster. The question is, will he buy in? And your question, I would much rather have Kyle Kuzma going up against Michael Porter Jr. than not have Kyle Kuzma, or Kyle Kuzma in a game where Aaron Gordon has to defend him. So Aaron Gordon can't go defend, say, Fox or Keegan Murray. So that's where the dynamic would change, where as of right now, like, whatever he's doing, like, Harrison Barnes is not that threat that those guys are. Kuzma's a bigger, longer, more athletic player at this point. And, like, at the end of the day, it really does depend on buy-in for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I get it on all the fit stuff. The other thing that I think matters here as we talk about this, and this will I think become a bigger conversation into April and hopefully into May, is Kyle Kuzma has played in huge games. Now, granted, it was in the bubble. That was a little different, but he was on a title team.
Yeah.
He's played in big games before. I don't ever get the idea that he has been shied away from the moment in a big spot.
Yeah.
And I think when it comes down to crunch time for the Kings, I think having another player who has been there and has done that, I think matters. And I can't really quantify that. And I hate bringing it up because it's like that whole clutch gene thing that was such a big deal when Skip Bayless was doing that with LeBron and all that. Because it's kind of a cousin to that. But when you're just kind of, I think when you're mapping out the merits of Kyle Kuzma and that addition, and this has nothing to do with Siakam because Siakam, same thing, but just Kyle Kuzma in a vacuum when you're stacking up what he does well, that's, I think, something, I don't know if the Kings will take it into account, but I sure will, and that's what matters.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get what you're saying, man. Like, there is no easy fix to take you from a really good team to a title contender. And like, there's not. And if that deal's out there, then you got to chase it. But I don't think that deal is materialized yet. What we've seen is players that can make you even better than you are today. But how much better, we don't know.
Yeah, the other thing, the other angle to this is what you bring up about the future too. Kyle Kuzma leaves you a little bit of flexibility moving forward.
Well, of course he does.
And that could wind up mattering as much as anything. The
fact that 3 years from now he's making $19.5 million and Pascal Siakam is going to be making like 48. Like he's not $30 million better. I guarantee you. And 3 years from now he won't be $30 million better.
Yeah.
At least not that I can see.
I would be stunned if that was the case.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. It was so funny watching you sit there and just talk yourself into Kyle Kuzma on the fly. No, not today. Out there, I've told the story before. We were sitting out there. We were both riding after work one day, and just watching you like, well, I
hate saying it. I do.
God, it just, the Kyle Kuzma thing kind of makes sense. And then he started talking it through. It's like, man, it sure does. Because I was in your camp, man. I was out. Like, I like Kyle Kuzma as a player. I think he can hoop for sure. But I was just out on the idea of him for the Kings, especially this offseason. It's like, my whole thing was that doesn't make you that much better.
Yeah.
But now watching him this year, watching the Kings, it's like,
you just see how he fits.
Yeah.
Like, and again, it's, for me, what made me change my mind, strictly the salary. It was like, I know who you are as a player. I've watched enough Kyle Kuzma. I know who Kyle Kuzma is. I have concerns about whether he's serious, but when I saw his contract, I was like,
worth the risk.
Man, that is totally worth the risk. Because if he doesn't work out 2 years from now, you can trade him with no problems.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of teams that would take on that contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in.
All right. You know who else is in? A bunch of NFL teams. The NFL postseason field is set. We didn't get to talk about it yesterday. We'll dive into a little bit of that. And then, of course, we'll circle back to the Kings because you asked a question on the rundown. I think it's a good one. Does Mike Brown have more tinkering to do with the starting lineup and with the rotation? We'll talk about that. Also coming up on the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
What? There's food today, Kyle.
No.
They're bringing in the office at 11:30.
Who?
Capriotti's.
Oh, Caps.
We got free sandwiches and salads for everyone. What is happening? And it just coincides with us getting off the radio.
Hey, hold up. I just got an email from Jiffy Lube. It says, take 2 minutes to tell Jiffy Lube about your visit. Should I cut the not endorsement I did earlier and send it to him?
Yes.
Just reply?
Yeah. Okay. Reply with that.
Okay, I'm going to. All
right. Brilliant. That's what Kyle feels about his visit.
Not a single person in there was like, "Are you Kyle from the Insiders?" I wanted to look the guy dead in the eye and be like, "Do you know who I am?"
They knew who you were, Kyle. They just didn't want
I'm
to.
sorry. Do you know? I'm joking. Anyways,
that's awesome. The Sacramento Kings actually won some major awards today. I think they have a leg lamp trophy coming in the mail.
Is it Fragile?
It is Fragile, which is I believe Italian. Yes. The Sacramento Kings have been named the NBA. Why do I not have this? Where is that?
The NBA.
The NBA's team of the century. No, the team of the year.
Woo!
Sacramento Kings named Team of the Year and recognized.
They've done it
with Team Innovation Award. The Team of the Year goes to the team that in team business performance across both key revenue drivers and operational focus areas such as people and culture, the community impact, innovative thinking, and data-driven results.
Love that.
The Innovation Award straight up goes for the beam. So these were actually awards given out by the NBA, and the Sacramento Kings, like every other award last year, they took them all home.
Hell yeah. The beam is honestly, it's brilliant. I saw someone during the playoffs last year, some national NBA person was like, "I'm sick of the beam." Like,
yeah.
What? It's so fun.
No, it's ridiculously fun.
How do you not enjoy a fun thing that comes at the cost of or the expense of no one?
Have you been in the arena when they do the like post game and they light the beam?
No, I have not.
Okay, that needs
I have
to be,
never,
you need to see something. That's crazy.
Because of, in fact, you know what? Next game I wind up going to, I will ensure that I have a place to stay here so I can stay for the whole game. Because I've never stayed for a whole game and they won.
Oh.
Not in the last 2 years anyway.
Wow. Huh.
Like last week I left at halftime.
Okay.
Or on Friday I bounced at halftime.
Yeah, see, it's just such a long drive to get you back to your house.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm there on a Friday. It's been a long week. By the time the game ends, like I'm there, I'm going to go to the post game. I'm going to do all that shindig. And then by the time I'm home, it's midnight or after.
Okay.
And that's just...
well, like when I get done with post, I don't get home until almost midnight every game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a long day when I get here 8:30 and don't get home. Yep.
Talking a ton of Kings today. I'm Kyle. He's James. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. I want to talk about the NFL briefly, if that's all right, because we didn't get to talk at all. The playoff field got set over this past weekend. Yesterday, we talked all about the Kings lost to the Pelicans, and we didn't get to what's going on in the NFL. The NFL postseason begins this weekend. The 49ers will not be taking part this weekend because they have a first-round bye. So I'm going to run through these games, and you just give me thumbs up, thumbs down on the game.
Okay.
We'll do, like Friday, we'll do like all picks and all that. But thumbs up, thumbs down. Browns at Texans. Yeah, it's a thumbs up for me.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up for me, too. I can't wait to see C.J. Stroud against Joe Flacco.
Yeah, and like half my team was like Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, like my fantasy team. Yep.
Okay. Dolphins at Chiefs is the second game on Saturday.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm thumbs down on that. I'm at, dude, I picked the Dolphins to go to the Super Bowl. So I'm very salty about this. My Dolphins, you know what? Mine and Jesse's Dolphins, our Dolphins are down bad. The vibes are terrible. Everybody's hurt. Their top 3 defensive ends are all out. Kansas City's offense is no fun to watch. This is not going to be, I don't think this is going to be like a defensive battle that you want to watch. I think it's going to be kind of a defensive battle because it's a rock fight. This is like expectations are so high because of the potential for this game.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's going to stink.
Okay.
I think it's going to be the worst game of the weekend.
I think the Dolphins are going to try to put on an offensive show because they don't have a defense. And then I think it's going to be fun to see if Patrick Mahomes can literally will a team to victory despite them having so many holes in their rotation. Like, they are so bad at catching the football.
It's unbelievable.
Like,
how bad they are.
They had over 30 drops on the season, right? Like,
that's so many.
They are so bad.
Almost 2 a game is nuts.
That you're waiting and waiting and waiting to see if someone will step up. And Rashee Rice has stepped up, and they still have Kelsey, but that's not going to get it done in the postseason.
I totally agree.
Can they find somebody to step up?
I hope the Dolphins figure it out. That would be super fun.
Yeah.
A Dolphins run, given all this adversity, would be great. And it's what I will be rooting for. I also picked the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl, by the way. Speaking of teams with bad vibes, we'll get to them in a second. The Steelers are at the Bills. That's the 10 a.m. Sunday kickoff. I think that might be one because TJ Watt is out, or very likely out. He had a grade 2 MCL sprain. If he does try and suit up and play, he's probably not going to be very effective. The Bills are a buzzsaw right now. The Steelers have to go to Buffalo. God bless Mike Tomlin. Heck of a coach.
Yep.
The fact they're 10-7 this year and in the playoffs is something of a miracle, but I don't think they're going to go to Buffalo and win. And this is going to be the playoff game that I kind of skip and say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I can justify, I didn't watch football all weekend. I can do stuff around the house. I can do chores. I can go run errands.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I have no desire to watch Steelers.
I don't want to watch that game at all. So I'm a huge thumbs down on that. The other games,
Same.
I'm in.
Yeah.
That one is just I'm not going to waste my time.
Yeah. I'm a big thumbs down on that one. Packers at Cowboys is the 1:30 p.m. Sunday game. Ooh. All the way in.
Yeah.
All the way in.
Yeah.
Matt Eberflus is such a better, not Matt Eberflus. Nope. He's definitely not. Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Is a way better coach than Mike McCarthy. And that gives Green Bay a puncher's chance.
Dallas is going to win by 25.
That's 25. That's
25.
The Packers defense does stink, but
yeah.
I don't know, man. That's putting a lot of faith in Mike McCarthy. That's all. Rams at Lions. That's the Sunday night game. This is the game I'm most excited for.
Okay.
The Matthew Stafford, the Lions' first home playoff game in 30 plus years. Matthew Stafford returning to Detroit to play in that game against Detroit. Sean McVay against Dan Campbell. Jared Goff against the Rams. Their storylines out the wazoo. And I think there's going to be 1 million points scored.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't trust either of these defenses.
I'm all in on this game too. I've loved watching the evolution of the Lions. I think that they made some mistakes this offseason, and they could have some continuity would have helped them, especially in their backfield. But I do like what they've done. I think that they're a fun team, and they're a good storyline, and they're a franchise a lot like the Kings that just have never been able to figure it out. And you would like to see good things happen for people like that.
Eagles at Buccaneers is the Monday night game.
Oh, yuck.
I'll watch it for
Sunday
sure.
night or Monday?
Monday night.
Wow. There's a Monday night game in the playoffs?
There has been for the last 2 years.
Wow.
They both stunk.
Oh.
I just have no interest. The Monday night game, it could be Niners Cowboys on the Monday night. It'd be ugh, fine.
Yeah.
I guess.
What are we doing?
Nah, the Monday night slot stinks, but it's Eagles at Buccaneers. And
is that
I'm excited to watch Baker Mayfield.
You guys get less days of rest because you're no good, and we're not happy that you're here. That feels like a kid's table deal.
Well, they get more days because they get the one extra day for the Monday.
Yeah.
And then my guess is they would play again Sunday. I don't think they'd make them go Monday to Saturday turnaround. That'd be nuts.
Not. Yeah.
But then they'll play again Sunday. So, they get one fewer day, but be better than a 4 or 5 seed, I guess.
That doesn't seem fair. And again, it feels like when you like, have you ever gone to like a dinner at someone's house and they have a kids table, but they don't have enough seats at the main table for every adult? So like one adult has to go sit at the kids table. That's what that feels like. It feels like an adult at the kids table. Like, you're in the playoffs. Like, why do you have to play on Monday night when no one's going to be watching?
Well, okay, but Browns, Texans, and Dolphins, Chiefs all get one less day because they play on Saturday.
Okay.
And then a couple of the teams that play Sunday will probably play Saturday in the divisional round.
All right.
So like, it all comes out in the wash.
All right.
It's not that big of a deal. But overall, I agree with you that Monday slot stinks.
Yes.
Super wild card weekend. Like, no, man, you're forcing a playoff game onto a Monday night. It's stupid. Like, it's wild card weekend, man. It's Saturday, Sunday. Load up. You could have 3 games Saturday, 3 games Sunday. You're wall to wall NFL all 3 days.
Yeah,
both days for 3 games. Give me that.
I agree.
Give me that way over 2 Saturday, 3 Sunday, and then hey, by the way, Monday. Like, I'm busy. I got things going on once the week is happening.
I know.
I don't have time to just sit there and be like, yeah, I'm locked into NFL playoffs.
Are we here? We're not here on Monday, right?
Correct.
We're not here on Monday.
No, it's MLK.
MLK. Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So.
All right, well, I'm going to be busy Tuesday morning, so I got stuff to do Monday night. Hey, don't.
We can mentally prepare all day long for that game.
Don't skewer my bit. Damn it. So for the 49ers purposes, 49ers and Ravens, of course, have the first round bye. So the 49ers could play any of these 4 teams.
Oh.
Eagles, Buccaneers, Rams, or Packers. So if the Packers win, because the Niners are the 1 seed, so they play the lowest seed left.
Okay.
So if the Packers win, they're playing the Packers. Packers lose, Rams win, they're playing the Rams. If the Packers and Rams both lose, they play the winner of Eagles, Bucks.
Oh. Okay.
So
I don't think
that's how it goes.
I still don't think I want to face Philly out of all those teams that you just said.
Oh, really?
I think it's still Philly. I think Philly is still the one that can bite you. Like, I don't buy the Rams as a team that can beat you in the second round of the playoffs.
Oh, see, I do.
Okay.
I very much buy into what the Rams are doing.
Okay.
Especially because it's a division opponent. It'd be Cooper Kupp and Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't have Cooper Kupp in that week 2 matchup, and the Niners won that game. They were up 10, and then the Rams kicked the field goal late to make it 7 as time expired. But Kyron Williams had a huge game in that one. And and Matthew Stafford's playing at a really high level. The Rams are playing good football at the right time, unlike the Eagles, who are 1-5 in their last 6.
Oh, they're playing like horrible.
And the Eagles are 2. Out of those teams, the Eagles are 2 for me. They're behind the Rams, but they're ahead of both the Buccaneers and the Packers.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, man, especially if Philly, if they get a win in Tampa Bay and they start to get rolling again, then they get a little scary for sure.
Okay.
I just want no smoke with the Rams right now.
Yeah, you seem to want to avoid the Rams.
I do.
It's okay.
You got to play them a third time. Now, granted, this last time they didn't really play.
Well, yeah, but you don't have to beat them a third time. That's different.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, boy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I hate when I read a blog or a post online.
Yeah.
And somebody finishes it with, "We'll see," or "Only time will tell."
No.
Like, yep, that's how the clock works.
Yes.
Like,
it's science.
Yeah, we will see. Like, that's what we're doing. But I'm reading this to get your thoughts on it.
It's like, no, we
won't.
What
do you think is going to happen?
No, we won't. Yes.
But I guess
we will see.
But will the 49ers draft player X? We'll see. Like, say whether they should or shouldn't, and then get out.
Yeah.
It's me being annoying. All right.
All right.
You have some possible tweaks the Kings could make to the rotation. I want to talk about them next. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Laporta's got to play for Detroit to be the team. Like, he has been so good. Shout out for Siddiqui for that was anyone who listened where I should have. My team would have been unstoppable if it weren't for that. And I still lost by 1 point in the Super Bowl. I did lose. It's horrible. Very depressed. It's not about the money, Kyle. It's about the rings. Really looking forward to going ring shopping for another championship ring. Oh, shoot. So Juan Toscano Anderson, he was waived on Sunday, which the Kings haven't press released. I don't believe he's cleared waivers yet, and that's why it hasn't been announced formally.
Yeah, Bills look good, man.
Yeah, so the Kings are waiving Juan Toscano Anderson, and then they intend to sign him to a 10-day contract.
What's up, AK? Thanks for dropping in. Hey, everybody here, hit the like button. Just a little thumbs up. We would appreciate the heck out of that. Please subscribe to the page. If you don't normally check in, go ahead and subscribe, and then hit the little notification bell, and you'll get notified when we go live. We're live every day about 9:58 or so, but 10 a.m. is when the show starts.
Mm-hmm.
So we're live at 10 a.m. every single day. You'll get a little notification. You're not obligated to click on it, but that way you'll know. That way, like I said, if you stumbled across us or you're here checking out Siakam news or whatever, go ahead and subscribe and make sure to check in. We have a lot of fun on this show, as do D'Lo and Casey. And Chatty House is a great time. So
yeah,
please.
How much time do we have, Kyle?
90 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Like Wallace. Shout out to Wallace.
Oh.
New follower of the channel. Brazilian. Loves the Kings.
Awesome.
Enjoy the following. Wallace. My man.
Ryan asked, the Kings were unwilling to offer Siakam the max. Is that true? So do you think the Kings, what the Kings would offer? Like, look, there's going to be a lot of things that are misdirections and weird and all that stuff at this moment. I don't know how far down the path the Kings got to, like, if they had Siakam in the room and saying, hey, are you intrigued by this or this? Like, would you sign for this amount? I don't know what the answer is to that yet. Like, it might come out at some point. And I also think that you can come back to that deal. I don't think it's totally over. Bennett's French fries are the best. Cereal connection. And you do get a lot of French fries.
It's a lot of fries. Hey, this is facts. We do need a Jesse.
Wait, what was that?
Somebody said we need a Jesse. Somebody who runs a board for us.
Yeah.
And produces a show. Oh, gosh, that's right. My dad chimed again. The Chiefs game is on Peacock.
Oh, no.
Ugh.
Talk about the worst. Like,
it's
literally
the
worst.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Platform.
Changes appear to be on the horizon for the Kings. Like, that's, I think, the big takeaway for me from the first 30-odd games is whatever the makeup of the roster is now and whatever the rotation looks like now is not going to be what it looks like, or in my opinion, should not be what it looks like when the ball goes in the air for their first playoff game.
Okay. I would agree with you, Kyle. Like, at this point, they're not good enough.
Yeah.
Like, to reach what they want to be and who they want to be, they aren't good enough, and they can't figure out how to get to take that next step.
Mm-hmm.
They can beat anybody and they can lose to anybody. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
They have to have somebody else who's willing to stand up and say, hey, look, we're not getting like stomped on tonight. That's not what's happening tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And so many times this season has been Sabonis and Fox who stand up and say that.
Yeah.
But then they're dragging a bunch of other dudes with them.
Yeah.
That can't be who they are the rest of the season. Like,
no, I totally agree. Their ceiling is super high, and that's great.
yes.
Like that is an objectively good thing. But their floor is also crazy low still.
They don't have an identity, Kyle.
Right. And that that's it. You don't know what team you're going to get on a night in, night out basis. And that's.
Well, I'll tell you what your identity is right now. A bad defensive team that's completely inconsistent from one night to the next. That's what you like. You're still well above 500, but that's who you are today. Like you can't just magically like fix this with like a player or like there has to be some adjustments here. It can't come like it's not like internal improvement that ship has sailed. When you lose 10 games by double digits out of your first 14 losses, that tells me that there has to be changes. There are players there that shut off and don't continue to play and they need to not be there.
Yeah.
They need to, if you're going to be a championship contending team, they can't be there any longer and you need to find a place for them to go. I
agree. So we've talked so much trade deadline, but let's zoom into the Kings roster right now because you put some notes down here that I want to flesh out with you and explore.
Okay. I'm in.
You write, does Mike Brown have some more tinkering to do? And I think that's kind of, realistic right now because who they trade for, who they could or should or will trade for, who knows?
Okay.
Maybe it's Alex Caruso. Maybe it's Zach LaVine. I don't think it will be. Maybe it's Kyle Kuzma. Maybe it's some guy we've never heard of for a future second round pick. Who knows?
Yep.
Right. But right now with the roster that they have, like over these next, let's just take the next 5 games, this 5-game road trip through Detroit, Charlotte, Philly, Milwaukee, and Phoenix.
Phoenix. Yes.
What I guess I'll let you take this here because the trade, there's not going to be a trade that goes down, at least I don't think, that goes down today or tomorrow. Maybe there will be. But what can Mike Brown do with the players that are currently on his roster?
Yeah, I think for sure the Kings are looking to make a deal now and not later.
Yes.
Right? If they can get a trade done tomorrow, they will. They're not looking at February 9th as like the day that everything's going to happen. I mean, February 8th. They're looking at today and they understand where their team is going and they want to get a deal done now and they want to move forward because they want 50 games to get this thing rolling. They don't want the last 25 games of the season to be like coasting and trying to figure out what pieces you have. They want to make the changes now.
You don't want to be coasting Koufos.
Yeah. Oh, all right. That's my guy right there.
I love Costa.
That would totally my guy.
He's the best.
Okay, so my point would be like, look, you need to figure out who you're going to be and stretch and do it now if you're going to do it. But if not, even if that is what you're doing, like Mike Brown keeps tinkering, and I know some people don't like it, and I'm okay with what he's doing because I think there came a point where we started to see Keon Ellis like fade off a little bit. And he went back to Davion Mitchell and gave him another shot. Now, I'm also going to say it is sort of magical that Davion Mitchell is mentioned in a bunch of trade rumors and that he starts playing again. That's not a coincidence at all. Not at all. But over the last 6 games, Davion's averaged 12.8 minutes a game, and he's averaging 3.8 points, 1.8 assists, and 1 rebound, and he's shooting 20% from 3. If I'm tinkering, and Mike Brown's a tinkerer, and last year we saw this again. He started with Rashawn Holmes as his backup center. He went to Chimezie Metu. There was a point where Chimezie Metu got a little too big for his britches. He went to Alex Len. Like, he kept tinkering, right?
And we've seen him do that again this year.
This is where we're at again.
Yeah.
Like, he gave him 6 games. It's Keon Ellis just had a very impactful in a blowout loss. It doesn't matter. If Mike Brown is going to set that standard, then we're in a blowout loss and you come onto the court and you play hard, he earned his spot back. give him his spot back. And so that would be the first tinker that I think we can see. And I had someone in the chat say, what about the shooting guard position, right? The shooting guard position doesn't matter.
How so?
Malik Monk is your shooting guard.
Got it. Okay.
Malik Monk is going to play 25 to 30 minutes a night the rest of the season. Malik Monk is your shooting guard.
Real quick, I don't think you have this here. So since you've brought it up, I'm going to mention this.
Yeah.
Malik needs to be playing 30 plus minutes a night, in my opinion.
He has to show that that's who he is too, though. Like, and that he can fit in for 30 plus minutes. Like they do the Fox and Monk thing together. What I don't want to see, which I've seen a couple of times lately, is this weird moment where there's no Sabonis, no Fox, and no Monk on the court at the same time. That to me is like, hey, disaster's happening. What are we doing?
Can't happen.
No, and even when there's no Monk and no Fox, no, that can't happen. So again, I'm just gonna say, like, my first tinker here would be, like, you really have to look at the Keon Ellis versus Davion Mitchell thing, right? The second one is Kevin Huerter versus Chris Duarte.
So again, the shooting guard.
The shooting guard, but we're talking about 18 minutes a game.
I know 100% know what you're saying.
Right. And right now, both of these guys are playing, but they've given Chris Duarte five games to do this. And in those 5 games, Chris Duarte, he had that one game that we all remember, 12.7 rebounds, right? He's averaging 6 points, 1.4 assists, 2.6 rebounds. He is shooting 41.7% from 3, but 7 of his rebounds came in one game. His next 3 games, 0 rebounds. He has not gotten a rebound in the last 3 games. And at the same time, Huerter's coming off the bench. He's averaging 7 points, 1.6 assists, 2.4 rebounds. He did have the 17-point game, which skews his numbers a little bit. But he's only shooting 23.5 from 3. We could see a situation where Kevin Huerter's back in the starting lineup, and it comes down to, like, again, somebody put it out on the internet that the Kings starting lineup of Fox, Huerter, Murray, Barnes, and Sabonis is a top 5 starting lineup in the league. It's a top 5-man rotation in the league. They're a plus 12.2 per 100 possessions on the season. That's probably where you need to go, unless Chris Duarte figures it out very quickly that he's such a defensive stopper that you can't have him off the court.
Yeah.
And again, so for right now, like, if you're going to showcase Davion Mitchell a little bit, you might want to showcase Kevin Huerter can play. The last one is the Alex Len JaVale McGee. Like everyone knows, I don't love the idea of JaVale McGee. Like, a lot of it's a little crazy what happens with him on the court. But Alex Len is he's a plus on the plus minus category, and 8 of 11 games this season. And the other 3 games, he's a combined -4. He just helps you, like, maintain while Sabonis is out of the game.
He does a lot of the right stuff.
He does. And he doesn't do any of the wrong stuff outside of trying to tip out rebounds, which I don't understand why that happens. Like, just grab the ball. You're 7'1".
You hate the tip out rebound.
Well, it's because that's how you lost Game 6 of the 2002.
Oh, boy.
That's how you lost. You lost on a tip out to Robert Horry.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you lost. Like, stop doing it. Like, it's like shell shocked here. Like, I can't forget, Kyle. Just grab the rebound.
Alex
You're
7
7
to be
foot tall.
grinding 0-2 Vlade film.
Grab the ball. Grab the ball. What is happening? Again.
You all right?
Yeah,
I feel like that really.
But see, these are rotational things that I think at the end of the day, like, you've seen what the other guys are, and these aren't going to make the difference between you winning like 60 games and 52 games. But these are things that will stabilize your team. And I get why you try different things, but at the end of the day, you have sample sizes. It's time to go back to the other things and see if you can find some like sort of positivity.
I want to expand on this conversation next. We got to hit a break, but we'll be back in 2 minutes on ESPN 1320.
Zach LaVine is not better than Kevin Huerter on defense. I'm just saying, like, this statement. Yeah. That's tough. He's not. Did you see the Chiefs signed? I mean, not the Chiefs. The Dolphins signed a linebacker.
Who?
I don't. It popped in my head and now it's gone again. A solid linebacker that played for the Chiefs. Houston. No.
Justin Houston?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's thrilling.
Am I wrong? Does that make sense?
Yes. 1000%. I didn't know he was a free agent though. Did he really not get signed?
Hey, I totally agree. A 24-year-old Nasri signing an extension before free agency even open was the beginning of the Kings missing on signing that key piece. I agree. Like Nas Reed would be perfect on the Kings.
Who tweeted this?
I saw it on the ticker.
Justin Houston, Bruce Irvin, and Malik Reed.
They just signed all those guys? Octopus Ears is no, wrong one. Is there a possibility for Lauri? I don't think the Jazz are moving Lauri Markkanen. They love him, and he's on like this ridiculously stupid contract that just makes him easy.
Congratulations to our guy Tyler, who won the Jiffy Lube $100 gift certificate.
Yes,
Loving the Chatty House wins.
I think Zabo won too.
Did Zabo go to Dub as well?
Yeah,
Love that. Manny was just here picking his up.
Oh, see, we don't deal with like who wins. We just do the contest, and someone else deals with the back end.
Yep.
Yeah, you can stand on business when it comes to with Zach LaVine all you want. I'm just saying.
Jan 17 is the date that RP gave. Jan 17 is when that trade's going down.
Oh, okay.
That's how it works. You call a team and you say, hey, on this day, we're going to execute a trade.
Yep. That's tough. I get, I just don't know how that fits. And once you trade for him, no one's taking that deal. No one's
right. You're done. Yeah, he is now. You're sewing him into your core for the next half decade.
If I'm making that deal, I want Alex Caruso, which you can't fit into the salary structure anyways, and I want at least one, maybe 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Like to take that contract? No, not doing it.
I'm not either.
I'm old enough to remember when he missed a season with a blown out knee.
No, he's back. Like he's back. He's fine. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
He's a good player, but
yeah.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, look at this. A lot of winners there. He's a good player. But just not what the Kings need.
No.
Oh no, you dunce. I'm not gonna have time. We're back. Having a great time hanging out. We'll be here till noon. Then D'Lo and KC will take over. Want to thank everybody for listening on the radio, on the free Odyssey app. Maybe you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com, good fade, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're watching there, please hit the like button. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel while you're there and hit the notification bell. You will be notified every time we go live, which we do every single day at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. So we're talking about Kings rotation stuff. And what changes can Mike Brown make? What little I shouldn't even say changes. What tweaks can Mike Brown make to the rotation to help kind of stabilize his team and maybe get them on a path toward the consistency that I think they need, that we think they need, that honestly, everybody I know who watches and roots for the Kings thinks they need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If the postseason was today, who starts? We know who 4 of their 5 starters is. Are you starting Kevin Huerter if they played a playoff game today?
Probably.
You can go with Kevin Huerter over Chris Duarte?
I mean, it depends on the matchup. I mean, I think it does. It also depends if you found a way to get Kevin Huerter right. But
no, he is. It's today.
Today? Oh man,
it's right now.
That's tough.
Adam Silver said
I'm probably starting Chris Duarte, but but my leash is like super short because I'm turning to Malik Monk for most of the game.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I like that. I like what you said about it being matchup based, though.
Yeah,
like depending on what the other team's throwing out at the perimeter or whatever.
Yeah,
it depends on the opponent. Okay,
if the opponent is say like the Denver Nuggets and they have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope starting at the 2.
Yeah,
I'm okay starting Chris Duarte. I mean, I'm okay starting Kevin Huerter in that situation.
Yeah,
because I don't think you need the lockdown defender type. You need someone who's going to stay in the position and rotate and who might be able to hit 3-point shots.
But you don't want to cross match Duarte with Jamal Murray?
Maybe. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're probably right. That would probably make sense, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malik Monk first off the bench, then Trey Lyles. Who else?
Yeah. I mean, I got to be honest.
Huerter or Duarte, whichever one's not starting.
Yeah, whichever one's not starting, and then I want Keon Ellis in the at the point guard spot, like alongside Malik Monk.
Okay.
I don't know, like in a playoff series, you're probably dropping to an 8-man rotation.
Right.
So like Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, and then pepper in whatever that player is for like a couple of minutes.
It feels like that 8th player comes down to, hey, maybe against Denver, if it's Denver, it's Alex Len, right? Because you need just another body to throw it in Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
Or maybe if it's matchup based, maybe then it's Keon Ellis, or maybe then it's Kevin Huerter because they need some shooting. They're down 10, or I don't.
Well, it's also situational. If you're playing a team and all of a sudden they start attacking the rim the entire time, it's like, okay, I need Alex Len to step in and go there.
Right.
If it's a team that starts to go small, or a team that you think that they have a couple of bigs that can't defend the perimeter at all, I'm going Trey Lyles. No question. I'm going to drag those guys away from the basket and make them make mistakes on the outside. So yeah, I mean, I think it's totally situational based, but your core guys are Trey Lyles, and your 2 guys right now are Trey Lyles and of course Malik Monk. And that's why I've made the argument too that, like, look, if you were to make some sort of Kyle Kuzma trade that didn't include Harrison Barnes,
man,
that's where you're like, that's where you're cooking, right? Because now I know I got 3 dudes off the bench that I know are going to play substantial minutes.
Yeah.
They're going to support my starters and they're going to be there.
And you can still, with Harrison off the bench, you can still plug and play and mix and match because he can defend multiple spots. And
and Keegan Murray's ability to play multiple spots, that changes everything too. Because all of a sudden now, what if I do a Harrison Barnes, Kyle Kuzma, and Keegan Murray 2-3-4? Okay, with Monk or with Fox, with Sabonis, like that's crazy big. Even with Trey Lyles, all of a sudden I got a bunch of size with Trey Lyles, small ball center, but with 3 guys that are 6'8", 6'9". Okay.
The Kings right now, this is the other thing I'm fascinated to see in the playoffs. The Kings right now, they'd match up against the Clippers in the first round.
Ugh.
That's tough. That's a tough matchup.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see what they do with Keegan Murray defensively. Is it, hey, you're defending the other team's best perimeter player? Like 100%, that's just what it is?
Well, the Clippers are like one of the biggest nightmare teams of all time because of that. What you're asking right there.
Sure.
Because
but let's just say it's OKC then.
Okay.
So let's say the Kings drop to 6 and OKC is number 3.
Okay.
Well, just for the sake of it. Are you throwing him on Shea? And you're just like, hey, Keegan Murray v. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and that's what it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm excited to see our response to that.
Yeah.
And whether he can do that and also be an effective player offensively.
I think he's trying to progress to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one guy that you're going to like let off the hook right now for these games where, a bunch of dudes don't show up. The one guy you're going to let off the hook is Keegan Murray. He's a second-year player. He's trying to figure it out. Like, how many rookie walls do you get?
Mm-hmm.
You get like 6 rookie walls. Maybe you get 3, right?
Sure.
But how many second-year walls do you get? I think people forget that this is not just like, it's not just a steady climb straight to the top.
Yeah.
We're talking about a player who shows up every night, who plays 30-plus minutes a night,
mm-hmm.
and who brings all kinds of like flexibility to your roster. You're going to have dips in production because he's young and he's still learning.
It feels more dramatic because of how good he was last year.
Yes.
And how good he was as a shooter, and the fact that he was just immediately a starter and a rotation player, and he was a starter for a playoff team, and he had a couple of really good playoff games. I think that set an expectation maybe a little higher than it should have been.
Well, I
mean, it's not like people are out on Keegan.
No, I mean, and he hasn't been like, he's averaging 15.4 points. He's averaging 5.5
mm-hmm.
rebounds. He's up to 1.2 steals per game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's showing you a lot of things. His 3-point percentage is up to 36.2. He's slowly climbing,
mm-hmm.
and he's playing 33 minutes a game as a player who's young. And you're trying to
he's doing everything a foundational piece needs to be doing.
Yeah. The next step is for him to consistently push that 15.4 to 17.5 or 18 points per game by the end of the season,
mm-hmm.
and show that that's where he's progressing to. And next year, he'll be a 20-point per game guy if that's where he gets to by the end of the season.
Yeah. You definitely hope so. That's certainly the next step for him.
Yeah.
All right. Before the handoff, when one of D'Lo or Casey, I think it's D'Lo's turn today,
mm-hmm.
when one of them comes in, let's get to our keys to a Kings victory tonight against the Detroit Pistons. James, your first key for the Kings beating the 3-33 Pistols.
Don't give them hope. This is a bad team. Jump on them early.
So bad.
Put your thumb on top of their head. Like, push them into the ground. No Cade Cunningham. Like, this is a bad team. Do not give them a sliver of hope that they can stay in this game. Show them who you are right away. Get up 15. Turn the screws. By 20 up. By halftime, up 20. Make this a game that everyone knows is over early.
Typically, I would make jokes about, like, I would have, if this was last year's Kings team,
mm-hmm.
I would have done 3 kind of funny keys here.
Okay.
But because I've watched this team lose to Portland and to Charlotte, we have to take it a little more seriously. So mine is along the same lines as yours. Do not forget that these are NBA players.
Oh, yeah.
Cade Cunningham is out. Isaiah Stewart's out as well, right?
Yes, Isaiah Stewart is out for sure.
And then there was one more.
Thought
there was one more. Maybe there's not.
There might be one.
Monty Morris.
So, Monty Morris. Yep.
These are still NBA players, although I mean, debatable with a couple guys on the Pistons, but still, they're a team who has won NBA games this year. They took Boston to OT in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Do not sleep on the Pistons.
Yeah, I fully agree. And
get up big, and then you can rest.
Trey Lyles is available tonight.
Good.
That's something that Trey Lyles is available after rolling his ankle the other night.
Okay. Number 2.
Time for more changes in the rotation? ? Herder. Will Herder start? Will Ellis be back in the lineup? Sasha Vezenkov played with spirit and heart and pride in a bad game on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Is it time for these guys to get a look? And, I don't know what the answer is, but if Mike Brown is going to tinker, the road is usually a good place to do it because you're all together. You're practicing a lot more. You're together a lot more. This might be a moment. You need Keon Ellis's like young legs right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Try to win by 50. No, seriously.
Yeah.
And this goes along with what you were saying in your first key. Don't get up 20 and be like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Like, no. Get up 20, then get up 30. And once you're up 30, get up 40.
Okay.
Like this is an opportunity, not just like, yeah, hey, get a road win. Nah, man. If you're going to be a good, high caliber playoff team, then to me, you need to go in and you need to beat the hell out of somebody.
Yep.
Like smack a bad team around, man. Like I need to see it. I need to see it. And we haven't really seen that from them this year. So I would like to see it tonight.
Okay.
Number 3.
Let Fox rest, which is kind of what you're saying. Get up by 50. You get up by 30. De'Aaron Fox doesn't need to play again.
Right.
He needs to go sit down and just like hang out and
take the rest of the night off
and watch basketball.
Sure.
He needs a break, and if the Kings don't understand that, then they're missing out here. He needs a break, and so his teammates, because De'Aaron's not going to want to take a break, his teammates need to give him that break by thumping somebody.
Yep.
And opening a door for him to go and sit and maybe play 20 minutes in a game.
Number 3 for me, very simple. Get good shots. The shots are going to be there. This is not a stalwart defensive team. I don't care if they're threes. I don't care if they're layups. I don't care if they're dunks. Every offensive possession needs to end in a good shot.
Yes.
That's it. I don't need people chucking threes or trying to do too much. Run your offense, get good looks, knock them down.
I'd like to see the Kings look more like the Kings.
Yeah.
Like, just go ahead and look like the Kings. That's fine.
Big time opportunity to do that tonight against the 3-33 Detroit Pistons.
Don't give them that fourth win.
They're so bad.
Yeah. I'm watching. They've got Draymond Green, who's...
My bad. That's my fault. That's my fault.
It's all right.
Sorry.
I waited. Who's skillfully explaining how Adam Silver talked him out of retirement, which is, of course, just such a beautiful story that people will tell their children for years to come.
Totally agree.
Yeah, but they replayed the slap heard around the world, and my goodness, that was brutal. It just like
he smacked him in the mouth.
Him slapping Nurkic.
He could be telling the story about how he hid in his own house.
Oh, and
his daughter FaceTimed him. That was a hell of a curveball on his podcast.
No
one knew he was home except for his wife. And then his daughter FaceTimed him and said, "Daddy, you're in the man cave." She ran downstairs and pulled him out.
Oh,
wow. What did it? You know what? Congratulations on such an inspirational foray into suspension. This is so great. I mean, the highs and the lows, you're really just seeing the depth of the human experience via Draymond Green punching a person in the mouth.
Yes.
What a man.
It reminds me
what
when I was a small child, I was tiny. I was always very small.
Sure.
Like when I was a freshman, I was 5 foot tall, weighed like 95 pounds. I was like a little tiny.
You were small.
I got mad at my mom one time. I slid my bed away from the wall, like, a couple inches, and I slid down behind and then covered myself with stuffed animals because I was mad at her. And then I fell asleep. So this is very much like Draymond, like still being in the house, but no one knowing where you are and everyone searching for me forever.
Did you also punch Yusuf Nurkic in the face?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. That would explain it. Yeah.
That is exactly what happened.
It's time for the handoff. D'Lo, if D'Lo and KC is here, they'll be coming up at noon. Hey, is this Pistons team the worst sports team you've ever seen?
I mean, probably not, but they are pretty bad.
They're so bad, dude.
They're really bad, and I couldn't help. I did admittedly walked in late. Were you talking about if the Kings get up by a lot to sit De'Aaron out?
Yes.
Yeah, that's adorable,
dude. Okay,
no,
but
that's just adorable.
But that's the part of what
they won't.
Part of what led to that
it
was
doesn't feel like it. No, it doesn't feel like that happens with them.
That's what I was saying is like if you're going, this is the game to do it, man, because. I normally, in our 3 keys section, in a game like this, if this is last year's Kings, I would have made jokes.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been like, key number 1, you got to get to the arena.
Sure.
Just like wake up on time.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff. But dude, we've seen them in the last week lose to Portland.
Yep.
and to a short-handed Charlotte team.
Yeah.
You can't. So I'm not taking anything.
A full-handed Charlotte team isn't very good.
They're still short-handed.
You lost to a short-handed Charlotte team, which makes it even worse. Yeah, there's strong Buddy Hield team vibes right now. Like we can't have that. Go get the job done. That was an unnecessary shot at Shavano.
It's usually me who takes those shots. What is happening?
That was nuts.
I should have saved it for after 12. I got plenty of shots to fire at him, given the way that Pacers Celtics game ended. But
it'd be like that sometimes.
Are you? I am so surprised, or I shouldn't say surprised. I am so happy that Tyrese Halliburton's hamstring was only a grade 1.
Yeah, his reaction, I thought it popped and rolled up his leg.
Right.
Like he did have a really concerning reaction. Like anytime an athlete looks like a little confused, I get concerned.
Yes.
Like he immediately grabbed it and he's obviously in a ton of pain and he starts to kind of look around almost like, I don't know what's happening right now. So, and then getting carried off the floor. Now it's funny. Like, bro, you was carried off the floor. You're out 2 weeks. Like now it's funny.
At least nobody's trying to say he pooped himself.
Well, that was the dumbest thing that crew ever ran with. But yeah, I'm glad he's okay because that was super, super concerning. And then like an hour later for Ja to be ruled out for the season. It was a tough night in the association for sure.
Really brutal. It's interesting though with Memphis specifically. I didn't think they were going to be like a threat to Sacramento because they certainly weren't going to be in the playoff hunt. And if they had to scratch and claw to get into, they would have had to be awesome just to get into the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
But even still, like, you know what? That's a team that you got to play them another time. They're potentially dangerous. All right. They're just out of the mix now. Like you
got to play them multiple times still, I think. Like the Kings.
Was it?
Yeah, they've only played them.
They only played them one time. Yeah, they didn't play Memphis without Ja Morant at all. I think Will Z said there were only 2 teams that didn't. I can't remember who the other one was, but one of them was Sacramento.
Brutal. Yeah. Naturally, of course. Yeah. Of course, that's how it goes.
You still got 2 games. You got one there and one back in Sacramento in March. So the Kings play Memphis on the 29th as part of the next really long road trip.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got him back at home in March when, that game, Memphis very well could just be like cashing it in at that point. And that's not a horrible thing for the Kings.
Yeah. Are you in on Kyle Kuzma?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I would caution people to not be, I wouldn't be 100% certain the Siakam stuff doesn't get revisited at some point. I think a lot of I got a lot of messages last night regarding our show and some of the things that we were talking about. And strangely enough, I don't think these two teams are like super, super far apart. And I also would caution Kings fans to not like be mad at Pascal Siakam for saying he's not going to re-sign in Sacramento. He's not signing anywhere. And I think the gist of this is if you were like, Siakam hasn't asked for a trade. Like he didn't tell Toronto he wants to leave. Like Toronto's doing this on their own. And Siakam is like, Siakam is like, I'm not helping you. I'm not going to help you facilitate a deal I didn't ask for. If you want to trade me, trade me. That's your business. That's not mine. So it's not, he doesn't want to play in Sacramento. It's like, he's not signing anywhere. And not only is he not signing anywhere, he's not giving anyone any indication that he's going to sign with him.
Interesting.
The place he can make the most money is in fact Toronto,
or it's wherever he gets traded to.
Well, it's that too, but he's not going to help facilitate that.
Right.
So if y'all want to, he's been clear. If you guys want to trade me, but I'm not helping you facilitate something I didn't ask for because this is going to get turned around on me. You guys going to trade me? Trade me. I'll make my decision in the off season when I'm contractually allowed to sign wherever I want to. If that's the team that I got traded to, be it Sacramento or somewhere else, fine. If it's a team that I didn't get traded to, fine. But I think there's a hang up with stuff like draft compensation. Like I think teams, perhaps including Sacramento, is unwilling to give up a draft pick for a player that they might not have next year.
No,
and totally. I think that's part of the, I believe that's part of the hang up with Sacramento. I think that's going to be the hang up across the league.
We talked about this earlier.
Who's going to bite first, though, is the question. Sorry, Jane.
No, that's okay. The question is, did did Pascal Siakam tell the Kings he won't sign there, or is he saying I'm not committing to signing somewhere? And I think that's probably more likely. He at this point he's like, I'm not.
He's not
committing.
Right. He's not committing to anything. He's not. He's certainly not signing an extension now. No, he's not doing any of that.
His
stuff.
Extension now is like a 2-year deal. That's all you can do.
His thing is just, if you're going to trade me, trade me.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. It's different. There's no Pascal Siakam list. There's no preferred destinations. There's none of that stuff. He's like, I didn't ask for this.
Yeah,
you guys are choosing to do this. Do it.
Yeah, and everything we heard.
I don't need to help you.
He went to them and said, "Hey, I would just take the extension now," and they said, "No, we'll pass."
Mm-hmm.
And that's
so it's gotten. It feels like it's gotten contentious with him and Masai Ujiri. That's tough to believe with how Masai operates, but I think you have a bit of a contentious relationship right now.
And players love to come to Sacramento. Once they're here, they don't want to come here. Once they come here, they're like, oh, this is not what I expected. This is way better than I thought. And the weather and everything else, it's way better. The team, the camaraderie, the foundation that they're building, the players that I'm playing with, how much fun we have on the court, all of those things.
Yeah.
Like it changes very quickly.
And the thing with me is like, as long as Malik's not a part of the deal and it's Harrison and you formulate whatever you want to after that, I do it.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I do it.
Yeah,
it's a draft pick. I do it.
Yeah. I think I would too.
Yeah.
And I mean, you hope it works out, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I would try it. It's a huge risk, but it's not like Monty McNair hasn't taken a huge risk before, because he certainly has.
Yep.
That's Damian Barling. D'Lo and KC are next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Good work, everybody. Thanks for jumping in, Damian.
Yeah,
sorry for blowing out your eardrums.
Always.
I
I always forget to hit that mute button.
Every time.
Kenny forgets to hit it too. What day is today?
I think I can even hit it over here.
Today's Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday?
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
What day is today?
Over at the morning show that I work on, I had to enter a contest winner today. Jealous. And it came up as Wednesday, and I was like, oh hell yeah, it's Wednesday?
Yeah.
And then the caller was like, nope.
Like, yeah. Sometimes you pull up Promo Suite and it just decides it's the next day for you.
It's brutal.
Nope.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Chatty House. I think I have these switched, so switch you.
No, you had it right.
You're usually on the right or the left?
Yeah, the other way. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get over there.
You'll know once you get over
there.
Yeah,
I'll figure it out when I get over there.
I think it's switched, but I might be
wrong. I think that's right.
Oh, 2 stations. Comments. Away you go. Ooh, oh, that was a crack. I want Hoops Side podcast with Michael Scotto this morning.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so I've been sitting here for a while.
Good stuff.
I
like him.
Sweaters. He's a nice dude. So,
I firmly believe he does not have his head up his ass like many others do.
No, actually, the reason why he reached out to me, again, this is a couple of times he's done this, to say, hey, great work on the Connell Anderson stuff. Which is weird because they still haven't touched really set, because I don't think he's officially cleared waivers yet. And then they can't sign him, and then they're going to intend on signing him to Sunday as soon as he clears waivers. But so we went back and forth and compared notes on Kings, and then okay, come on the show. I'm like, all right. We had him on our show once.
Oh, did he?
Uh-huh.
That Jake Fisher one you guys did a lot of post show numbers.
Oh, really?
Did really good on YouTube.
The audio was horrible. He was at the G League showcase. Yeah, the audio was not good.
How you doing, Hammer?
All right. Kind of a light day today for me. Like like, oh, I'm going to be able to go home and I'll be able to take a nap and wake up to the game.
There you go. Don't have to deal with us. It's a win-win. Win.
But I can't sleep too heavy because this team's ready to swing for the fences now.
Yeah, I hope so.
They ain't waiting.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We got a lot of messages yesterday to not write off the Siakam thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think a lot of it is opinion based, but there was there's a lot of smoke still, I think, around those two.
Yeah.
Just depends on if someone will give them what they want.
Which is what?
Well, they want. I think that they want draft compensation. I think that's the main thing is they want draft compensation.
Okay. So, but I'm not giving them. I give them a first.
I don't know that I do multiple.
No,
Multiple's tough.
I'd give them one.
Yeah.
To go with first.
Yeah.
You guys have a great show. Enjoy.
Thanks, man.
Firing it up.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Well, show's already messed up. The producers in there not paying attention. Got a whole pregame routine and they missed the whole thing.
Maybe he is paying attention. Maybe he just don't want to show no pride.
Wow.
Sometimes it be like that.
We'll take the delay game penalty here.
Why is Stephen A doing a show in a hoodie?
Well, I mean, he's
No, he's in Houston still, but he was in the
he was in that was one of the greatest suites of all time.
Wild scene. Who was the woman he was with? That wasn't Molly?
No.
It was. I know it wasn't
And
Molly. Like, who was it?
I don't know if he was with her. He was talking to
next
her.
to her. Yeah, the woman he was right next to. I couldn't figure out who that was. At first, I was like, well, that's not Molly. And then I look, is that Mel? Is that Mel Ford? No, that ain't her either. Yeah, but Jeets and Jordan and
Travis,
that was a
Travis
hell of
was
it.
in
Yeah,
the
Travis
building.
Scott was up there.
Damn.
We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, January 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And
Go
excuse
ahead.
me.
Yeah, get
Run it
yourself
back again. Run it back
No.
again.
No,
Run it back
no.
again.
I refuse to press that button.
Acknowledge me.
No,
Your
not
Michigan
pressing.
Wolverines.
not mine.
The Michigan
do
Wolverines.
that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's ours now. The Michigan Wolverines. National champions
Good
of
for
the
you.
2023 college football
Good for
season.
you. Good for you.
was-
I even give you some it's good stuff. As that game won, acknowledge me. I've been telling you this all year.
Yeah, you
No,
were
no,
right.
no.
You said 3
The best
scores.
team. I said
You
it's
said
the
3 scores.
I said it's the best team in football all season. And they showed that. One thing that I forgot on the road here, though, was I really did. That's a shoot. I thought they were the best team in football. I forgot what a big deal this is for Harbaugh. Like, Harbaugh finally won the national title. Like, it didn't dawn on me until, like, not even as the game was ending. Like, the game was over.
Yeah.
I was like, this is a really big deal for Jim Harbaugh. That's awesome.
Yeah, he did it. I know I was like in and out on Harbaugh, like not really sure if he can get the job done. And then when the year he finally beat Ohio State and he just had he just had a look of joy, and that's when I knew how much
Like 2 years ago.
well, it's been what,
Fine.
3 years now? 3 straight
No,
years.
they've won 2 straight years.
Won 3 straight years. He was only there for 2 of them. He was there that first year. Then they went into the
Is that
horseshoe and
right?
beat that ass.
Yeah.
And then this year he was suspended. And they're going to do it again next year.
Well, they might. Yeah, they might.
But when I saw that first
Well, no, not if Harbaugh ain't there. Ryan Day scared to death of Harbaugh.
Well, this is true. They got a recruiting class. That's
Harbaugh.
crazy, though.
So Ryan Day been the coach 4 years because he won one.
Yeah,
Wow.
4 years.
Wow.
3 losses to Michigan. Maurice
Got
Claret,
one more.
Maurice Claret said he's on the clock.
Yeah, that one
He's on the
more.
clock.
That next one gonna be the last one.
But when I saw him win that first
He's gonna
game
be the first coach in history in 5 years who has 4 losses to get fired.
Well, it happens. Lloyd Carr.
Well, that's true story.
And I saw him win that first one against Ohio State, and I was like, oh man, this is different for Jim. This is different. Like there was joy. He was so happy. And I remembered that all the way through. And then him winning that national championship last night, I sat there and it's like he did it, man.
Mm-hmm.
He did it.
Yeah.
He came back
That's
to
big.
Michigan, and Michigan was in shambles when he got there, and he did it. He
Yeah,
brought a national championship.
This was Harbaugh's finest coaching job for sure. The way he coached the Ohio State game and the way he coached, particularly less the Ohio State game, but more the Alabama game.
Yeah.
The way he coached that Alabama game was just flawless. I still think it's his second best season as a head coach. His first one, where that, as you said, that team was in shambles.
Yeah.
And he came in. I feel like he had a 10-win season his first year or 9-win season. It was something. It was a dramatic turnaround. Is just incredible. Harbaugh is a fantastic coach. He's a character who I get a kick out of. I did chuckle at I get to sit at the big boy table now. And, Jack Harbaugh's got a national title. My brother's got a Super Bowl. Now I get to sit with the big kids at the table. So like he's a very unique individual, and his uniqueness is what makes him great as a coach, particularly for young men.
Mm-hmm.
It's also where it gets him in trouble with his higher ups in the NFL.
Yeah.
So the next move will certainly be a fascinating one to watch, but I'm, even though he's the Michigan coach, I've been all in on Harbaugh as a head coach, and this is a great story for him.
Love Harbaugh. Loved him since Stanford. Obviously, when he came to San Francisco, he had the streets on lock.
He was Andrew Luck's coach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he had the streets on lock when he was in San Francisco, and then just goes to Michigan, my favorite college football team, and loved him ever since. I don't think you answered the question yesterday, though, and Jesse, you can answer it too. If the reports are true, which I think they're going to bring other people in, but right now the Raiders are saying it's Harbaugh or Antonio Pierce. If Harbaugh says, I want to come
I danced
Vegas,
around it.
Because I think you feel the same way I do. My heart says Antonio Pierce. I love to see him, be the coach of the Raiders, but my mind says if Harbaugh says he wants to come, you bring Harbaugh in.
Harbaugh's a great coach. Like he's obviously more established than Antonio Pierce is. I feel like you've got to think for your head coach hiring and your general manager hiring, you've got to think long term. I think the question with Harbaugh will always be, what's long term? Like long term for Harbaugh might not mean what it means for like me, you, and everybody listening. You need to get this right if you're Mark Davis.
Yeah.
I think it's Harbaugh.
I think so too. If he says he wants to come,
I think it's Harbaugh, and you would hope this is obviously a Jim Harbaugh decision.
Yeah.
You would hope he goes to Antonio Pierce, says, "Bro, I don't want to lose you. I want you here." Now that's it's a bit hard for me to see. Coaches have their people, and you don't want camps forming and things like that. But if there's a way to keep Harbaugh around, or a way to keep Antonio Pierce around, I think you do it. But I think Harbaugh would be the guy if it's really if that's true. We'll talk to Scott Gulbransen in about an hour. If that's the case, and Harbaugh wants to go to Las Vegas, I think you do it.
Yeah, and I think Harbaugh is also at the point of his career where he wants to be here. He wants to be around long term. Yeah, somebody's.
You hear that?
Yeah. I don't know who it is. Whose phone it is? I don't know.
I don't know what that was.
I don't know, man. What?
All right.
But I think Harbaugh is. Stanford was a stepping stone, and that's why that was so short. The Niners, he wanted to be there,
mm-hmm.
and he couldn't get along with Jed, and he got fired. Michigan, he's been there.
How much of that was on Harbaugh?
A lot of it.
Okay.
He was a jackass. I love him, but there's things that you just can't do to your boss, and disrespect that he showed a lot of the time. So a lot of that was on him.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of it, I think, was on him, to be honest with you. But then he went to Michigan. He's been in Michigan, what, 6 or 7, 8 years now? Kyle's been with the Niners 6 years, I think. There was 2 years with Tom Sula and Kelly, so I think it's been about 8 years.
Yeah,
Harbaugh's been there.
Yeah, that checks out.
7 or 8.
That checks out.
So I
which is actually longer than I think most people thought. I think the problem with Jim was, like, how many years ago is Jim Harbaugh going to the NFL start?
A couple years ago. I think he was supposed to go to Minnesota. I forgot what happened there.
Huh.
He was supposed to go to Minnesota either last offseason or the one before. And
last offseason was loud. Last offseason was
apart.
Really loud.
Yeah, it's been about 3 years where it's like, Harbaugh's on his way out. And now he can go. And all those guys at Michigan, Corum, he came back. He was supposed to be a draft pick. Edwards was supposed to be a draft pick. They had a couple guys on the deep. They all came back for this.
Mm-hmm.
They could have left. A lot of them could have left
and
gone to the NFL, and they said, no, we're going to come back. I like to see when those things happen. Michigan, regardless, like when the kids say, we could go, but let's finish this off. Let's do something together, do something special, and they actually achieve it. Harbaugh could have left last year. They all came back.
The colorblind dude taking over if Harbaugh leave?
Unfortunately. He not going to get my vote of confidence. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, he might have lost some people too.
He lost me.
He might have lost some people this season. But salute to Michigan, but specifically, at least for me, salute to Jim Harbaugh. I let that story escape me leading into last night's game. Congrats to Jim Harbaugh. A huge, huge deal for a football name, right? Like that's what Jim Harbaugh now is a football name, and like what a family that group of individuals have.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they were all turned up. His dad,
and I'm a sucker for that stuff too. Yeah. Seeing John down there, like that's awesome.
It was turned up. And then when John came and saw him on the sidelines, and Jim didn't know who he was, almost got security on him. Did you see that clip?
I didn't.
So Jim is like, I don't know if the game's going on or if it's right before kickoff, but he's down there and he's thinking. Looks like he's thinking about a play. And John walks up to him on the sideline, taps him on the side, and Jim gets up like, hey, who the hell are you? John, how are you doing? Hey, buddy, how you doing? Jim was ready to toss his ass out of here.
Man.
So that was some good stuff. And I do want to say, I've been nostalgic on this all year. Officially, so long to the Pac-12. That book is finally over. Washington, the last Pac-12 team to ever play a game. Still upset about that. I'm never going to get over that.
No, nor should you. Like, that's trash.
Yeah. Never gonna get.
Yeah, he's doing the show in a hoodie and a leather jacket. Shout out to my man Stephen A.
Today is our girl Kimberly Martin's birthday. Came across on my IG, and she had a video where she was talking about Stephen A. because he was like at a WNBA game with like a Letterman's jacket, hat on backwards. She's like, "You look like an actor on 21 Jump Street. What are you wearing that for?" That's what when I saw him just now, it reminded me of. She probably gonna get him too.
He had like an ESPN Letterman's jacket on.
That one last night was cold. That jacket he had on last night.
I need to see the rest of it.
That was cold.
Like it had the ESPN logo on it. I was like, man.
Like, yeah, that jacket last night was cold.
You get that at the ESPN store? Like, where do you get something like that from? Did our man advisory make that? Our man Keith out here and said, did he make that? Weird night in the association last night. Tyrese Halliburton died on the floor, was resurrected today. I was telling the insiders, like, I'm first and foremost, glad he's okay. Yeah. Now the clip's funny.
Tyrese Pierce out there.
Now you got a grade 1 strain, and I can't, like, he must have been
heat for my boy.
Man, he carried off, towel over his head, like, oh Ty, this is a terrible end to a great season. Oh, he'll be out in 2 weeks.
I thought that man needed a hamstring replacement.
He's going to miss the game at the Golden One Center. By the way, for those that didn't catch that math, he's going to miss the game at G1C. So that'll just give everyone a little extra energy for Schiavano.
Yeah, well, he's going to get extra energy.
He got away with one last night.
Yeah, he did.
My God. What they decide to overturn and not overturn is fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating. We'll talk about that. John Morant out for the season. I didn't see that. No, you'll share that with me, and then we'll share what we heard regarding the Sacramento Kings and Pascal Siakam as well. We're just getting started. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I need one more. I got one. I got the Michigan football. I need one. I'll be like, Thanos.
Could Kenny possibly win 2 championships
I'll be like
in 1
Thanos with the stones in my finger.
2 championships a month apart.
That'd be tough for us.
I don't know, man. Oh yeah,
I need one more.
I've never used a sick day in my life, but
you won't have to.
I feel a cold coming on.
You won't have to. I'll be in the streets of San Francisco.
Oh, that's well.
Doing the show from there.
If you FaceTime me to do the show, I'm just blocking you.
I'm saying right now, we'll find a way to make it happen. We'll find a way to, still do our jobs or whatever. I got to be at the parade.
Oh, you should definitely go to the parade. You go down there.
I'll probably be at the 95
gonna be in Baltimore?
I was going to say, you go out there. Oh.
That's how you feel?
Wow.
I was just asking questions.
Wow.
I was just asking questions.
All right. I was talking to the homeboy last night, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, man, y'all should get out the NFC." I don't know about Baltimore, dog. I was like, man, if we play Baltimore again, we beat them. Period. And Lamar's my guy. Baltimore, I got love. But we play the Ravens again. We beating them boys. We ain't turning the ball over 5 times again. And if we do, we'll lose. But it ain't happening again. We'll beat Baltimore.
Yeah, that's one thing I get hung up on with the potential second matchup is like, you're going to get them again, especially the way that you got them. You're going to get them again. I think about that with Miami and Baltimore, too. Like, I think about that with teams that have already played. Like, what did the first game look like? And
Chiefs and Dolphins.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah.
Dolphins winning the chip, says Polo L. I don't know. Maybe. Look.
I'm not going to say I just saw Jesse typing right now, but
I don't know. I was talking to Kyle and I saw that message. I hope so, Polo. But they're either getting blown out or winning on Saturday. I'll say that.
If the Dolphins, if there's realignment in the playoffs and the Dolphins play the Giants and the Panthers and those teams, they're
not in the playoffs.
Oh well, yeah. I don't know since they can't play those teams. I don't know.
Play the Cowboys. Beat the Cowboys.
They got to get to the Cowboys first. Nah, I do. I still have not made my decision, Jesse, about Saturday. I don't know, man. I don't know.
What's the other Saturday game?
Texans, Browns.
Texans, Browns. That's right. That's the first playoff game. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think the Dolphins might have something for the Chiefs. I think they might have something for them. Who y'all signed? What's his name? Who they used to play with?
Tyreek missed the first one, didn't he? Did Tyreek didn't play in Kansas City, did he?
No, he played. Yeah, they was in
Germany, yeah.
Oh, that's right. It was in Germany. That's right. It wasn't in Kansas City.
Y'all signed Houston. Who was he with, man? Wasn't that one of the
He was with his kids. He was taking care of his kids.
Well, not this year. But wasn't he like a big time pass rusher like 2 years ago?
I think with like Baltimore or something.
Maybe it was Baltimore.
Justin Houston and Bruce Irvin gonna win us a game on Saturday, I guess.
Oh, I didn't hear about the Bruce Irvin. Oh man. Oh, jeez. Goodness gracious.
Don't mind
Kenny,
me.
you get a helmet. You could play defensive end for the Miami Dolphins as well.
I thought Bruce Irvin was going to retire in 2015.
He's been kind of playing the role of, I'm going to play the last couple of weeks of the season with you guys, and if we win, we'd win.
Bruce Irvin, former Oakland Raider. I remember meeting Bruce at training camp. He sat down, did an interview with us. Bruce is one of them dudes who you see, and you're just like, man, I don't think we're the same species. Like, he is a giant individual.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Bruce Irvin is a big, big dude.
Bruce Irvin starred with the Legion of Boom. He's going to play on Saturday.
Okay.
Mind you, the Legion of Boom was 2013.
Yeah, it was 11 years, a while ago.
He's going to play on Saturday.
Longevity.
There's nobody else in the Legion of Boom playing football right now. Bruce Irvin is playing on Saturday, and they're going to expect him to play snaps.
All right. Well,
I don't know.
The Legion of Boom.
I still have not made a decision, though, Jesse. I think the Dolphins might have some for the boys.
You hope they can run the football and, I don't know, maybe not choke. How about that? Don't choke this time. How about finish the football game, pal?
Speaking of choking a game away, how about that ending to the Celtics Pacers last night? So we joked Tyrese is fine. He'll be back he'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Grade 1 hamstring strain, avoided catastrophe with a hamstring that you thought snapped in half and just rolled up and down his leg last night. But he's good. He's fine. Pacers fell into a deficit, managed to fight back. There was a foul called against Shavano on Jaylen Brown at the end of the game. Foul called. Ruling on the court, foul. They overturned it.
That was crazy.
And acknowledged to Jaylen Brown that they didn't see Buddy Hield hit him in the back of the head. So the game doesn't end with Jaylen shooting free throws. It winds up ending with, what was it, Benedict Mathurin shooting free throws because Kristaps Porzingis fouled him on his shot attempt. And absolutely incredible. That was one. I didn't text it. I didn't tweet it. Lives forever when you tweet it. I was like, boy, this is one of those nights where the league needs to be investigated.
Sleepless nights, huh?
That's one of those nights where like I'm pulling the tax returns on every official that was on the court. Because that was an incredible. And Porzingis fouled him. But it's also a foul you
let go.
Like if you're not going to call Buddy hitting Jaylen in the back of the head,
right,
you shouldn't call that either. But they called it, and Benedict Mathurin capitalized. They still don't. What was your boy's name? Kurt, with a K, the big center.
Oh, Cornet. Yeah, he was at that tip in.
Yeah, they executed it pretty well. Derek White threw a hell of a pass, but it was 0.3 seconds left. He got it. They got the tip in time. It just didn't drop for him.
That's the second time the Pacers have beaten the Celtics this year. So good.
Pacers beating all the big boys out there.
Pacers have they've rebounded from when it was looking like it was going to go bad and the clock had struck midnight. They've rebounded. They play some really good basketball as of late. But with that play,
they're going to be facing some challenges now, though.
Yeah, they are. We'll see what the team is looking like. Now with Tyrese going to be out for at least 2 weeks. But I said, before the break, I said, your boy chimed in.
Yeah, who's that?
So Jaylen Brown tweets out after the game. He says, "We see you, Buffalo Wild Wings." Because remember the whole commercial about Buffalo Wild Wings would like make games close and stuff like that.
Oh, very good.
So, So he tweeted that out.
Press a button.
Yeah. He said, "We see you, Buffalo Wild Wings." Then at King James, see what I'm saying? JB clearly got hit in the back of the head. They reviewed the play just to reverse it and said he didn't. Man, what? Good ass game to have an ending like that. And y'all see why I be going out there when it happens.
Hold on. Why did you read it like that? Why did you read it like that?
Working overtime.
Like, what is that? What are you practicing for your drama class? What was that?
LeBron coming out of nowhere, man. He
said, his boy.
And y'all see why I be going in.
Why are you reading it like that?
Trying to facilitate that Jaylen Brown trade right now.
See what I'm saying? Because when the disservice happens to LeBron, he has to continue to justify why he was right, and there's a disservice going on. I ain't never heard LeBron talk about the refs until he was on the wrong end of it. Now it's, see what I'm saying?
Leave LeBron alone, man. What LeBron do to you?
Nothing. I love LeBron, but he a character, man. He a character. I love LeBron.
Are you mad because you didn't get invited to the birthday party?
I should get invited.
The Studio 84 birthday party.
Should have for sure, man. LeBron's my boy, man.
All right.
It's my boy, but he's funny.
I'm gonna cut this.
He's funny. He's a funny
no,
dude.
he's funny. Yeah, no. he definitely be on. He be out there.
LeBron chiming in.
Ja Morant out for the season with a torn labrum.
Bruh, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was.
I saw him on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody took a picture of him on the court in street clothes with a sling, and they were just like, "Oh, he's out for the night," or whatever the case may be. And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Sling's tough. That's a tough look.
I was like, "All right." Then Shams out of nowhere, yeah, he's out for the season. What? That came out of nowhere. Labrum, isn't that what Pascal Siakam had? Didn't he have surgery on the torn labrum?
Remember.
2 years ago, I think.
Siakam. Yeah,
I remember because we were talking about it and we were just like,
Rashawn.
What's it going to look like?
Did Rashawn have that? I think Rashawn Rashawn had a torn leg.
And I remember us talking vividly about just like, oh, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, that's what he had.
We assume he's just going to come back, but once you start messing with labrums and shoulders and stuff like that, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, Pascal had surgery in 2021 on his labrum.
Yeah, and he's come back fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's a slow rehab.
Yeah. So get well soon, Ja.
Yeah, no doubt.
How many games he play? 8?
I think TK Trysta will be with us at Trysta will be with us at 1. It was 10 or at 2. She'll be with us at 2, and she said, "Man, we only got 10 games at Ja this year." And you don't wish injuries on anyone or anything like that, but when you talk about kind of making the best of a bad situation, man, starting next season fresh, without the baggage of a suspension, without the baggage that kind of followed his return in terms of how's he gonna behave. You got this trial, you got all these different things, all of that being behind Memphis, having time now to like, what are we doing? How are we gonna put ourselves? Because we saw what we look like with Ja when he returned. How can we put ourselves in the best position to be great from jump next season? Again, I'm not framing this as a good thing for Ja Morant. It's not. But I also don't think it's the worst for the Memphis Grizzlies and for his own psyche. Like, hey, get through this rehab. I was texting back and forth with our homie Jill Adge last night. I'll put it on wax. I said, Ja gonna be in the MVP conversation next year. Like, I think he has the ability to come back from this with, like, if he has the type of focus that it appears that he has, and he starts next season fresh, and Memphis just does a little bit to put them in a better position, man. He and even if Memphis doesn't, like, he's going to put up MVP caliber numbers to start next season, in my opinion.
I wish nothing but the best for him, man. I hope he comes back super strong and ready, like you said, with a bit of a clean slate to start next season, man. So, wishing the best for him. And like you said, for Memphis in general, you don't always want to do this, but you don't ever want to do it. But an opportunity to kind of reset the franchise a little bit.
Yep.
Get a top 10 pick potentially to go along with a really good team next year. Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, but you can definitely use it to your benefit.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you see some of the tweets about how Ja hurt his shoulder?
Oh no.
Guy with like semi-automatics, just
come on, man. That's terrible. Leave that man alone.
Oh, man.
I saw a lot of Draymond memes yesterday. I didn't see as many Ja Morant memes.
People were talking about they just like captioning. They're like, Draymond, they asked him not to hit and slap the hell out of people, and he said, "This is too much. I'm out of here."
Look at you crying in the front yard with Steve Kerr. Stop punching people in the face, bro. That's it.
I love that. Yeah, me and Steve cried. What? I'm telling you, my favorite is I was hiding in the house. No one knew I was there. And then my daughter FaceTimed me, said, "Daddy, you're in the man cave." And she came and got me out.
Come on, man.
Hey, Draymond.
Hey, Draymond be fibbing, man. He be fibbing. I don't believe nothing that come out of his mouth.
Oh, do you remember when he said, "Oh yeah, I was at the gym," or whatever, and that kid was like, "No, you weren't."
His son was in there.
And Draymond was all hurt. "Oh, that's how you're gonna do your dad? That's how you're gonna do me right now?"
He said, "Yeah, I brought my son with me. We came in here, got some extra shots."
No, you didn't.
Late at night. He said, "No, he didn't." Draymond be fibbing, bro. I don't believe nothing he says ever.
I gotta find
every quote he said. And I'm gonna leave one. I'm gonna keep one to myself. But I saw it and I was like, lying, bro. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Well, I'm gonna keep that one to myself.
Who's a bigger liar, him or LeBron?
Draymond. What he say? He said his daughter.
I'm trying to.
him.
I
Bro,
went.
just walk upstairs.
I went to the account. Here it is. Hang on. I got you. Hang on. I got you. You gotta see this. I can't properly present this. You gotta hear Draymond present this himself.
Why this guy be lying like that?
Courtesy of the Draymond Green
Look at that
Show.
still shot. Just scratching his head.
Thinking of a lie. Here he is.
And now I'll say we're at December 14th. I sat in my man cave for 2 days and just sat there. My kids didn't know I was home. The only person who really knew I was home was my wife. And my daughter, my 3-year-old, she FaceTimed me and she said, "Daddy, you in the man cave?" I said, "I am." And she just dropped the phone and came running back there and pulled me out.
He needs to be stopped.
Right.
No, someone needs to stop this man.
this dude be telling stories, man. Come on, man.
So you sat in your man cave for 2 days, just sat there, just hung out.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Bro, did you eat? Like I like you say that in a press conference because I followed. Like, did you get food? Did your wife bring the food? Did your kids wonder where their mom was bringing the food?
Nobody knew he was there. 2 days. Just sat there.
Just windows shut, darkness, just nothing.
Who does that? Who would ever do that? Just sit there for 2 days.
And the most difficult part was that Stephen A came for Steph Curry.
Is that? Oh, that's he responded to that. See, I didn't.
He
see,
did.
I
You
didn't
didn't see that?
any
Oh,
of
I
this.
got
No,
you.
didn't see
I
any
got
of
you.
this.
Stand by. Here it is.
I saw him talking about.
I'll run it. This one's a
This
little.
guy said I needed help. You? Yes, man. You needed help.
Yeah, and I don't like that KD felt like he had to say something yesterday. Like KD didn't have to say
He
nothing
had to
about
say
this.
nothing.
He didn't have to say it because KD didn't say anything malicious.
No.
He just punched his teammate in the face and said, "Man, I hope he gets help." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't, you know, I didn't mean nothing by that. Like, I'm just like, hey,
One thing throughout this process that really hurt me, I turned on the TV screen and someone, Stephen A. was like, Steph is a bad leader because Draymond did X.
punch someone in the face again."
And
I love the dramatic pauses.
Yeah,
This is good. This is, look,
it
I haven't
pissed me
paused.
off,
It's just dramatic pauses.
but it
Looking in his
crushed,
bed right now.
Yeah, it crushed him.
it crushed me because how is Steph enduring being a bad leader? Like, this guy doesn't give us anything to tear him down about. This guy does everything the right way. And yet he's being tore down because my actions crush me.
Oh,
man, come on, man.
Repeat it for effect. Say it again. Say it again. Come on.
That was a tough one this week.
Oh,
That was a tough blow to deal with.
Another dramatic pause. This is better than Kevin Hart
And-
specials. I'm not pausing
Because
it.
he got crushed publicly for that, I'm going to apologize publicly. I sincerely apologize to Steph for my actions.
Oh,
Because that was a tough pill to swallow. Very thankful for Steph.
Why come nobody edited this?
Come on,
As
man.
I've been out on this time, talk every day, every other day.
Okay. All right.
This dude is faker than a $3 bill, man. This guy,
Oh my God.
this guy is, yeah.
dude's got the eye squints to perfection though. Pause, squint.
Yeah, Peyton says, D-Lo, stop pausing. I didn't pause it one time. My man was just my man was storytelling.
Here's how we'll go. And I'm sorry for the radio. You guys can probably get a taste of this, but this is Draymond. When Steph Curry got called a bad leader, Crushed me.
Jonathan was about to get an alert that the station was off the air. We let Draymond Green go too much longer.
I love how Casey did that with his phone and not the mic.
Yeah, no, that was funny. Man's got a mic right in front of him.
Well, I can't hold the mic like I can hold the mic right or the phone.
That's tremendous.
Crushed me. I mean, this dude, man. This is the first time I've ever found him entertaining. That was entertaining. That was some good stuff.
We'll see if I can get him talking about crying.
I need to know if like Steve Kerr and him, if that happened like after he was rescued from the man cave, if that was before, like did they cry and then he was just in the man cave after still?
Bro, I want Steve Kerr to be like Draymond's son. Like, no, we didn't.
I ain't talked to that dude.
Imagine Steve Kerr talks about, I started crying because I told him I can't handle this anymore.
Hold on. I think we got it. This show has been taken over by Draymond Green. Hang on.
Yo, COE, man. He's doing his thing with this.
Also on that day.
I wonder if we got it. Now we got to go listen to the whole thing. Find out if this was the same day that his kid pulled him out of the man cave.
Also on that day.
Yep.
Coach Kerr came to visit me after shoot around. And we sat in the yard. He cried. I cried.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
So yeah, they were outside crying. He said
because there's a bond there that I've seen it all. Seen the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows. And he just said to me, I want you to end this the right way. Also,
that was okay.
Yo, man, this dude, man, this is the best thing he ever did. This was. I didn't see none of this stuff. This is funny.
Where is this podcast taking place too?
That's what I'm saying. Why is he auditioning for a role in the movie? Why is he on Jimmy Fallon right now? What are we doing?
I think that was
just a black curtain behind him. That's a great question. Where maybe that's his man cave. Maybe that's where his daughter said, Daddy, you're in the man cave. I recognize those black curtains anywhere.
Oh, man.
So his daughter didn't run down and say, like, Dad, where have you been the last 2 days? She just came in and pulled him out of the man cave.
Well, this thing, he was probably looking for a bowl of cereal. Where's my father at? Like, dude, can you get up here?
Can we get a Q&A with the daughter? Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible.
Man. This dude.
Shout out Draymond Green.
This dude, man.
He
did that.
I hope part 2 drops soon.
He did that. I'm not even gonna hate him on that. He did that. That was some funny stuff.
No, he's got to pay this off like Mark Henry, dude. Do the whole the face turn and all that, and the next person he sees, just body slam him or whatever.
So got suspended and became a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, where did he tell his kids he was?
Dude, just walk downstairs, I guess.
Hey, he was gone.
At no point did the kids go, Mom, where's Dad? And what sort of lie did she say? I know Dad's not on a road trip. He ain't allowed to play.
Oh,
come on, Draymond.
That was I tip my hat to that. That was some good stuff. That was hilarious.
Just lying for no reason.
Does he shed a tear his first Warriors game at home when they announce him in the starting lineup and all that?
Oh, I
can see it.
Yeah,
I can see it.
He's on point.
Is that
shout out to those who tagged?
Oh no, that was John hurt his shoulder.
Y'all are cold. Twitter's a cold place, man. That's a cold place. That is a cold place.
See, but that's the thing now. Like Draymond put out all these videos, like this podcast and stuff. Like, what happens if it happens again?
What? Oh, that's me as LeBron. I guess.
That's LeBron Caraway right there.
See what I've been saying?
Yeah.
See what I've been saying? Clearly. I thought I'd just be talking. I mean, be honest with you, I'll just apologize to Ricky Rubio for the reporter asking a bad question at a bad time. But it may not seem like it, but yeah,
congratulations on a great career. It was a great career for Ricky Rubio. Just bad timing by the reporter.
It's like a Shaq impression with a.
I like Tweet LeBron a lot better.
No, tweet LeBron. Tweet LeBron.
Tweet LeBron is hilarious.
Tweet. I don't know why you did that, but Tweet LeBron was definitely funny.
Hey, you know who I saw yesterday? Dwayne Wade. He was at the Clippers Suns game, sitting courtside. Hey, when was the last time Dwayne Wade was at a Jazz game?
I'm not sure. Does he still own stake in the Utah?
Let's keep it real. That whole Jazz thing was to get his kid on the G League team.
Remember what I said? I said, man, look at this dude, man.
I don't
he
think
up to something, man.
I don't think any of these dudes actually own anything that pertain to an NBA team.
I don't dispute that, but he wanted to be courtside and he there. And yeah, I'm here. And
he realized
ain't seen that man at the Jazz. He's like Shaq in Sacramento.
No, he might have.
Did Shaq ever come to Sacramento?
Like once. I think when the Golden One Center opened, he was there. I think. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure he was there at least once. Sure did a lot of TV hits with Vivek Ranadive.
He did? I
didn't
remember.
Yeah, the day they announced it.
Oh, yeah.
The day they announced it, he did a ton of TV hits.
That's Jason Jones's
pick. Yeah.
Profile.
Yeah. Jason, somebody needs to take Jason Jones' phone away.
That's a funny dude, man.
Jason Jones will be with us in the final hour of the show. Hey, Bucks were down 31 at home last night. Speaking of the Jazz, Bucks were down 31 at home last night to the Utah Jazz.
Jeez.
Wound up losing 132 to 116. Giannis spoke. Just throwing it out there. Giannis spoke after the game.
I was also just about to say, like, how do you think they feel in Milwaukee?
Well, Bucks are 1-4 in their last 5, so I don't imagine they feel great.
No.
And they got Boston on Thursday, right?
Yeah,
that's
Thursday.
the next game. Yeah,
And they got the Kings on Sunday.
Well, man, you're staring at back-to-back losses right there.
I think Milwaukee
probably a game in between.
Milwaukee knows they have issues though. Because Giannis talked the other day. Then you pair this with Bobby Portis going on, Adrian Griffin, and all that. They've talked all season too about how they're still trying to figure it out, which is fine because they're a new team. But I think they know they have issues. It's not just a matter of we're trying to gel. Like there's not like serious issues, but like defensively and stuff like that, things just aren't clicking for them right now.
The killer is they don't have nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. They made their trades. This is the team. They're gonna have to hope.
I mean, they're 25-12, right around where Philadelphia is. Boston's cleared them by about 3.5 as it stands. I had just mentioned they lost 4 of the last 5.
Boston had 2 bad losses. Philly had 2 bad losses.
Well,
in the last couple games.
Before you go to Philly, 2 to the Pacers.
They can't beat them.
The Jazz one we referred to yesterday, last night, and they lost to the Rockets. The one team they've beat in this 5-game stretch is the Spurs.
It's not a good look.
So again, this is a championship contender, right? No questions, right? Championship contender. Made a big offseason move. 12 losses. What is Sacramento Kings at? 14?
Yeah.
I mean, does this?
Not all records are the same.
Like, well, does it? Everybody goes through what Sacramento's going through right now?
A little bit. I'll tell you what the difference is with the Kings, though.
Okay. We'll come back. Kenny will tell us what the difference is with the Kings. We'll talk to our man, Scott Gulbransen, for a few minutes as well. He's going to join us from Silver and Black today. Will Z's going to join us as well. We'll try to get to the bottom of it. Is it Antonio Pierce? Is it Harbaugh? What's Jimmy G's future? We'll do all of that with our man, Scott Gulbransen, and we'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. Team of the year, by the way.
Yeah.
We'll explain what that means when D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You can get that link to Will. I added him really, really late. Yeah. I just don't always have the time done yet.
Stephen Brown threw it in the chat too, like about Dame, but it's not just Dame. Like that whole team does not play any sort of defense on Milwaukee.
No, they don't.
And I wonder if they expected Drew Holiday to end up in Boston too.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think I'm gonna add that to the soundboard. That clip that you just had right there. You just hung up on him. I heard him say hello. I hope that wasn't Jasmine. Your ass gonna be in trouble. No, don't say it like that.
John, I have no clue. I'm just going watching the game for the vibes. They win. Cool. I don't know. Who knows with the Miami Dolphins? I said it earlier. I think they're getting blown out or winning.
That's a great clip that's getting added to the soundboard.
To rewrite history.
You might want to go check. There's some food up there. Yeah, they was hovering, like they were literally waiting for them sandwiches.
They're like vultures, bro. As soon as they set it down, just everyone is there.
They was waiting. I ain't never seen anything like that before. They was like, "Where is it?" It's like it's 15 minutes late. That's funny. Neither will Kenny. Shut up, Stephen Brown. That's funny, but shut up. Y'all need to leave me alone. Man, that's facts, Jay. People do not mess around when it comes to free food. There were literally people standing at the kitchen. Where is it? Is it here yet? Oh, my God.
There's like a buzz, too, when like people know food's coming.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Did you hear? Did you hear?
Yeah. Where's this free food? Yep. Yeah, you lose to the Pistons. That's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one of Kelly's people. Kelly working for us this morning. Scott Gulbransen going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk to him for a couple of minutes about the Raiders. Of course, we've got the Sacramento Kings and the Detroit Pistons tonight in Detroit. First night of a back-to-back, and
no Cade Cunningham for the Pistons.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any Cade Cunningham for a little bit here. 7 to 10 days at the least, it looks like. I think is what Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted earlier today. Also, the start of a 5-game road trip for the Sacramento Kings. I brought up that the Bucks lost to the Utah Jazz last night by a good amount. They were down by 31 at the half at home. They were booed by their home fans. Giannis spoke after, which I think he does after every game. But I asked the question right before the break, does anybody feel a certain way about this? Looking across the league, looking at Milwaukee, a title contender, a title favorite who had a major trade this offseason, has lost 4 of their last 5. Utah, Houston, and 2 to the Pacers. The Pacers are a good team, but that was, I think, the 3rd and 4th loss to the Indiana Pacers this year. Yeah. Does that make is that just the ebbs and flows of a season? And what we're seeing with Sacramento, what we saw, unfortunately, Sunday afternoon at the Golden One Center, Charlotte, Portland, those are things that just happen through the course of an 82-game season.
So, yes, to answer your question directly, those things do happen over the course of an 82-game season. What's going on in Milwaukee right now is something that just tends to happen from time to time. Hell, remember Michael Jordan in 1992? They went on the road trip.
And by the time the All-Star break was over, we knew we weren't going to win 70 games, so business got back to usual.
They struggled. And it happens to everybody. the difference for me with Milwaukee and Sacramento and what I think fans' issue is, and maybe they have the same issues in Milwaukee. I haven't followed them that closely. Maybe they do, but it is the predictable beatdowns that have people just besides themselves. If the Kings, what's it like? 10 of the losses have been by
double
digits.
Or yeah.
If that number was at 3, I don't think there'd be as much hysteria for this. I know there wouldn't. Not for 21. What are they? 21-14. 7 games over 500. And you had 3 games that were double-digit losses.
Bucks have 5.
Yeah, people wouldn't be tripping.
Bucks have 5 double-digit losses. None of them by 20.
They got 10.
Yeah,
the Kings. That's crazy. And like you said,
let's look
the
at
Bucks. None of them by 20. Kings they probably got 5 by 20.
This will be an interesting one, and it might upset people. I don't want to upset anybody.
Oh,
I'm gonna look at the Pacers. The Pacers have a 51-point loss on their resume.
Wow.
And a 24-point loss on their resume. Those are the lone 20-point plus defeats. Those 2. Kings have 4. 2 of them were by 5. 2 of them were by 30. Both to the Pelicans. The Pacers have 10 double-digit losses on the season. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 17, 18, 24, and 51. That's what the Pacers
I think I'll even get more specific and go a little deeper into what I said. I think it's the 20 and 30-point losses. 10 ain't really that big of a deal. 20 and 35 times?
What I say they have 2. Pacers have 2.
Pacers have 2. The Kings
5
times. And you combine those 5 20-plus point losses with a loss to Portland and a loss to Charlotte. And it's like, this is frustrating.
I'm gonna look at New Orleans just for fun because they beat the hell out of Sacramento. New Orleans.
There's a Draymond mixtape on the screen.
This is a wild one. Oh man, that play.
They showed the one where he was had his legs laying on Jaylen Brown. That one. Look at this guy. Come on, man. Come on. This guy's a menace. Oh, here we go. Sabonis. Here we go. The catapult.
What? Look at what would happen? And here's the headline.
They've been going for a minute and a half.
Hey, shout out Rudy Gobert. Rudy's like, hey, what you want me to do? I ain't doing nothing.
This isn't even the authentic YouTube mixtape of crazy Draymond, and they still were going like a minute.
I can't. It's too much for him not to be able to do that stuff. He's got to retire. I pulled up the Pelicans. They lost by 44 to the Lakers. They lost by 28 to the Golden State Warriors and 21 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that's it. They have 7 double-digit losses on the season, 3 of them by 20 or more.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to go through every single team, but right now, in terms of the good teams in the league, and the Sacramento Kings are, in fact, a good team, they stand out. Dallas might be an interesting one to look at. As I just said, I'm not going to go through every team in the league, but I'm going to look at Dallas. Dallas will be the last one, I promise. I'm curious now. The Dallas Mavericks. They won by 50. Okay, Dallas. Their biggest defeats, 37 at the hands of Utah. They have 10 double-digit losses, 4 of them by 20 or more. The interesting thing about Dallas is I don't know that people think Dallas is very good.
That's the thing. I think they're
22-15. So, like, again, if you are what your record says you are, they're 22-15. Luka Doncic is having an MVP caliber season,
right?
But this is a team that's lost by 20+ points 4 times and double-digit times the same amount Sacramento has.
I think they just look at it where people just don't take them seriously as a title contender.
Dallas,
yeah, and for that matter, people can't get mad if people look at the Kings that way.
That's right.
Because of this stuff. The way they play right now, I don't look at them as a title contender.
Absolutely.
With how they're playing right now. That could change. you know, if they show me something over the next couple weeks, maybe month or something like that. But as of right now, I can't see this team playing good enough basketball to win multiple series. You know what I mean? Like I'm grasping that they might still win one series, but with what they've shown so far, there's nobody that can reasonably say this is a contender.
No, they most definitely cannot.
The good thing about that, though, is it's not written right now, right? Like you got time to either make deals or come together, find a groove or whatever the case may be. Then in March, you know, we may look back at this. Remember how we felt in January? Look at these guys now. You know what I mean? 25 games over 500 or something like that. That could happen, but as of right now, nah.
Meanwhile, the Clippers are 20-6 in their last 26 games.
Clippers are the best team in the Western Conference.
Yeah, right now I'm not gonna beef with that.
Clippers
Yeah, right now I'm not gonna beef with that. How far back are they? Phoenix 2.5? Yeah.
I was watching that game last night.
Is this? If I just said this with Dallas and have said this for 2 days now with Sacramento, is 19-18. That's what Phoenix is. Is that who they are?
Yeah, I don't think Phoenix is very good.
This is.
I think they're a playing team.
This is the stuff. We're entering that stretch where this stuff is going to bother me because this does not pertain to you and it does not pertain to this show. There's a lot of people who are going to say exactly what you just said, and they're going to explain all of the reasons why Phoenix is a game above 500, why things aren't really working out for them, and not one of them will acknowledge that they picked Phoenix to win the Western Conference, or that they had Phoenix as the most intriguing team entering the season, or that they thought Phoenix was going to be impossible to beat with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. Meanwhile, Lolo, D'Lo, and KC in Sacramento and other measured, thought-out basketball fans were like, I'm not 100% sure that's going to work.
Right.
Brad's going to miss time. KD's going to miss time. He hasn't, which is probably the most incredible thing out of all of this. Book will history says is going to miss some time. They're going to have to figure out how to play together on top of all of that. Now you got like extreme versions of Bradley Beal missing time. Devin Booker has missed chunks of time. Kevin Durant has looked like, a former MVP again. And still, when all is said and done, they haven't been on the floor together.
Right.
I'm not dead. That was a long-winded way of saying we told you this was going to happen.
We told you. Last night, I was surprised because they did have all three out last night. I was surprised, and I said, hey, is that Bradley Beal?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, they are out there. And it doesn't look right. That doesn't mean it won't ever look right, but I don't think it's going to happen this year. I remember watching opening night when they beat the Warriors. They won. Book went off. KD was cool, but I think like a Koji played well and Eric Gordon played well. And I was sitting there like, these are the guys they expect. This is what they're going to need to win games and be good every year, every night. No, it's not going to happen. They don't have no point guard. And Nurkic is up and down. So I think they're a playing team. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything from the Suns. And like you just said, I'm not really that surprised.
On that same note, or at least a similar one, Draymond Green returned to practice today, according to Kendra Andrews.
Came out of the man cave?
Well, he came out of the man cave and went to the Chase Center or wherever they practice. Let's take a pause from all that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app and live on 1320 TV. As we bring in our main man, Gulbransen,
downtown Scott,
live in Vegas, as we kind of close the book. Actually, we're not even closing the book. We're just closing a chapter here on the Las Vegas Raiders because there's going to be a lot to follow, Scott, over the course of the next few weeks. Casey brought this up to start the show. Rumors are pretty heavy that it could already be down to Antonio Pierce and Jim Harbaugh. How real is that rumor, and what direction would you go if that's the case?
Well, I think it makes sense, right? So how real is it? I think it's pretty real because I look at what we've heard and been told about Mark Davis wanting a big name. So if you can get a big name, and in this case, I think Jim Harbaugh qualifies. I mean, he won the national championship last night. He had great success with the 49ers. He's won everywhere he's been. And so that makes a lot of sense. He also is a former Raiders coach. That's where he got his coaching start. He was hired by Al Davis, was close to Al Davis, talks about openly how Al Davis has influenced him throughout his career. And so that makes sense. The other side of it is Antonio Pierce did a great job, brought this team to 5-4 the second half of the year, had never been a coordinator before in the NFL, was a position coach, stepped up, unified the locker room. So you look at those two guys and you're like, okay, well, if I can't go get Harbaugh, then you got your guy, right? So you have Antonio Pierce, fan base loves him. Obviously the players love him. So I think if you look at the situation, it's not, you don't have to be anti one or the other. I think a lot of fans are like, well, no, it's got to be Antonio Pierce. We love him. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't deny that if somebody like Jim Harbaugh is available and is willing to talk to you and interested in coaching your team, how can you not consider him? But if that doesn't happen, then I would fully expect that they go the different route and they go with Antonio Pierce.
And the scenario that I brought up to D'Lo was simply you get a phone call from both agents. And obviously Antonio Pierce wants the job, but Jim Harbaugh's agent, I think it's Don Yee. I think that's the agent, right?
Yep.
I believe it is.
He says, hey, Harbaugh wants to come. And you got a decision to make. And I feel like I would love to see Antonio Pierce get this opportunity. My heart says Antonio Pierce. My head says you have to go with Jim Harbaugh if he says he wants to be there.
Yeah, and that's put really well, and I think that's what we're seeing when I talk to fans who love Antonio Pierce because of the energy, because he's a real guy. Like he's down to earth, and you have to give him credit for what he's done. At the same time, you have a proven winner. You have a proven winner in Jim Harbaugh. So the way I've been talking about it, guys, has been this: is no matter who the candidate is, there's risk, right? So with Jim Harbaugh, if you want to consider risk, what is it? Outside of his 9 years at Michigan, okay, hopped around a little bit, but he was also climbing the ladder at that point. So he's now 60 years old. I don't think he's thinking, hey, I'll go and coach an NFL team for 4 years, and then I'll go back to college again. No, I think wherever he goes is going to be his last job. He wants to try to win a Super Bowl, which has been his stated goal. He now won the college championship, so that's really all that's left for him. So if he does that, makes sense. At the same time, you like Antonio Pierce, but Antonio Pierce, the one thing I was talking about, guys, and I'll bring this up, which is the difference too with Harbaugh and Pierce is not just their experience as a coach. It's their networks. If you look at Jim Harbaugh, how many defensive coordinators, head coaches has he developed underneath him, and his network of connections and all of that, his coaching tree, whatever you want to call it, it's incredibly deep. Mike McDonald, defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens right now, who coaches for his brother, was his defensive coordinator in Michigan, right? So you have that. Antonio Pierce has connections. He was a great player, won a Super Bowl, but he doesn't have those deep connections. So it's not as easy as go out and say, well, Antonio Pierce can go find a great offensive coordinator and go find this. And he's not going to be able to do it as much as Jim Harbaugh, who's been down that road. So again, it's a positives and negatives thing, and they both have them.
Scotty, I'm fine with a lot of this. There's one thing that I keep bringing up to KC that just sticks with me, and you can correct me if my line of thinking is off track or understanding is off track. Aren't they looking for a general manager?
Correct. They are.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm old school.
But this is what I talked about yesterday, though, and it doesn't happen all the time.
Right.
But Kyle Shanahan basically hired John Lynch, so
Correct.
maybe that could be the direction.
So I feel like that works with Harbaugh, but does that work for Antonio Pierce?
No, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I think and to your point, you Casey, you have a situation where, yeah, if it's Harbaugh, things are different, right? And people are like, well, Harbaugh's going to want to control everything like Gruden did. He doesn't want that, but he will want say in who he works with, because as you guys know, his relationship with Trent Baalke in San Francisco was the reason he was out there. It was like oil and water, right? So he doesn't want that again. So you understand that, but he doesn't want player personnel total control and all that kind of stuff. But with Antonio Pierce, I think Antonio Pierce has a much better shot of sticking there if the GM is Champ Kelly, who's the interim GM. Now, Champ Kelly interviewed for the Carolina Panthers job today. He's in demand. He's interviewed the last 3 years for GM jobs. He got the job. He was the assistant in Las Vegas before they fired Dave Ziegler. So he's a guy in demand. So if he stays with the Raiders and the Raiders hire him as a GM, then I think that if they hired him first, to me, that signals done. It's going to be Antonio Pierce. If they don't, and Champ Kelly leaves and that job is open and they have to talk to other people, like they talked to Ed Dodds, who's the assistant GM of the Colts, he has connections to Jim Harbaugh. So watching the GM position was very, very good observation, D'Lo. And I think if you watch that, you'll have a tell on who it's going to be.
Yeah, that's a hell of a line of thinking. I didn't put together that if they hire Champ Kelly pretty quick, that might tip their hand as to what they're doing. Or if we find out Champ Kelly takes one of these other numerous jobs he interviewed for, that's a hell of a call, Scotty.
I feel like we're gonna know within. We're gonna get some kind of signs within a week and a half. It feels like that's what I think. Because if it's Harbaugh ready to make moves. You know, he's ready to make moves. So if it's him, yeah, he's gonna celebrate.
Transfer
that.
portal about to go bananas if he goes to the Raiders.
Yeah, and I think, look, I did a couple of interviews last week with some of the beat writers in Ann Arbor, and they all believe he's gone. And now he did an interview. I had a bunch of fans texting at me today about, well, did you see this interview where he said he's doing this in a month at Michigan? I'm like, that doesn't matter. Come on, he's enjoying his win. He's talking to his kids. He's still the head coach there. So don't you got to take that all with a grain of salt.
Yeah, more importantly, he's a made man.
Yeah,
he could take the Raiders job tomorrow and then be back in Ann Arbor in a month.
There will be no tear. Well, there might be tears, but there'll be no, oh, you turned your back on us, Harbaugh, in Ann Arbor.
No,
like,
he's LeBron leaving Cleveland the second time. He's a made man. But the other question might be, Scott, is it just the Raiders for Harbaugh?
No. In fact, I was
talking
talking to my
vacancies available, I think.
Well, the big one that's been linked to him most of all, and I was just talking to my friend Ryan Dyrud at the LA Football Network, and it's the Charger job, right? It's even though the Spanos, I call them the Spanos goofs, because they're just ridiculous. But anyway, they are finally going to actually want to spend some money, right? Because they're known for their thriftiness. And so what I've been told is that that's an appealing job to Jim Harbaugh too, and that there have been discussions there, because if you look at it from Harbaugh's perspective, you got the quarterback there. Vegas doesn't have the quarterback. You don't have a quarterback. So if you're looking at opportunities, you look at the Chargers situation, although the Chargers do have some cap issues and they're going to have to retool on both sides of the ball a little bit, you do have the quarterback, and that situation in Los Angeles might be appealing to him as well. But I think there's going to be others who call him too. I mean, Washington might call him. They're obviously on the hunt for somebody good, and maybe Atlanta. But I think the two West Coast opportunities are interesting because of his connections there in both places. He played for the Chargers, coached for the Raiders. His wife is actually from Las Vegas. So there's a lot of kind of things there in back and forth. So my guess is it would be LA or Vegas.
The Chargers one would have me worried. I mean, because and really for one reason, and that's because they have the quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm Harbaugh and I'm looking at a situation, I don't know what I've got in Aiden O'Connell. I don't know what I'm gonna do draft wise, but I know Justin Herbert, who you know, whatever, overrated or whatever. Like he's at least somebody. Yeah. He's at least somebody that Harbaugh. If Harbaugh looked at Alex Smith and was like, I can work with him, he's gonna look at Herbert and be like, I can work with him. So
yeah, exactly. And that gets down to, I think, the question: if you're Harbaugh and you're looking at an opportunity, yes, clear upside with the Chargers with the quarterback. On the Raiders side of it, you could say, I get to pick my quarterback, because they're gonna be heavily involved trying to get up in the first round to get a quarterback, right? And it's a great class. So it all depends. Do you want a guy who's been a veteran and you have to just work with, like you did with Alex Smith, which is a great analogy, or do you want to be able to bring up your own guy, go select them, and create what you want to create? So that's all going to be depends. And we don't know, because right until he tells us or until he picks, it's going to be unknown for the rest of us.
That's probably the next. Like, what is the status of the quarterback position? Like is Jimmy Garoppolo a Las Vegas Raider no matter what next year?
No, I think he got a couple snaps in when Aiden O'Connell hurt his finger in this week 18. Everybody was getting nervous about that injury bonus, and Jimmy's done everything right. He said, "Hey, look, I just want to get past this and play football again. I'll be excited to be a part of this team next year." But I don't see any way he's back. I think they eat that. The most important thing the Raiders need to do outside of getting the GM and a coach is get a quarterback. Aiden O'Connell is a good backup. Some fans argue with me on that. He has no functional mobility. Okay. He's a good quarterback. He's the kind of quarterback where if your guy goes down, he can come in and win games for you. No question. He had a great last game against the Denver Broncos. Broncos, of course, have the 30th ranked defense in the NFL. So it wasn't as hard as it would be against a better flight team. So I think with Aiden O'Connell, you have a great backup that you can develop over the next several years. He's under contract for at least 5. So, but you need to go make that dynamic playing quarterback your priority. And so whoever comes in as GM and coach is going to be at the center of that. And you got to try to get that as right as possible, because the Raiders, technically, I think we saw this in the second half of the season, guys. They're not that far away. They won 8 games this year. Imagine when they were at 3-5, no one thought they would win 8 games. They won 8 games. And so I think it shows the defense is in a good spot. They need to supplement that. And then on offense, you just need a quarterback. You have a lot of pieces there. Upgrade the offensive line. And maybe you're a 10-win team next year and you're fighting for a playoff spot.
3-1 since the 3-0 game.
Yeah, they're not far off at all. Scott, one other thing that I wanted to ask you about that I don't know, maybe only I'm interested in, and maybe you too, Scott, but I always look at this little stuff. What the hell happened with the field on Sunday? Was that I couldn't tell, was that ice? Was it frozen, or what was going on in the end zone?
No, so it's interesting about this, because I had somebody come at me really hard online about this, because they're a turf field manager, or a field manager for one of the colleges in the Midwest, saying I didn't know what I was talking about. But I've been there, like in 2020 when the stadium first opened and we were in there with no fans because of COVID. It was fine, but throughout the last 3 years, they've just had trouble maintaining it. The desert climate, whatever it is, they seem to do a better job of it in Phoenix. And so the field itself, if you watch the last 5 games at home, a lot of sand in the turf, right? So this time the end zones were really bad, and the outer lying areas where the benches are were really torn up. The field itself, players were tweeting, "Nah, it's not that bad. Our crew does a great job." And listen, I'm not trying to belittle anybody's job, but as far as an NFL field goes, you could see it. You can see the dead spots. You can see the sand. And as people took it like I was insulting their mother. It was really interesting, but I don't know what was going on there. And clearly they'll switch out the entire field for the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl will be there clearly in the next month. But as they do with every Super Bowl, they bring in sod and they completely resod the thing. And I would imagine they'll do that and roll it inside so no weather can get to it.
Fun thing about Twitter, you can open up the app and the turf manager's calling you an idiot.
And it's funny because and he obviously knows more about grass than I'll ever know, right? But I use the example that, listen, I comment on playing football, playing basketball. We comment on politics. I've never run an office. I've never been president, but I talk about the president. So, look, we go with the knowledge we have, and I'm just saying what I saw and what I've seen.
Stay in your lane, Scott. Stay in your lane, buddy.
Exactly.
Last question. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Does Josh Jacobs take his last snap as a Las Vegas Raider?
Yes, I would bet on that. Good young man, good back. Missed the last 4 games because of a quad injury, and he's missed games in the past. I mean, last year was when he won the rushing title. It was his healthiest year. He was stronger, did really well. Outside of that, it's been a problem all along, and he goes out that way. How much of that was really injury and him saying, "I got to protect my value because I'm probably not going to be back," and I wouldn't blame him for that per se. So I think that also Zamir White, in those 4 games since he took over for Josh Jacobs, has really shown something. And I think the Raiders can say, Josh, we love it. We appreciate what you've done. But $12, $14, $15 million a year, we got Zamir White here still on his rookie contract, and he looked pretty good. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one for fans because they love him, but I don't see Josh Jacobs coming back.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Scott, those guys that talked to you on Twitter about a month ago, a little more than a month ago, those guys you were watching the game with, tell them I said go blue. All right, tell them I said go blue.
The Ohio State buddies, yeah, I know. I'm a Notre Dame guy, so I don't like either one of them.
Yeah, well, you guys chickened out of the yearly matchup. I don't know why you guys did that, but it's whatever.
I don't either. I loved it.
Worse than Michigan is Notre Dame. Man, Scott, great stuff. This is a lot of really good insight, man. Looking forward to staying tapped in over the next couple of weeks here in the offseason to see where this kind of thing goes for the Las Vegas Raiders, man. We appreciate you as always.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys too. Thanks for allowing me to come on during the season. And whenever you need me, just reach out and I'll be there for you.
You bet. Thank
appreciate
you, my
you, Scott.
man. That's Scott Gulbransen right there, silver and black. Today, make sure you are following my man Scott for all of the news on the Raiders. We'll come back. Let's talk a little bit about the Sacramento Kings and this Pascal Siakam deal. We'll share with you a couple of things that we learned yesterday and why it might not be over just yet. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yo. What are we? I wouldn't survive in that world today. Who the hell is that guy that keeps walking around here? Who is that?
Is that the 98 rock guy?
Yeah. Oh. Like 98, what, like afternoon? Oh, okay. Is that the dude that was here before? Did we meet that guy?
I think so.
Chicago, maybe? I can't remember where he's from.
From Chicago.
Okay, I think we met that guy before. Well, I'm just like, there's people walking around the studio like, what the hell is going on here? Getting these obscene text messages from Kim. What is going on? That's a nice cardigan that Chris Paul has in this commercial. Like yours, the fuzzies are back. I forgot what it's called. It was like what I had on yesterday. But the fuzzy sweaters are back.
Yeah. 2024.
Last day for the Honor to Gift sale. Oh no, I think that's tomorrow. Tomorrow might be the last day of the Honor to Gift sale.
I'm broke.
Man. Boy, them old dudes be loving them some.
Oh man, hey man. They said not in the same way, but age ain't nothing but a number.
Well, yeah, well, probably could have at least attempted to come up with a different reference.
That was wild. That was wild.
And to be fair, I haven't really been in a position to like talk to this guy. I just know I've seen him the last couple of days, and he's just walking around like, what the hell is going on?
Today's the first day I seen him.
I saw him yesterday. He was sitting down there by Chris.
I'm gonna tell him your presence there is really bugging my coworker.
Oh man. Big perk. Man, it's funny to like watch in real time how much ESPN has leaned into gambling.
They all about it.
Just a real time evolution. Oh, he's dead. Oh, well. Trying to cover his teammate's head with the towel like that. Every one of them dudes should laugh at Tyrese for this. I'm glad my brother's okay. You think my man's rolling around in a wheelchair today.
Wasn't that JR who said that? Oh my God, he's dead.
Good God Almighty, they killed him. God is my witness. He's broken in half.
Shout out,
Look, like Mathurin thought the foul was on him.
Oh my gosh.
Bruh, you called it on the floor.
Shout out Buddy Hill to acknowledging to Joe Mazzulla he did indeed foul.
Y'all really thought Jaylen Brown shot an air ball from like 11 feet away? Buddy Hield walked away like, got him. Got him.
This was ridiculous. Like this.
You know what made it more ridiculous is that they called it a foul.
Right.
props to me though for not saying that the NBA is conspiring against the Celtics. Though I would never do that.
Well, who would do that? That's not true, Carl. It just feels like there's always people walking around the office and we just don't know who they are. And part of that is we're the only ones in the whole building who are like stationary for 4 hours.
Hey,
all right.
Can we give a shout out to the NBA's Team of the Year?
Hey, man. Hey. Yeah, let's dive
all the
into
good
that.
People over there, man. KMB. Shout out to my man Will. All the good people over there doing what they do, man.
Yeah, that is the Sacramento Kings are a terrific organization, and they were recognized by the NBA today as the NBA Team of the Year with the Team Innovation Award for obviously the Beam. The highlights of some of the Sacramento Kings business over the 22-2023 season is a nearly 100% season ticket renewal. They were ranked number 2 among all NBA teams in ticket revenue growth. They added new corporate partner stuff that no one cares about. They were ranked number 1 in fan in-game experience in the NBA. Viewership was up 200% on their networks. And, of course, they had the most watched first-round playoff game in 24 years, thanks to the Golden State Warriors and Bonte Hill, and ABC's largest ever audience for a non-NBA Finals game, thanks, of course, to Steph Curry and our good friend Bonte Hill. And that doesn't even count all of the amazing community stuff that they do, man. So shout out to the Sacramento Kings for all their incredible work and being recognized as the Team of the Year by the National Basketball Association.
Much deserved, man. Much deserved. We said for a long time before last year, they do a really good job over there with the Sacramento Kings with running that franchise and doing the only thing that was missing was success on the court.
Yeah.
And they got the success on the court and everything else was already set and it took
now
off.
It's getting recognized.
Yeah. Took off. And once again, the Beam, one of the great ideas in the history of NBA basketball.
It's one of the great ideas, I think, in the history of professional sports. Like it's up there. Talking to Scott Gulbransen a minute ago, touchdown Jesus, which feels wrong in so many ways, but it's the Rocky statue, right? Like it is special.
And even that, which is great, is not associated with the Eagles, so to speak. It's Philadelphia.
Right. Yeah, it's like, the city. Yeah.
And it's not by the stadium and all this other stuff, but right there, I saw a video. Did
they ever put a Joe Louis statue up?
Did they ever put
I don't know. I just remember that was always the thing in Philadelphia. Like one of the greatest fighters, not Joe Louis, Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier.
Yeah. I don't think they did.
That was always the thing.
They had to put a Joe Frazier statue up. I don't know where, but they had to. I'm gonna believe that they did.
Putting up a statue of a movie character is wild.
That is an iconic movie character, though. Like I don't hate it.
That statue's a little much.
Is it? Well, I guess the fact that so there's Joe Frazier.
Yeah, I think they had to put one up for Frazier.
Well, yeah, I mean, it took a while. Like the Rocky statue's been up for like 4 decades. But the statue looks like it went up in 2015, maybe.
There's a video on, I think it was Sarah Hodges' Instagram, and she got video of outside Golden One after game 1 of the playoffs, which clearly like we didn't know what was going on because we were inside watching everything and watching Vivek's son, who we didn't know who it was, come try and light the beam with the air or whatever. But outside, everybody was like, light the beam, and then the beam gets lit and you just hear a pop like, let's go. Yeah. And it's like, I had never seen that before. I had never saw that moment on the outside.
Well, the growth to the in-arena beam has made it even better. Like it went from, all right, light the beam to, okay, let's press like a little like button to like a little fictitious button to light the beam. Then it's like, okay, let's press a big button, make it a big, dramatic thing. To this year, the guys press the button and an actual beam gets lit in the arena to make it look like it's one continuous beam that goes from in the arena to, high into the Sacramento sky. Yeah. That's awesome. It's a great job. They could win. They could win Innovation of the Year 2 years in a row. This is great stuff.
Good.
The Kings take on the Pistons tonight. First game of a back-to-back, start of a 5-game road trip. Let's talk a little bit more about the Siakam thing. Okay. Before we dive into this game, before we dive into this road trip, before we dive into the state of this team. The homie Trysta Krick will be with us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Always fun. Can't wait to see what part of our house she's joining us from. Casey and I got a lot of texts and DMs yesterday following the show. A lot of them on kind of along the same lengths as we said yesterday. When I tweeted something about Shams is really working for Toronto here to make the Kings look silly, and part of that was framing a deal centering around Harrison Barnes, because the word was already out that Sacramento walked away from this. And then your next messaging from the same reporter was that the Sacramento Kings had a deal centered around Harrison Barnes. Well, you put those two messages together, and it looks like Toronto reached out for Harrison Barnes, and Sacramento said no. I was like, boy, you're kind of making looking you're trying. It feels like you're trying to make Sacramento look silly there. Yeah. There's a lot of other components to it. There's the rumor around whether they wanted to acquire Malik Monk. There's conversation about draft compensation and what Sacramento was willing to add and not willing to add if they couldn't get a promise from Siakam or an actual signature from Siakam. And what we were talking about with the insiders to start the show is, and this was probably the biggest message I got yesterday, note to Sacramento Kings fans, don't take that personally. Pascal Siakam didn't ask for a trade. He doesn't have a list of teams that he wants to go to. He doesn't have a list of teams that he's going to sign an extension with. He's going to serve out the rest of his contract, whether it be in Toronto or Sacramento or Golden State or Detroit or Indiana. And then this offseason, when he is a free agent, he's going to make a decision about where he wants to play. He's not going to do anything to help Toronto or Masai Ujiri facilitate a trade that he didn't ask for. And that was the biggest message I got yesterday. Is Kings fans should not be upset. This is the message everyone is getting. And all three people who reached out to us yesterday all said the same exact thing. I don't think the deal is dead. And I think part of the reason they all said that is because the rest of the league has the same resistance that Sacramento has. So the question with Pascal Siakam, or more specifically, the question with the Toronto Raptors and where Pascal Siakam lands may simply fall on who cracks first. Who goes, okay, I'm going to give you the draft compensation you want to acquire this individual and go with the Kenny Caraway model, get him in-house, and hope we can win him over.
Yeah. And to your point, like you said, it kind of, reading more tea leaves, it kind of feels like Siakam don't want to go. Like he doesn't want to go. Like if he had his way, he would just want the Raptors to pay him. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to leave Toronto. So, like you said, it's not, oh, I don't want to be in Sacramento. It's I don't want to leave Toronto. So I don't want to help these guys out to get me out of a place that I want to stay. But at the end of the day, the Raptors got a job to do. Masai Ujiri's got a job to do. And I do feel like they're going to spin the block with the Kings. I do think that's going to happen. And they may meet in the middle. It's not like they'll, come back to the Kings and it's like, we've got all the leverage, do what we say now. I think they'll work together. They'll get a little bit of maybe what they're looking for. And I actually think the deal gets done with Siakam. I just got a feeling. Yeah, okay. I just got a feeling. And I do kind of think like the Kings kind of feel like they I don't want to say they're desperate, but there's a sense of urgency to make a deal, to make something happen. And I think that might play into them doing a little bit more to go get Siakam.
Let's go. I don't think Harrison and Davion make the money work. I think Kevin Huerter does have to be involved in this.
Kevin Huerter is rumored to be back in the starting lineup today.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Trey
so
Lyles is back.
Trey
We know.
Lyles is
I know that. I missed the Kevin Huerter note today.
Yeah, there's rumors floating around that he'll be back. It all stems from a lot of it stems from he was wearing the black jersey at practice. That's what the
Very
Stars
good.
wear or something. So,
Okay.
So who knows? Nothing's official,
Mhm.
but that's the rumor.
Well, that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good indication. It's worked in the past.
Put a pin in that, by the way.
Huerter.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you include we'll leave, obviously Malik Monk's not a part of these conversations. You can put together whatever Kings deal you want. But the draft compensation, would you do it? Would you just, all right, can Sacramento be the first team to crack before they get to Golden State, before they get into deep discussions with Indiana? You know what? This is what you asked for. Here, I'll give you this, and this draft pick.
So this is what I was talking to Jesse with before the show. I'd be willing to give a first-round pick. It'd probably be the 2026 first-round pick. If you could put some protections on it, that'd be great. If not, then not. You're not gonna. It's gonna be unprotected. But what I think I might do is now I might go talk to Washington. Be like, this is what we're willing to give up. We got a first-round pick for you. Do you want to do this deal?
Got you. Yeah.
And if they say yeah, I'd go with Kyle Kuzma ahead of Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
If they say no, and I'd have to do it on the low. I'd have to sneak around, like, man, don't be telling nobody we talk right now. Okay?
So the deal would have to be a little bit different because of money.
Yeah.
What if Washington says, okay, obviously we can't do it this way. Throw in another first-round pick.
2 first-round picks?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm doing 2 first-round picks. I do 1. I don't think I'm doing 2.
Okay.
Once again, don't be telling nobody we talk, man. Just be quiet, man. Keep this between me and you.
Stuff always gets out.
Well, some things just shouldn't get out.
Trying to think.
Got to raise his voice.
The funny thing about that, no one else has to be involved in the initial discussion. It's usually once it gets to agents, people are going to find out.
Yeah.
But an agent doesn't have to be involved in the initial discussion because, again, I don't mean to undermine the agent, but as it pertains to Pascal Siakam, there's no discussion to be had.
Right.
There's nothing an agent has to sign off on or do. There's no trade clause. There's no extension. There's no nothing. There's nothing that an agent has to do in this situation. You want to keep your relationships right. Like you want to do you want to do right by players, but you don't want them finding out on Twitter, as some have alleged that they have. Right. But I'm not sure. I'm with you though. I'd ended a first-round pick. As it pertains to Siakam, I do it, but I do love your idea of putting the deal together and calling Washington and saying, this is what we're offering Siakam or for Siakam. We have pretty strong belief because of our previous conversations that they're willing to take this. Do you want an opportunity to get in on this?
That's what I would do. Once again.
So this is obviously
nobody we talk because this is gonna mess things up if you run your mouth.
This is obviously an evolving situation with the Sacramento Kings, trade possibilities, and of course Pascal Siakam. I do caution everyone: we're a month away from the deadline. We're getting crazy tweets and texts and people talking insane right now. We got a month of this.
I think James said it. I agree. We got a month before the deadline. I don't think the Kings are ready to wait a whole month. Like if the Kings can make a deal Friday, they'll make the deal.
No, I agree. I'm just saying
it's not up to them. Like the other team might hold out or something like that, but Kings they're looking to make a move. So we might have a couple more days of this.
But you're right. But let's stay with the Siakam situation. And I guess you could probably use Kyle Kuzma in this situation as well. A month passes, you got another month of games, you got another month of basketball, you got another month of injuries, you got another month of win-loss records, you got another month of injury lineups, and Toronto and Washington could be thinking, somebody gonna get desperate. Somebody's either gonna get desperate or get excited, like one or the other. The Pacers, for example, could be thinking, we don't need to do anything. We're good. We got an expiring contract. This expiring contract is going to help you more than it does anything for us.
Right.
He's already expiring in terms of Shavano. We're not re-signing him.
Right.
He could help you and your budget. But if y'all don't want to make the deal, it's fine. They could feel like, we don't have to do anything. Or they could feel like, ooh, we get Pascal Siakam, or we get, man, you look at the way the Bucks are playing right now. This usage rate on Joel Embiid is kind of crazy. Man, we might be able to do something in the playoffs. We could set ourselves up. We could convince Siakam to play with the point guard of the NBA's future. Man, we could be set. So I think you have multiple lines of thinking, and those pertain more to the seller than the buyer. The Kings are the buyer. Washington, Toronto, at least in the examples that we're using, they're the seller.
Right. Now,
they might feel like value goes up.
And everything you're saying is 100% right.
Thank you.
But Toronto made a deal for OG. They didn't wait for that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So if you make the deal, if you give them what they're looking for,
and you got to argue that's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
Like they I think both teams did.
Yeah.
It's becoming a trend where both teams do well in trades. How about that? Shout out to the Kings and Pacers for being innovators.
Well, if they can change, we can change. We all can change. Whatever Rocky said. That's why you got a statue. But yeah, give them the deal that they're looking for. Like if you wanted a pick, here's the pick. Let's make the deal tonight. Don't wait around, because anything could happen at that point. And then also you want to the other thing about it, if you're getting everything that you're looking for, Siakam might go down with an injury, and then it all blows up. So if you're getting everything that you're looking for, if you're Toronto, kind of make that deal. What do you think? You think it's dead?
No, I don't think it's dead. I don't think I'm as confident as you are that it gets done, though.
Yeah, I think
someone's gonna blink. Who is it?
I think it'd be the Kings. And that sounds negative, but I just think they're thirsty right now. And I don't blame them. Make the deal happen.
All right. Make one of them happen. Make one of the deals happen.
Yes. Yeah.
Haven't brought up Zach LaVine's name in a while.
Nah, it feels like that ship is sailed.
That ship may have never left the dock.
Well, it may never have been built.
It may have just been a conversation we had on the radio. Did someone listen and go, what? No. Yeah. Are we talking? We're not podding. We're talking.
We're just talking.
That's it.
We're talking. That's what we do for 4 hours. Had some good tea last night. Good green tea. Need to incorporate that into my daily routine.
Oh, I thought you meant tea like the gossip. I thought that's what I didn't realize you were referring to actual tea.
Real tea. Physical tea. Not verbal tea. Had both.
All right.
I thought you just got another
I did.
Oh, boy.
I did. Shout out to the Odyssey app.
Oh.
Let's do this. Let's just keep agents involved. Let's just make. Hey, you know what? Let's make sure everyone's happy. Let's do that. Let's make sure everyone is happy. Let's make sure everyone is happy. Keep the agents involved in everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe.
That's why I said, look, that's why I said, don't tell nobody we talk.
No, you got to tell the agents.
Don't tell nobody we talk.
You got to tell everybody.
Because if they find out, they're going to 86 both of us.
Yeah.
So don't tell nobody.
Yeah, well, there's consequences if you don't. Go ahead here. There's consequences if you don't. Trust me. There's consequences if you don't. We're not. Yeah, we're going to keep everybody involved.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to talk to these agents right now and be like, yeah, you know what? This is what we did. This is what we did, all right? We talking.
We'll keep an eye on the Zach LaVine thing, too.
Harrison, how do you like Boston?
Get you.
How you like Milwaukee? How you like the Clippers?
Get you to a nice championship city. You stay here with us. You ain't got Harrison. Ain't got to go nowhere. It's fine. Never in favor of trading Kevin Harrison Barnes, anyways. Don't think too much about it. Just keep Zach LaVine in the back of your head.
I'm okay with that. You know that.
I
just feel like
has he played yet? Is he back? Like I know he's like back, but is he back playing?
Yeah, I don't know if he came back.
I don't think he is either. I think he's back practicing.
Yeah,
and he's back like in the fold.
Like Draymond.
I don't. Yeah, like well, yes. I guess it's like Draymond.
But yeah, I don't know.
Who's Draymond's age? It's Rich, right? Rich Paul.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, he big time clutch. But I mean,
yeah,
I would
Zach
love,
LaVine didn't play last night. They beat the Hornets.
I think Zach, in a lot of ways,
no, he did play. Zach LaVine played last night.
What did he do last night?
He played 36 minutes last night.
Back.
How long has Zach LaVine been back?
He's back. Huh.
Yeah, he well.
They won
Zach
last
LaVine
night too.
Yeah, he came off the bench and played 36
Team
minutes
player.
last night. He was
Team
2 of 8. So
he's not trying to hog the ball. Team player. He's showcasing what he can do for a winning team.
Was Manny in there? That had to be his first game back.
I saw Manny in the studios today.
Our Manny? He was here? The hell was he doing here?
I was running late, so I didn't get a chance to talk. I was like, hey, man, I'm late, bro. But he's like, oh, no, it's all good. I don't know
what the hell was he doing here? What is everybody just comes and hangs out?
He was in the hallway. Outside the door.
Dude, Kenny didn't even let him in. Just, hey, I gotta go, man. Shut the door behind him. No, I'll tell Kim you're here. It's fine. Whatever you need.
Man, he's just there ringing the doorbell.
Yeah. Zach LaVine returned not last night, but the night before. Played 29 minutes in that one. 6 of 11 from the field in that game. 15 points for Zach LaVine. That was on the 5th. His first game back since November 28th. When Chicago lost by 27 to Jesse's Boston Celtics.
I'd be A-okay with Zach LaVine coming here to Sacramento. I'd be A-okay. I don't
know how it works. You
yeah.
know, I don't know how it works,
Yeah.
but
I mean, I take that back. I'd be A-okay with it continuing to give you the flexibility to keep Malik around. If you're potentially sacrificing being able to keep Malik this offseason, then I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you got the math worked out, contracts worked out, the compensation worked out, where yes, that could be here, and you still got room to do what you need to do with Malik, I'm all for it.
Can I pose a really
Don't trade Harrison there?
Can I pose a really Can I pose a really uncomfortable question to take into break?
Yeah.
Are we certain Malik will stay here? Because it's not Malik's happiness. It's nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's money. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what, because I think 17 million. 17 million. That's what Sacramento can offer him next year. What's someone else going to offer him? How much over 17 million will they go? And remember, it's not well, so-and-so offered him 21. Well, it's a $4 million difference. No, it's not. It's 4 times 4 or 4 times 3. So it becomes a 12, 16, 17, depending on how the contract is structured. It could become as much as a $15 to $20 million difference. So hold that. I don't know.
Talk about it.
I guess.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, Damian Barling.
No, I didn't bear any news. That wasn't news. That was a question.
No, I know, but
I'm a broadcast journalist.
I'm just saying, like, we were all just like, oh, no, he's going to stay here forever. And then you hit us with reality. What if he doesn't?
Well, because it plays into some of these conversations, doesn't it?
I know.
I know. Trysta Krick joins us. I don't even know that we need to talk about this, to be honest with you.
No. I want to talk about it.
All right. Trysta Krick joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Shut up. Poor Jesse tried to ask. Jesse, no.
Fox said, I go to Houston, I'm going to see my people regardless. I don't have to play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the money that that scares me. Yeah.
What the hell was that? Oh. My screen went black. The killer is, though, that's my boy. You don't spend that much money on Malik Monk. You don't spend $30 million on Malik, $30 million a year on Malik.
This is it.
No, another team. Like, damn, maybe.
Yeah. So
I feel
would
like
I.
we kind, but
So would
I feel
I.
like we kind of saw that. I feel like we've seen that.
I don't think we did. This is different. He's different now. Like
No,
Charlotte and LA were not good for him.
I'm talking about in the NBA. You know who he is? It's Terry Rozier.
I think
And
he might.
Charlotte did that, and he might be better than Terry.
I think he's better than Terry.
But that ain't got nothing. What's Terry making? Like $20 million a year? 25?
25 or something like that.
That's a lot of money for, like, you didn't get nothing out of that if you were Charlotte.
Yeah, attitude mark. You can go. You don't need to come back. Yeah, you can go.
What's his deal?
Go enjoy the boringest shit you'll hear all day. Go ahead.
The hell is his deal?
Yeah. KD. I hope how special Kevin Durant still is doesn't escape people. Just looking at him and what he does with the basketball is insane.
We never had that discussion on here.
Well, I'm intrigued now. What was that?
I'm sure
Welcome
you
back
saw
to the
it.
radio audience.
You saw. I said we never had this discussion on here because we were off for the holidays, and like the day after Christmas, I sent out a tweet and ended up coming on the extended version of the Insiders and talking about it. And I said the question that I asked that got people.
I saw that tweet. Yeah, I stayed away from it.
I said,
like, well, my man out
I'm
here
just
fending for himself on the
asking a
holiday.
question.
Yes,
just asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
If it was presented to you, would you trade Keegan Murray for Kevin Durant?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I don't know what I'd do. To be honest with you, I think I would because it's Kevin Durant. Like, this guy's crazy. But I wouldn't want to. But if you're given an opportunity to add Kevin Durant to this team, and it's all spawned because Christmas Day is when Woj was talking about Kevin was getting unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
So I just threw out a hypothetical. I was just tweeting.
What would you do?
I think I'd trade for Kevin Durant. I think I would.
What would you do?
Yeah. Like, who's stopping Fox, KD, and Sabonis? Bro, that's a championship team right there.
So simple.
Who's stopping
when you
that?
Put it that way, it's pretty simple.
KD is
Fox
really
is 30 and
special.
6 right now. You got Kevin Durant, top 10 player of all time.
It's like 28 and 6 now. But KD's just so special. Yeah. But I think the one thing that concerns me about Kevin Durant, and I get the fun in the question that you asked, I think the one thing that concerns me about Kevin Durant is we were talking about this earlier when we're kind of evaluating the Suns. He's played all year, which is incredible, but it's also kind of surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has missed very, very, very little time this season.
Right.
And I think most of us are a little taken aback by that when you look at the
understand.
I don't know the number, but it's something like if the Phoenix Suns have played 36 games, Kevin Durant's probably played like 33 of them, 34 of them. Hell, De'Aaron hasn't even done that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. How old is KD now? 30?
He's like 36 or something like that.
I'll take 3 years of whatever's left of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
3? You think
whatever's left on his deal, I'll take that. 36. I don't need him to be the number one to the whole time he's here.
And I'd probably, we do some load management the next.
Now look who's in favor of load management.
Absolutely.
Kevin, you don't need to win any more MVPs. Kevin, we just need to get you to the playoffs. We'll be fine.
Wow, look at these.
Yeah, man. I think I would. And I love Keegan. I hate even bringing that question up, man. But
that's a fine question. It's fun.
So what would you do? I don't think you've answered.
No, I didn't. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, man? First and foremost, man, y'all both look sharp today. I like that look.
Appreciate you,
brother.
Dog.
Thank you.
For sure. Listen, hey, check it out. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, did I hear that earlier? Was we talking about Kuzma and the 2 first-round picks?
That was just like a kind of a breaking point test, but yeah, for sure.
I'm doing it because, like, if Washington is like, hey, man, we're not even tripping on the players, just give us 2 first-round picks. I'm kind of doing that in a way because if we can get Kuzma for 2 first-round picks and then use Kevin, Barnes, and Mitchell for like another separate trade, that's kind of like a win-win.
No, I don't.
Situation.
That's not happening.
You gotta.
There's got to be a player somewhere.
because you got to match up the contract. You ain't got cap space to just take on Kuzma's contract. So you got to trade.
You got to
probably
trade
Herder, Barnes.
You got to trade one of them. You have to trade one of them.
Maybe Herder and Davion.
Harrison, how do you feel about the nation's capital? That's how I'd frame it.
And let us know how you feel, because if you don't like it, we ain't doing it.
Yep. Someone somewhere will do the math on this and figure it out.
But so I do want to answer your question that you talked about before, and you said, are we sure that Malik is coming back?
Yeah, not from a Kings perspective.
Mm-hmm.
This is not at all from a Kings perspective. This is purely from a Malik Monk financial opportunity perspective.
And we're not sure. I'm pretty confident he's coming back, but I was talking to the wife about this yesterday. It's a non-Kings fan or whatever.
I was going to say she probably couldn't have been less interested.
Well, see, the reason why it's interesting is because she was like, "What'd you guys talk about on the show?" And I told her, and we were like, worried about Malik Monk, and we had a conversation about that. And she was like, I was like, it's like Kings could offer him like 17, and somebody else might be able to offer him like 21. But what if it's like Charlotte or whatever? She was like, you'd be a fool not to take the money. And it's just, she's like, she asked me, I'm taking that money every day of the week, and I'll figure out everything else afterwards. And I understand that thinking, especially with Malik Monk, because I think he's going to be in the league for a long, long time, but this may be his one time to cash out. So if the worst team in basketball is saying, hey, we want you to come here for $25 million, I'm not saying you have to take it, but you can't dismiss it. I know that much. And I wouldn't be surprised if he took it and did something like that. So I think the Kings are gonna offer him a good amount of money. I think they're going to offer him the most that they possibly can.
The
most they can, for sure.
It's just the question. I don't think that's the question.
Right.
I think the question is, how much does someone else offer him? Because if it's 17 for Sacramento, and I don't know how that deal can be structured in the years following, I think it can only increase a certain amount. It can't go from like 17 to 25 just because they have cap space. At least I don't think it can. But I told you this earlier. If I'm Indiana and you got an expiring contract, whatever, I might do it. But what's the number that stops Malik and the people who are in charge of Malik's business operations to go, hey man, I know you love De'Aaron. I know how much you love Sacramento. This has been a great experience for everyone. This is what Team X is offering. This is the deal that changes your financial future. Like, what's that number? Because I don't think it's 20. I don't think the number's 20. But when you start getting into like 22, when you start getting into a total value of the contract, $15 to $20 million difference, that's where I start to, man, I just have to salute my brother on his way out, because I can't be mad if he does it.
Yeah, can't be mad at all. I'm looking right now at the true cap space teams. There's 7 of them. San Antonio's first. They're supposed to have $55 million. This one is kind of scary now that we have this conversation. Orlando is 2 at $51 million. Utah is 3 at 41. Charlotte's 4. Detroit is 5.
And
Philly
Detroit
is
would
6.
be in there.
And Washington is
Indiana's
7.
not in there?
No, Indiana is on the next level, the non-taxpayer mid-level teams. Now, I don't know how they break down this
there's at least the 20 dropping off from Shavano for next year.
True. So maybe they hop in.
Yeah.
There. This is on Spot Track. So, however they broke this up, they broke it up that way.
I know Detroit's going to be there. I know. I thought Indiana would be there, but that I don't know their contracts well enough. I'm just thinking to something. One of the Siakam articles was talking about Detroit having the money to sign Siakam, Indiana having the money to sign Siakam.
If you look at like 6 men of the year voting last year, and all that, Brogdon, he makes about 22. Quickly hasn't gotten his deal yet. Reeves has got his deal. He's making about 12, 13 million per. And I looked at Powell. He's about 18, 17, 19, like in those ranges or whatever per year. Like, do you think Malik
Norman Powell?
Norman Powell, yeah. Do you think Malik gets more than that?
I think he could get to that 20. Like I said, when I saw Orlando on this list, that's the one that I was like, uh-oh.
But I think that's the other thing. Like, Malik is a 6-man here. Like, I don't know that he's a 6-man in the league.
Yeah, Orlando could have him start. Orlando's the one I didn't know about it. Orlando, that's the one that's oh man. They got a first-hand view of what he could do. Oh man.
Well, we'll see you here tomorrow.
Hey, Malik, man. Hey, we love you here,
I'm
man.
Done.
We love you.
I got nothing else. I got nothing else. Yeah, it's scary going through those contracts, realizing it's not just the Detroits that have money. It's not just the San Antonios that have money. It's teams that can make some noise, and Orlando's not only can they make some noise, Orlando's already making some noise.
So the other thing about this though that I will say is, like, we love Malik. We think he's going to be one of the sought after free agents, but in reality, like how high up on that list is he going to be? We don't know.
So that's a great question.
I'm looking right here. He might be pretty high. I mean, we're looking here. LeBron will be a free. LeBron, Paul George, Kawhi. I think they all stay. Clay might be a free agent. Then you got James Harden might be a free agent. Pascal, Drew Holiday. You think somebody would rather pay Malik or Drew Holiday?
I think it depends on where you are.
Orlando. Would they rather pay Drew Holiday or Malik?
I feel like it's Malik.
Maybe so.
I feel like it's Malik. I feel like Drew, you absolutely pay, but does Drew get Orlando to? I guess does Drew or Malik get Orlando to a different tier? Because Orlando's good. Maybe Drew is better for Orlando.
Yeah, I think that's a toss up.
What about Indiana? Drew Holiday in Indiana.
See, I think Indiana will be looking for Drew Holiday. Yes, to answer your question, yes, because I think they'd be looking for more of at
least one guy who plays on the other end of the floor,
a perimeter defensive stopper.
Let's bring in TK. Trysta Krick. Heat check pod. What do you think? What do you
like your hair today, TK?
Thank you.
We asked an uncomfortable question about not like the ones that you normally ask, just like a basketball one. What if the money that the Kings have, which we believe is about $17 million, isn't enough to compete with another offer for Malik Monk? Like, what do you think? What do you think Malik will earn this offseason or could earn this offseason in the open market? That's kind of where we're at, and that's a number where I feel like Malik, he might be willing to stay in Sacramento for that. Like, all right, it's a 17 and some change to 20 difference. I'm staying here. It's when you start to get into the 22s or 23s that I start to get a little nervous, because the total value starts to become like $17 to $20 million difference between what Sacramento can offer and a competing team.
Well, and then you think about maybe this place that would offer it, right? There's a few states where that changes very meaningfully, because we know that California is the highest tax rate state in the country. And then you've got places like Texas and Florida for a team like, I don't know, the Houston Rockets or the Dallas Mavericks or the Miami Heat, or you can take Orlando out of that, because I don't think.
No, we've been talking about Orlando. Orlando's going to have $50 million in cap space.
Do they need another guard? How many do they need? They're going after Brogdon. They've got Suggs. They've got Markelle Fultz. They've got Caleb Houston. He's not a point guard, but you've got a bevy of them. I know I'm missing some. You got Anthony Black. There's another one, isn't it? There's another one that I'm missing.
Well, Cole Anthony's there.
Cole Anthony. There's like 5 of them.
But he's better than all of them, I think.
You think Malik Monk is the best of all of those?
Yeah, and I think they will look at it like they might keep Suggs because he defends at a high level, but they'd be like, let's move on from all these guys, bring Malik in and get.
They like having all that depth, though. I know that they like having all that depth, and I guess it's all about role too. Like, is Malik cool with the role that he has? Does he want to be a firm starter, not just a guy that comes in and out of the starting lineup, or is the microwave that he is? And I think that the personal element of it matters too, right? You not just the taxes and the money, but happiness. And I think he's found a home and found a team that believes in who he is and doesn't want to change him, doesn't want to try to, quote unquote, rehabilitate him like I think the Lakers did, right? They want to bring him out of the dregs of Charlotte and show the world what he can be. Like, we see what he is. And I think Sacramento fans love him. But then you got your boy, your guy in De'Aaron Fox. So I think that matters too, in the environment. Mike Brown, all of that I think plays a role. And like, when's the last time that you could say that truly about Sacramento, that all of those intangibles matter more than the money?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, in a minute.
20 years. It's 17 years, something like that. Did you follow the King Siakam situation from last Friday? The grand opening, grand closing of Club Siakam in Sacramento.
I mean, Siakam, let's be real. I'm done with his bull. You know what I mean? Like, he's on some other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they were giving OG a hard time about him being a quote unquote diva, which he is not. And I think Siakam is a little bit of a diva. I think he wants to. Have you ever met those people who they've been in a relationship since high school, and maybe the girl or guy that they were with is good or bad? Doesn't matter. They just want to know what it feels like to be single in the prime of your life and desired, right? They want to. It doesn't matter how good the thing that they could be in is. I'm testing it. I'm gonna sow my wild oats. That's Siakam. It's like, baby, do you know who you are right now? Like, you're not that guy at all. You don't need to be telling Sacramento, I'm not gonna resign with you. I'm gonna test the market. I'm not gonna. Okay, dude, you're just gonna end up staying in Toronto or going to another place that's even worse. The whole thing, and like, I'm done with Masai too. I almost said something that I would only say off into the group chat about just the umbrella of it all. And you can just, the umbrella of it all of like these dudes over here have the same mentality, which is to scam you. They're like straight Nigerian prince behavior to straight scam. And it's like, Masai, we're not giving you Keegan. No. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you this about Pascal, though. And I don't know this to be true. I'm just kind of, trying to read the tea leaves. What if he doesn't want to leave? If what he really wants is for Toronto to pay him. And through all this, Toronto's trying to trade him, all this other stuff. He's like, I don't want to leave. I'm not going to make it easy for you to trade me.
I've heard that. But then I know I've talked to Samson Folk, who covers the Raptors, like I think for the Toronto Star. And he said that that's not necessarily the case, that there's not really a lot of love between that franchise and him. And maybe he likes the city, but the way that Masai has prioritized players, he's prioritized OG over Pascal. And maybe that's monetary because OG was on such a team-friendly deal and he did so many things. But like Pascal is a roller coaster ride. He needs the ball in his hands at all times. He could never be in the role that OG was in where he's off ball, just kind of like cutting and waiting for the flow of the offense to dictate to him. When he's not involved in the offense directly, he's just not really there. And I don't see it. I don't see that he's got like this romance and he wants to stay with his long-term girlfriend. I don't see that at all.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check podcast, joining us here. So ultimately, do you think that Toronto and Sacramento wind up back at the table together? Candlelight dinner with some roses on the...
They're going to spin the block.
I mean, I think in general, if Siakam tells you I'm not re-signing in Sacramento no matter what, or if his agents tell Monty, what do? You're just gonna roll the dice and see if he likes it there.
I think that's what you do. Trade HB.
And you're getting HB off the books, and you say, well, at least we'll have cap space next
I'm only
summer.
Trading Harrison if he loves Canada.
Yeah, Harrison.
I'm gonna make sure Harrison
do whatever
is happy
Harrison
no matter
wants
what.
to do. Okay, this is your team now, buddy. Do what you
make sure
want
Harrison
to
is
do.
happy. But yeah, I think there's a certain point where I take the risk. Like Monty's take the Tyrese Domas trade was a risk. It's worked out really well for Sacramento. I might, roll the dice. Certainly, a different set of dice in this conversation. I might roll the dice again and take a risk to see if I can get him to come here.
He'd be really good there. And if you could get away with not trading any of the young guns and just trade HB and whatever filler that you're going to have to, and maybe like a pick. I don't even know what the package was supposed to be, but HB I know was at the center of it. And I think Sacramento fans are ready for him to be gone anyway. I think this year and the playoffs last year pretty much sealed the deal. And
there might be more frustrating. Yeah, there might be more frustration with Kevin Huerter right now than Harrison Barnes.
Both.
I had higher hopes for Kevin Huerter.
Me too. 12 months ago, I had just come out there, and Huerter was a microwave from three. And we saw them play the Lakers, and it was just this insanely electric environment inside of there. And like everybody loves Red Velvet and Kayvon, and it's like, no, he's Kevin. He's back to being Kevin. Sorry.
I don't think we've seen that. We haven't seen Kayvon all year.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I wonder what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, what's obviously to me, it's not a skill thing with him. Like, he's a skilled ball player. It's a confidence thing. And what is it going to take to get him to feel good about himself and feel confident about his game and his shot? Because I feel like they tried everything. They threatened his minutes. They've taken him out of the starting lineup. He's focused on defense, all this other stuff, and he just can't get right. I don't know what it is with Huerter at this point.
Yeah, and confidence in the mental side of things in any field is really tough to get over, right? You don't know what's going to be able with the carrot or the stick or some combination of both, or him getting zen, him getting off the internet. Probably the things that Kings fans say about him doesn't help. I know that. We want to be honest, and he's not been good, and the reporting has been not critical. That's been unfair.
You gotta be
he's
tough.
been trash.
Yeah, you got to be tougher than that. Like it's ridiculous, but he is in a form of business where he will be openly criticized by people who can't do his job. It's just, it is what it is. Any public profession you have, your job, our job, it's the same thing on a smaller level, but it's the same thing. You just have to deal with it. Harrison's got to deal with it. He's done a great job of it throughout the years because he's had to deal with it a lot. Right. Kevin Huerter's got to do the same thing. Right. Maybe he needs to leave it at the office like De'Aaron does.
Right.
De'Aaron just needs to, De'Aaron just goes home and has dinner with his family. Maybe that's all Kevin Huerter needs.
The people, though, that can do that, I envy them. The ones who don't, like, they can be at dinner and just not think about whatever is plaguing them or whatever professional hurdles or stumbling blocks they're dealing with. They can just, like, shut it off. I walk in the practice facility, shut back on, just make little to-do notes, and I just check out my to-do list and be like, okay, back to where we started. Those people are so impressive. People are like, yeah, I don't care what people say about me. Of course they're going to say these things. Like, it's obviously not true, and I just move on. Just continue to do my job. Like LeBron, think about this. LeBron James can't do that. LeBron James is the peak of excellence, and even that guy worries about what people say about him.
Who do you think is the best at that in the NBA right now?
In the NBA,
first person that came to my mind was James Harden. I don't think James Harden cares at all what people are saying.
I think he does. I think he says he doesn't, but I think he does.
This is the man who IG storied a fat suit. Like, he knows what I think.
Yeah, he kind of laughed at it though.
I think
like
probably
he said, like, that's what I'm about to do, guys. Like, he kind of made a joke of it. Like, I don't think he care about his money and his playing team.
Harden's a very sensitive dude. Harden is maybe one of the more low key. You think about where he came up, right? You had to go to Arizona State. He wasn't this like top AAU pick prospect. He's always felt, 6-man coming off the bench, wanted his money in Houston, right? From what I understand from people who have been around him, worked on his skills, like skills development stuff with him, he's very aware of how people perceive him. Somebody said they.
Oh, you know who it is?
What?
You know who it is? It's Russ.
Russell
Westbrook.
Yeah.
No, it's not Russ.
Yes, it is.
Because Russ will go fight somebody for saying something
wrong.
Yeah,
but he'll fight someone at the arena.
All those Clippers are a little like Paul George, Russ, Harden. I don't know. I think like probably a Giannis feels very down to earth when it comes to like what people are saying. I think he feels the emotions that we all feel, which is that the Bucks are terrible right now. But I don't think like people are getting into his head where he's worried about that. I bet you Kobe didn't care. He's like, I go to my job and I get better every day. Like, these people are sheep. They have no idea what they're talking about. Like, I'm just going to do me. He's at just like, it's such an elevated mental level above everyone else. You know them when you see them too. They just feel at peace whenever you meet them. You're like, you're way too calm.
Fox is that. That's how we started talking about this. That's how De'Aaron Fox is. I don't think Fox care about any of this stuff.
Nope.
And it's, we didn't even mention Jokic.
No.
Oh, Jokic. I don't even think Jokic knows we talk about him. I don't think Jokic doesn't know hoops hype exists or the athletic exists. He ain't never listened to a radio show or a podcast in his life. He's live streaming his horse cam and keeping it moving.
He literally hoops and then goes home, plays with his kid, hangs out with his wifey, and then gets up and goes to the facility. Like, I would be surprised if he has any social media apps downloaded to his phone.
No chance. Yeah, no chance.
You don't care.
I love that you mentioned Kobe. It's such like an elite, elevated mental and people think, oh, we're gonna Mamba mentality, baby. Yeah, you can't do that. You're not built for Mamba mentality. That's what people forget with that whole line, especially because it's 2024 and this is the Mamba year. We're gonna be locked in, and it's like, yeah, that would be great if you had Kobe Bryant's line of thinking, but you don't. You have yours. You have your line of thinking. You don't have Kobe's line of thinking, so you can't do Mamba mentality. It's not a tagline. It was literally how that dude lived. I don't think you can. It's literally a way of thinking.
Yeah, you can. It's
I
not.
don't think you
It's
can.
not that complex. Really, what the Mamba
Name
mentality,
someone else who did it.
Barry Bonds. Really, what Mamba mentality is I don't. Here's what we talked about. I don't care if I'm liked, if I have friends, if I have fun. The only thing that's fun for me is success. That's the Mamba mentality.
And that's a unique mentality.
No, not everybody can do it. No, I agree with you, but it's not one of one.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying people using the Mamba year as a tagline, like, I'm going to do this. It's like, okay.
It's like, be your best you in your Mamba year.
Like, what stopped you from doing that in 2023? Because it wasn't 2024. What stopped you from doing that in 2021?
I've got my Christmas Grinch Kobe's on, and I'm ready for my Mamba year. It's
You
like
mentioned
you can barely take the trash out, dog. Like you need to get a day planner. You don't know how to live that Kobe life. The amount of precision. You know who's really good at it? I'm sure, based on what I know, and I don't know him at all personally. But that guy Rob Deerdeck from the fun, like he had the Playhouse. It was Rob and Big. You guys remember him? Rob and Big.
Ridiculousness every day or
He
every hour.
He organizes his life in like 15-minute increments and has them all like lined up in a grid. And as soon as that time slot is done, he's moved on to the next thing. And he found a way to like optimize. That level of optimization, I'm sure, is highly effective. But you're talking about 15-minute increments for just like everything. Okay, guys, sorry. I know we're doing well, but it's 5:15 on the nose. Gotta log off.
That seems stressful. That seems.
How do I organize my life in 15-minute increments when I spend 9 hours a day with him?
That seems.
My whole day is blocked off Monday through Friday with Kenny.
That doesn't seem like a fun life. Now he's very rich. I'm sure he's having a good, but that just seems stressful.
But neither is Mamba mentality. Let's be honest. Mamba mentality is a form of psychosis. Let's be real.
That's what I'm saying. Like him, Barry Bonds,
Tiger Woods,
Floyd is kind of like that. You ain't got no friends. You don't have no real grasp on life, on living. Not life, but living, because you're just unbelievably laser focused on. Tom Brady is like that. You just, I don't care about my family.
Yeah.
I don't care about my family. I have to pay till 45.
These people are not real human beings, right? Like they're just not. The Mamba mentality is very different than Jokic. I think it's actually, you go around a circle and they meet. Jokic is so far into the like work-life balance. Basketball is just one piece of my life, and it's a small one. It's like 15% of the things that I think about on a daily basis. And when I finish, I don't think about it. And then you've got all I focus on is basketball. These other people talking about me, they don't matter, because all that matters is these 250 middies I have to put up.
And you know what the funny part about that is? The life that we all should be striving to live is the Jokic life. That's the life we should be striving to live.
That's living.
But no one ever goes, man, I want that Jokic vibe where
Jokic mentality.
That's what I think every day, guys. I think that every day. How can I make more and work less? I think that every day.
Bill Simmons had a great analogy for Shaq. This is one of he's actually hit this one out the park. He said Shaq was like somebody that was like really, really smart, really, really smart. And if they maxed their potential, they could have been a 4.2 student in college, right? But Shaq was like, why be a 4.2 student when I can be a 3.6 student and go to parties and have fun and do all this other stuff? And that's what he said. Like Shaq could have been by far the greatest player to ever play, but he's like, I want to rap. I want to have fun. I'm a celebrity. I got money. Like I can win championships and and have fun, as opposed to winning 9 and having no fun.
Right.
And I was like, that's pretty spot on.
Yeah, and I think as fans, we should kind of keep that in mind when we criticize players for not being like the top 5% of athletes who all they do is think about getting better every single day. And we want them to care about every single possession, and we want them to care about every single game, and we want them to be a winning player. But ultimately, these dudes have like $400 million and they're 25 years old, and they're successful and attractive and at the peak of their powers. Probably sometimes they let go of the rope a little bit.
Yeah.
And even if you're not attractive, you still have that $400 million.
Andrew Wiggins.
Ain't no such.
Oh,
Hey,
don't do that to
hey,
Andrew Wiggins.
wait a second. We didn't do all
Yeah,
that.
don't do that to Andrew Wiggins.
I was going to drop the Jay-Z line. Ain't no such thing as an ugly billionaire. I'm cute, but man,
I thought about
He
it.
did get cuter. Jay-Z got cuter. He got his long hair. He got Beyonce. Here's the thing I want to ask you guys. I never thought about asking you this until right now. Do you think the attractiveness of someone's partner makes that person more attractive?
It probably does for women. Like if an ugly dude is with a beautiful woman, the woman on the outside will look at the man more attractive.
Yes.
say the other part then.
Well, I don't think I don't because I don't think we care one way or the other on the other side. Like, I don't think it has.
I think you're right.
Like,
I think you're absolutely right.
You're like, dang, he bagged Beyonce. What's he going? What's going on over there? Like,
right. It makes him more.
He's got. I see it. He's got a little. Like, his skin's looking.
You
good.
start rationalizing it, like, oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah, he can dress. He's like a good rapper. I'm sure that like a lot of redeeming.
Yeah, you start to rationalize.
Yeah. Like Jack Harlow. You know, Jack Harlow is like not good, like attractive, but you're like good smile, you know, like very charismatic. And the more the more successful you get too, then they like get that swag. They're like, I've got a lot of money swag, not to be confused with real confidence, but sometimes you get confused. And then they walk around and they've got it, and you're like, oh, they've got that confidence is attractive. Oh yeah, they think they can just come up to me and
you can buy confidence. Yeah, you can absolutely buy confidence.
It's like the age old thing that the people say: you're not ugly, you're just broke.
Fact. Lived it. Facts.
I know these $230 eyelash extensions say exactly that.
See, there you go. I need to get them bags under my eyes taken out. Go pay $250 to do that.
I saw DeMar Hamlin was wearing one of those eye patches. I saw it on that GQ thing. He had his, and he says he wears them for 10 minutes every day.
Okay. Yeah. Well, shout out DeMar Hamlin.
New lease.
In a attempt to get us back to the NBA. Who's the ugliest? No, I'm just kidding. You mentioned okay, stop it.
Eric Williams.
Stop it. Both of you.
Sam Cassell.
You talk
how did he get Jennifer? That was a crazy part. Well, we know how, but
how we talk about ugly basketball. You mentioned the Milwaukee Bucks a minute ago. Kings, they got blown out at home by the Pelicans the other night. They've lost to Charlotte in recent weeks. They've lost to your Portland Trailblazers in recent weeks. And you talked about, and Kenny and I were talking about the Bucks earlier, losing 4 out of their last 5. They're playing ugly. Is that for both of those teams? Is that just the ebbs and flows of a season, or should fan bases be concerned? Should Kings fans be? Kings fans are definitely concerned right now. Should they be? Bucks, title contenders, should they be concerned?
Kings fans shouldn't be concerned because you've played really good basketball against everyone except for the New Orleans Pelicans, pretty much. So, I mean, maybe they just have your number. Maybe it's like the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Bills. Like the Cincinnati Bengals just beat the Bills. Anytime they play them, doesn't matter who's in, who's out, where they're playing. They're going to beat that ass, and that's what it is. And that feels like what the Pelicans are right now, and maybe it's just a bad matchup. And CJ McCollum came out and said this too. He said, I always have a little something extra for the Kings because they told me that they were going to draft me, and then they didn't. So there's that.
Well,
there's that.
There's a lot. That's a long list of people.
Yeah.
That's a long list of players.
That's literally
anymore. CJ.
That's damn near a Hall of Fame team that could beat the Kings' ass for doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Headed by your boy. Your boy is probably at the top of that list.
T-Rob. Taking T-Rob was
okay.
like
we know what happened. We don't need to.
Yeah, it was absolutely inciting. But I think for the Bucks fans, when it's not just the fact that the Bucks are playing ugly, it's the fact that Giannis is making these comments. Like Giannis is concerned, right? Giannis thinks that the guy that's washing the uniforms could do his job better, right? Like, that's what he said. Every single part of this whole machine needs to get better. Not just our coaching and our players, but even the dude washing my jersey still needs work. And so that would give me great pause. No pause intended. Just great reservations. The defense, we know it's bad, but offensively it's clunky too at times. Dame hasn't looked right. And I firmly stand by what I said when he walked down the middle of the street with both twins in hand for his coronation ceremony, going down whatever street in Milwaukee that was. He's not happy. He does not want to be here. It's a good basketball situation, terrible life situation. He does not want to be in Milwaukee. He wants to be in Miami. And you can see it. His eyes just, and he's got personal stuff going on. His eyes just don't, when you see the sparkle, no sparkle.
Well, they're all stuck with each other, so they need to figure it out. So that's what's going on with that. Hey, can I go a little?
Like my boss.
Well,
oh man. Can I go a little off script with TK? Because we
as long as you have to follow that remark and not me, so go ahead.
We talk NBA because this is an NBA savant when you talk about Trysta Krick, but she knows other sports, and it is NFL super wild card weekend. What you thinking? I mean, what you seeing? Do you believe in Buffalo? Are the Eagles really finished like we all know they are? Dallas, like what you see? Detroit Rams, who wins that game? What you thinking about wild card weekend?
So I actually, in terms of Detroit Rams, I like the Rams in that spot, 3.5. I think the Rams.
I'm the only one that likes Detroit. I think Detroit's winning that game.
Do you?
I'm a one-man wolf pack.
Yeah, Stafford back in Ford Field. The narratives are there. You've got Kyron Williams. The Rams in general have been an offensive powerhouse, not when just they have Cooper Kupp and guys that they can throw deep to and guys that they can do these trick plays with. It's when they can run the damn ball. Like, they have to be scary on the ground in order to be doing that trickery. And Kyron Williams is absolutely elite at that, especially since he's come back from injury. He's been really good. So I like how that offense is flowing. Puka is really good, obviously. We know that. He's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year most likely. And then you've got on the defensive side, they've sort of figured things out. They still have Aaron Donald. So revenge spot for Matt Stafford. Obviously, Jared Goff, they both switched teams, so there's a lot of narratives there in general. But I kind of like the Rams as dogs, and I kind of like the Rams. And this is just a bet. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but this is a good bet. I think Rams 20-1 to win the NFC is a good bet.
It's not the craziest thing in the world. It really isn't. They might be the second best team in the NFC.
Yeah, that was the team I thought was the scariest for San Francisco.
I agree. And then in terms of the AFC, I like the Bills. I've been talking about it with Buffalo. I come on every Tuesday with them at 4 Eastern Standard Time. Go on WGR if you guys want to hear it. Anyway, so they
like openly acknowledging you cheat on us. That's how I see it. Now I know
you do these other things.
I know what we signed up for, but I thought you were going to become a housewife.
You weren't a monogamous. Like, do you have to tell me that
you were going to be a housewife at some point?
Really quickly, as a side, really fast, because I need to get this question out. I was listening to Drew Hill the other night, and the song "Sleeping in My Bed" came on the radio. Is that like the cardinal sin? If you're cheating on somebody and you let that person sleep in your man or girl's bed, they not just like smash in the bed, somebody smashing in my bed, you let them have post-coital naps. Is that like the cardinal sin?
Nah, both of them are.
But yeah,
crazy.
Both of them. Yeah,
both of them. Yeah. Like, we don't do nothing in my bed. If you don't do something, like I might be able to work through it. We might be able to work. Don't do
it in my house.
Yeah.
The house is bad too.
You better go to
the sleeping is really
bad. There's a level of intimacy to sleeping. Like, that's not just a quick. That's just not a quick hit.
It's really like, I don't care.
Yeah,
like, I don't care about you.
Yeah.
You guys are starting to get to a place of like actual emotional connection. If you are allowing one another to fall asleep, you're most vulnerable, naked and asleep. That's the most cardinal that it gets, I think. All that to say, I like the Bills.
Well, that's Trysta Krick. You can catch her every week here with D'Lo and KC. You could also
right after Buffalo.
Wow.
When is Memphis?
Wow.
When is Memphis? Do you just come home to us? You're just running around
Yeah,
all year.
I
You
think
just
that's
come
what
home
it
to us?
is.
Yeah, you guys are the last slot of the Tuesday. Like, this is me. I'm coming home. I'm coming
No,
home.
it's not
They're
that.
just appetizers. You guys are the full meal.
You're not, well, there's probably a lot wrong with what you just said, but you're not sleeping in Buffalo or Memphis. Just to be
No.
clear. Okay.
No.
All right. Though you did take a trip to Buffalo. I think we tried
I'll
to
be back. I'm
FaceTime
going
you.
again next week if they
Wow.
win. If
Wow.
they win,
Coming here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Not
Well,
coming here.
there you have it. That's where Sacramento ranks on the pecking order. We'll come back. Trysta Krick, Heat Check podcast here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
See you guys. I gotta
All right,
eat.
TK.
See you, TK.
See you
All right,
later.
buddy. Bye. That's going to do numbers. That's going to do post-show numbers. Yeah. That's good. Oh, man. That's good stuff.
I've been trying to figure out how I want to do kicking it with KC. I got an idea. You guys will see it as we go along. I got an idea.
Rain is whatever, but I feel like the weather's turned down about like 10 degrees. Like
It's
now
cold
it's
as hell.
cold.
It is cold. January's in Sacramento be freezing.
I don't hate it. It's fine. It's the best weather still, but it's
I
cold.
mean, I just over bundle up. That's why I got this sweater and this leather jacket. As long as I'm warm, I'm cool. I could be out there. I'm cool. As long as I'm bundled up, that's cool. I think today we got to be, I don't know. I think we're on a patio today after the job, after the shows. Paige, you told you call your girl and tell her, hey, what's good? Pop this pill real quick. I don't even know if this is the right thing to take for my symptoms. We're going to try it. Y'all ready for foul merchant Joel Embiid? Joel's going to go to the line. Over under 14 free throw attempts for Joel.
Over.
Yeah, I think he's getting to 18.
You see, he's got 9 games he can miss before he's ineligible for the awards. Yeah, I think he's got 9 more games. If I saw that correctly.
Yo, that's crazy. Almost like the consensus MVP. Over under, he misses 9 more games. He misses 8.5 more games.
I feel like he will. Over. I'll take the over on that.
Oh, wow. That'd be it. That would
John
be.
Paul says it's 8 games, so that's even less now. This is the year Jason Tatum slips in. Jason Tatum's going to win MVP because everyone else is ineligible.
So it would be him. Then I haven't looked at the ladder, but him, Jokic, Luka.
Let me go check out the ladder. It's been a while since we looked at the ladder.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. When we come back on the air, we got some. Jesse just kind of just blew my mind with the number that just came up.
Okay.
You might be aware. I was not aware of it.
Yeah, Ramsey, I didn't feel great about it when I said it. I'm not gonna lie.
Ron Rivera fired yesterday.
Oh yeah, we didn't mention that one, did we? He was fired before the show. I think he was fired yesterday morning, wasn't he? Didn't get to it. Someone else. Was someone fired this morning?
Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel, that's who it was. Yeah, Mike Vrabel.
He had a good run in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Owner said they didn't want to trade him because it take too long. It's too complicated. I'm not making that up either.
What if he goes to New England?
He goes to New England. Jim goes to Chargers. Bill goes to Washington.
I think Bill. Jesse, I think you almost had it there.
So I don't want to. We could bring that conversation. It's obviously news. I wouldn't have fired Mike Vrabel. You said he had a good run. He's been the coach since 2018. He never finished below 500. He had a 12-5 season in 2021, 7-10 last year, 6-11. They fired him after 2 bad seasons.
Was coach of the year at one point too.
I wouldn't have fired him, but it does kind of feel like there's an argument to be made. Mike Vrabel in Tennessee had gone as far as he was going to go.
I disagree with that a little bit because I'll ask you this question: Did Tennessee finish 6-11? Did they fall short
this year?
Yeah.
No,
they didn't.
6-11 is a little lower.
No, it's not a good record. It's not a good record at all. That's not a good football team.
No, they're not good. But it kind of felt like it was time.
Man, 6 seasons? 6 seasons is where it gets worn out?
It might have been
so we're getting rid of Mike Brown in 4 years?
Well, no, but I mean, it's 6 seasons and you reached your height of getting to the AFC Championship game and then you failed.
No, then fix your roster.
Every year after that.
Fix your roster.
I mean, that could be said.
Team was 12-5 3 years ago.
That could be said about any coach.
No, absolutely. But I feel like all right. Look, this isn't Belo and JC in Tennessee. I wouldn't have fired Mike Vrabel. I think that was the wrong call.
I wouldn't be mad if they kept him. It
was the wrong call. Yeah, that's like owners and
but
that's weird. Firing Mike Vrabel is weird.
But like I said, I think you got it just a little bit off there, Jesse. We had the merry-go-round. Vrabel goes to New England. Harbaugh goes to Vegas. Bill Belichick goes to the Chargers.
I didn't think about that one. That works.
That's what I've been hearing.
We certain Bill's getting fired?
No,
or
we're not certain.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about it.
Are we certain Bill gets another job immediately?
If he wants one,
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't say it like that. I was just asking.
Bill Belichick was listening to a conversation last night with Bill Simmons and Cousin Sal.
Wow.
And
I hope someone out there listens to this show like Kenny listens to.
Yeah,
Bill
that's another
Simmons
one.
pod.
It's once a week at this point.
Man,
he has 3 shows a week, but
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Friday one usually gets lost in translation, but yeah, Cousin Sal, I listened to that one. But he was talking about how Bill Belichick is the best coach of all time. I don't know, because the reason why he laid that out was he said you look at his years without Tom Brady in Cleveland, here in New England, and they're very pedestrian or below.
Made the playoffs with Mac Jones. He's not very good.
That's a feather in his cap.
With the Browns too, were they a losing team or they just failed in the playoffs year after year?
I don't think they made the playoffs, did they? Or no, they might have made the playoffs.
I think they
once or
made the
twice.
playoffs. Yeah.
No, I'm finding.
he as
I'm
the
using
Jets
this
head coach.
opportunity to say it's still Bill Walsh.
Okay, it's fine.
Bill Walsh is the
Uh-huh.
GOAT.
It's Mike Tomlin to me. Jesus,
Mike Tomlin, bad boy.
Goodness gracious.
There's only one all-time wins leader, by the way.
Okay, he's not the greatest.
I didn't say anything.
They played like 8 games back then.
Hey, you need to stop.
That's very much Bill Russell is the greatest of all time.
Oh, now we're disrespecting Bill Russell, huh? Wow, wouldn't be me.
Wow. Went straight.
I would
from the
never do it.
Went from the Dolphins to the Celtics. My bad. My bad. I want to hear what I walked in on a second ago, but the Kings are bringing back legend Juan Toscano-Anderson.
Okay, all right.
On a 10-day deal.
JTA is back.
James had told us. I don't know that. I'm sure he said it on the Insiders. He told it like I think this is going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's cleared waivers yet. They didn't put out a press release for it, which is what I think got James's attention. But our man Chris Biederman, who
is in Detroit,
I think is in Detroit. Yeah, I couldn't tell.
It's
One
so
of his
cold in the
the way his tweet was worded, I couldn't tell if he or JA was there. But yeah, Chris Biederman just tweeted that the Kings are in fact bringing back Juan Toscano-Anderson.
You say his name now?
Who? Chris. Oh, Chris. Oh, what do you? Chris,
Be careful. Be careful.
Well,
redacted.
Well, no. I'm putting it out there.
Button.
No, Chris Biederman.
Oh boy,
Chris Biederman. If I say it 3 times,
we
Chris,
Cat Williamson out here in 2024.
If I say Chris
saying
Biederman
names
3 times, he's gonna appear.
Lex Luger walking out on Nitro.
See, hey, that's why 1140 don't talk to Matt George. Matt George quit. I had him on Monday, and
That's Lex Luger right there.
that was it. That was it. It was mad at him ever since.
Oh man, that's all bad.
What did I walk in on during that commercial break?
No, Jesse dropped the nugget, dropped the bomb on me, where he said Joel Embiid is 8 games away from not being eligible for any awards.
Oh my God! Wait, really?
Yeah,
Because I know he's out tonight. He's out tonight, right?
See, I'm confused because I saw 9 games. I think it was yesterday. I don't know if him missing today would be the 8th or this makes it 7.
Yeah, I don't know. What John Poles, were you counting tonight, or is he already 8 away? And if he misses tonight, it's 7.
The basis is he's really close already.
I feel like there's already a tweet that says he's out tonight, but I don't know what that does for your number.
I thought the tweet said Wednesday, didn't it? Or did it say tonight?
What's today?
Today's Tuesday.
Oh yeah, never mind. It did say Wednesday.
But that's crazy. Probably the MVP made that. And then I put an over under. I was like,
bananas.
is he gonna make it? And we were like, I don't think he's gonna make it.
Well, we're
like he's just gonna miss. He gonna miss no more than 7 games for the rest of the season from here on out. I don't think he's
looking good. He's number 1 on the MVP ladder.
He really
right now,
is
too.
the MVP.
Yeah, that's a trip though.
John Paul says after he misses tomorrow's game, which he's already been ruled out for, it'll be 8.
Got you.
Wow.
Mention the MVP ladder while we're at it. De'Aaron Fox no longer honorable mention, just off the list completely.
Yo, come on, man.
But
come on, they're dirty for that, bro.
Domantas Sabonis is at number 8.
Hey.
Did you see the players I think it was the players of the week yesterday got announced.
Sengun.
Yeah, and it was Sengun in the West. It was Jalen Brunson in the East. And where was it at? Jalen or Sengun, we'll just go with him. Good year, good week. 24 points per game, 7 rebounds, 4.5 assists. Domantas Sabonis this past week put up 22, 17, and 8. And is not player of the week. Maybe the win-loss thing happened. Sengun and the Rockets were 3-1 this past week. I guess the Kings were 2-2. Actually, 3-2. I don't know. When was 31st was Sunday. So Sunday to Sunday, they're 3-2.
More from Chris Biederman, as you brought up earlier. Kevin Huerter is in fact back in the Kings starting lineup tonight.
Okay, so we don't have time right now, but keep that pin there, and we'll take the pin out when we come back because I got a good question.
I was like, why? Why the hell don't we have time? I forgot. We just talked to Trysta Krick till Trysta has to go to work.
We're kind of stuck in that minute of doom right now.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. We'll step out. We'll come back. Huerter's back in the starting lineup. Juan Toscano Anderson is back with the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about all of that stuff. Plus, we got Jason Jones set to join us in about 30 minutes or so. Will Z's coming up. We got Will Z. He's going to join us in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So that's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We'll talk about it. I don't love this stuff.
Exactly what to talk about.
Yeah, I don't love this. Looks like the 209 crew is coming out February 2nd. Love to see it. Hopefully everyone can come out February 2nd.
Hopefully everyone can hit the like button right now too.
I'll hit the like button. Yeah, that would definitely go a long way. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, do all of that good stuff. Do all of that good stuff. Like and subscribe. Welcome all the new subscribers. Shout out to all the looky-loos. Appreciate you guys too. Shout out to our man Will Z. Will Z, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, you guys?
Everything good, man?
Things are good.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
I am so underdressed today, but compared to you two.
Oh man, hey, money to be earned, my man. Money to be earned.
Along the lines of the Embiid stuff that you guys were talking about, I threw together a list of how many games everyone can miss, like a whole league wide. In case you want to talk about that.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. Definitely. WillZstats.com. WillZstats.com. There it is. Probably have to start running the numbers on Tyrese.
Yeah, what's he at?
I don't know how many games they got over the next few weeks, but he hasn't. I don't think he's missed a ton, but he's definitely missed some.
Yeah, he can have 14 more.
He's gonna miss a handful here over the course of the next couple of weeks. So
I was thinking about that too with the All NBA, especially.
Yeah.
He's
Oh yeah.
for that for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's going to be tough because there are going to be guys, and it could be as early as this year, who miss out on those honors by like a game.
Oh yeah.
You know. I always feel like I'm looking in a weird direction. I gotta get this camera position better. Every time I go back and look at videos, I'm like, what am I looking at? Maybe get something to elevate my laptop a little bit since that has all my notes on it.
Yeah. Can always throw a giant screen right in front.
I need the Will Z's got the Wakanda screen.
Yeah.
Where he just presses the numbers in front of him. That's what I need. Oh, that's tough, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh,
that's tough. I mean, you can still go and boo Buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, that's what I said. I know it sucks, man, and I'm sorry, but you could still go and boo Buddy. Just boo extra loud. Blame Buddy for Tyrese's injury. That'd be good.
Bagley getting booed still, do you think, when he comes back?
No, he ain't gonna play.
That's true.
He ain't gonna play. That game's not too far away either. I don't think.
Man, writing about the really bad teams is also super tough.
Yeah.
It's basically like what do I want to write about? How?
Yeah, I was gonna
pick
ask
and choose. There's lots.
It's hard to find positives with teams that got 3 wins.
Yeah. What's up, Kenny?
He can't hear you yet. He's not plugged back in.
Hold on, Will. I'm coming in. Hold on, brother. What's up with you, Will Z?
Oh,
what's up, Casey?
I'm sorry, man. We're coming back. Back here with our main man, Will Z, on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app, on the TuneIn app, on 98.5 FM HD2, and of course on 1320 TV, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hit the thumbs up if you're on one of the video streaming platforms. If you're on an audio streaming platform, just hit the heart that saves us as your favorite radio station. Will Z, WillZstats.com. We were just talking a couple of minutes ago with Will about the difficulties in writing preview articles for against a bad team. You're trying to find key matchups, trying to find key numbers, but you got the Sacramento Kings facing a team that's won 3 times this year. Of course, with the way the Kings have played, that doesn't give any Kings fan any comfort level. But what were you able to dig up about Detroit?
It's really, I always go back to like, close your eyes, throw a dart at a dartboard, and you're going to hit a bad stat. Or good, but in this case, bad. And it's really, Detroit's just bad across the board. So just do a quick rundown. I ended up just doing a quick kind of bullet list Points 25th, rebounds 20th, assists 19th, steals 30th, turnovers second most, 3-point attempts 29th, 3-point percentage 28th, made threes last, personal fouls most. It's just so many areas where they're just terrible, and that's how you end up as 3-33.
All I
So-
heard Will say was the Pistons are about to make 25 threes tonight. Like
It's
Orlando.
possible.
We've
I
seen
was
it happen.
looking and trying to figure out like how they won their games. Like, did they get like super hot from three? And not really. Their opponents didn't even like go super cold. It's just, I think, one of those things where eventually it'll happen where a team runs into them, but hopefully not the Kings.
So let me ask you this. Do they do anything good or at least average? Like, do they not foul a lot? Maybe that's a good thing.
No, they foul the most in the league.
Oh, okay.
And that actually, honestly, makes me the most nervous. I was trying to figure out how can the Kings lose this game. So the Pistons, they have 22.9 fouls per game. That's most in the league. And their opponents, as a result of that, shoot 27.7 free throws. So what worries me is if the Kings get to the line like 35 times and make 19 of them, I think fans would lose their minds if they lost to the Pistons because of not making their free throws. To me, that's kind of the clearest avenue other than just the Pistons getting going from beyond the arc and the Kings going cold. I think that that's how they could lose, and I really hope that's not what happens.
Have you looked at these like Charlotte games, Portland games? I mean, it's hard to throw the Pelicans in there because Pelicans are a good team. They're a top 6 team. Have you looked at the bad teams that the Kings have played and tried to figure out like what happens in these games? Like what's so different? What goes wrong?
I haven't much. I don't usually go back to games.
That's a smart thing. No one wants to go
Yeah.
back and watch that Charlotte
Not
game.
losing games.
No one wants to go back and see all those numbers again. That's a hard pass. It just like you look at the, we speculate. I did. I don't want to say we. I did. It feels like, the Kings will get down by, 12 or 13. This is what we saw on Sunday, Will, and they try to hit like a 13-point shot.
Yep.
Like they try to get back into it just as, all right, let's not work. Let's not grind. Let's just try to get back into it as quickly as possible. And then, one miss turns into 2, turns into 3. Those lead to transition baskets. And all of a sudden, as Kenny laid out a couple of days ago, that a 20-point lead turns into a 40-point lead before you get back from the bathroom.
Yep. I think that's definitely a big aspect of it. And I was at the game on Sunday. It was one of the first games I've been to in a long time that felt like I lost out on some money and spent money poorly. It was just a bummer, but it's kind of a thing looking back at their biggest losses, again, with Sunday being the most recent, their 3-point attempts in their big losses. You got 45, 45, 44, 40, 37, that's a little lower, 41, 42, 41. So when they're down, they're definitely taking a lot of threes. And they're sitting at, what are they? On the season, they attempt 41.1. So it's around their average, but you don't see them really try something new when they get down. It felt like against New Orleans, as soon as they got down, it was over. And not down big, but down by like 9. It just seemed like they didn't have any way to change their offensive strategy to try and get in the paint more. It was just hit that kick out 3 that was open, but it's the same shot, the same play every time. And yeah, I think they just kind of get in that routine when they're down, exactly like you're saying, Damian.
Yeah, I don't know if they right now, this group, they have the fight to if they're down by 17, say it's just 17 in the second quarter. Like we get that. That's nothing. Going a quick 7-0 run, it's down to 10, or quick 8-0 run. That like they don't seem to have that in them right now. For whatever reason. I don't know why it is. I'm not saying they can never get it. But right now, if it gets to 17, it's like this one's over. That's what they're saying. Not me. That's what they're saying. Like this one's done. And that's unfortunate to see. I expect better out of him than that.
And hopefully it's something where we don't see them have to get down against Detroit, down by 17.
Yeah, let's avoid that.
Yeah.
I can see that happening.
Though the Celtics, we did start a text when the Celtics were down like 20 or something like that versus the Celtics versus the Pistons during the losing streak. Yeah, but let's just avoid that at all.
Yeah,
at all costs. But the sad part is, this is the worst part. If we're coming in tomorrow and the Kings lost, is anybody like really surprised with the way that the Kings are playing? You surprised?
Then if they
no,
if they lose,
I know what you mean. I'd be surprised they lost to the Pistons. Pistons are awful.
Just don't think they're playing well.
But I don't even
know. 2-2 at home. Maybe that's
I don't even
average.
know who the scary Terry is on the Pistons that could like.
Bojan? He's their second leading scorer. If he just makes like 8 threes.
Shaden Ivey, you should have drafted me game.
Cade would have been that. Cade would have been that.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah,
if he was
sure.
playing. But now with him not there, like I don't know who's gonna.
Alec Burks, former Kings legend.
He seems to kill the Kings.
All right, stop it.
Remember when he beat the Kings when he was with the Knicks and he had like 27 or something?
Well, Corey Joseph did it a couple of times. I think Corey Joseph did it with Detroit. If I'm not, was it Detroit?
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Right after he got traded.
Sacramento.
Yeah, they came to Sacramento and did that. So, but I would be shocked. Not saying it couldn't happen. I would be surprised if they lost this particular game.
Marvin, sure day, buddy.
Oh my God,
let's go.
That would break.
That's Marvin
So
Bagley's music. By God, here he comes right now.
Marvin might play tonight. Isaiah Stewart's out, so they need someone to eat up those minutes.
Yeah, they need bodies.
Yeah, I will be looking. I like the idea. I haven't watched him play very much, but I like the idea of Kevin Knox as like a low-key trade guy. So I'll be watching him tonight. He long, athletic. He's still only 24. He's bounced around a little, got cut by the Blazers, but someone who I think fits the archetype of what the Kings need in terms of that kind of wing defender, what they want from Kessler Edwards, but he hasn't really developed into it. So I'll be watching Kevin Knox play tonight. Again, I haven't watched him play, so it might be for nothing, but I like his numbers. He's shooting 36.1% from 3, which is a big thing for Kings. He doesn't have that many minutes, so 2.2 rebounds. But just what's he look like out there, and is that kind of someone to keep an eye on? As this, again, very under the radar, throw a second round pick.
Will some money? Detroit might not even want to pick.
Cash considerations here. Use this to pay Monty's salary. What do your numbers tell us, Will, about De'Aaron Fox and the stretch that he's in right now?
It's been a rough 5-game stretch. I think that the Kings winning has kind of allowed it not to be really a focus, and Malik Monk going off especially. But in the last 5 games, Fox is sitting at 19.2 points, 3.4 assists, 3.4 rebounds. I have a typo in my article. Rebounds, 5 assists on 37% from the field, 26.7% from 3, 70% from the line. And it's just kind of a dip across the board. And if you look specifically at his 2-point shooting splits, restricted area, and floater area, and mid-range, on the season before this 5-game stretch, he was at 64, 50, and 52%. In the last 5 games, he's at 57, 39, and 18. So that's a huge drop-off in his 2-point game, and it feels like he's not moving as well. His handle looks a little looser. It just doesn't look the same as before. So I don't know if that's what it is. I know James asked, and he gave kind of the standard answer of everyone goes through stretches. But is something going on, or is it just kind of a rough stretch where he's not making shots? I don't know.
I think once or twice a year it does look like De'Aaron's dying. Like we did, and I don't like it does. It looks like, man, De'Aaron looks jacked up. And then all of a sudden, like he's okay. And I don't know what does that. I feel like last year, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they finally sit him?
Yeah, he had
did he have an ankle or
I think it was a foot situation. and he finally sat for a game or two.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what
I think off the top of my head, it was after the Toronto game. They went into New York. He sat. They got beat up.
Yeah, they got.
Or maybe he
roughed up.
came back for the Toronto game because that was in the middle of the week. But it was the Knicks game where he sat.
Mhm. Yeah, and then he came back. He played against Philly, so he sat 2 games, Cleveland and Knicks, and then came back. They lost against Philly, but after that, he scored 27, 24, 37, 22, 26, 26, 31. And the list goes on.
Cleveland was the 19-0 finish to the game. And they lost Sunday to the Knicks. He didn't play.
Yep.
And then he came back against Toronto, and that's when Fred VanVleet pushed him into the 4th row and didn't get a foul call. Tied the game.
Nope.
Mike Brown got thrown out of that game.
Your basketball memory is so impressive.
It's wild, right?
Yeah.
That's wild, right? Okay, well, you can't remember what I asked you to do last week. So the fact that you can recite a moment, you can't remember what Jasmine told you to do yesterday.
I'm still trying to remember.
Yeah, that's all right. You need 15-minute increments, buddy. 15-minute increments. Will, great stuff as always. Head over to willzstats.com. And good news, my friend, we'll see you tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Man, appreciate you, Will.
Take care, big guy.
Appreciate you guys.
Will's right there. willzstats.com. See what our guy is cooking up over there on his very own website. And remember, we're going to be out at Sky River Casino February 2nd when the Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers in Indiana. And perhaps that will be the only time they face Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. He looked dead yesterday, but we found out today he's in fact okay. But he will not be, and man, I feel bad. We've seen a lot of these messages. He will not be at the Golden One Center on the 18th. But Tyrese is doing good. Come join us. Live show, 12 to 4, Sky River Casino. Friday show.
Yeah.
4:30 start time for the game. This is one of the best setups we've had for Sky River Casino since the start of the NCAA tournament when we did our very, very first one last March, almost 1 year ago. So this is going to be the one. This is the one we've been pushing for. We've been, we needed everything to kind of fall into place for it to happen, and it did. Friday, February 2nd, Sky River Casino, live show, watch party, food, drinks. Come hang out with us.
Yeah. Speaking of a couple of things.
Can I do the read real quick and then you take over?
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Did you see that clip a couple of weeks ago when Tyrese met Booker T and Queen Sharmell?
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
That's why that clip was like, yeah, Tyrese is gonna be my dude always. Like that is.
Oh my gosh! Hey, after the game, I gotta get a picture with you guys.
That's so awesome. I love when dudes are just open like wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Were they in Houston?
They were in Houston.
Yeah, where Book. I think that's where Book lives. Yeah.
The other thing is, you see the Warriors are speaking today. Draymond speaking. Steve Kerr speaking. Steve Kerr said, "There can't be an explanation that follows the apology. Then it's not an apology. No more buts. An apology needs to be an apology. Then you can learn from the apology." End quote.
Next question, Steve. What does that mean?
Did anyone ask Steve if he cried?
I don't know.
See, I was gonna ask you, like, is that fair to ask him about that?
Steve, did you? I wouldn't even ask if he heard the Draymond Green podcast. I was like, Steve, at any point did you cry over Draymond Green? What? No, of course not. Why on earth would you think I cried? Well, because Draymond Green said on his podcast, which appears to be greatly embellished, that
Draymond said you were sobbing. Is that true?
There was a old coach of mine who like when we were in high school, he would tell us the story of this other kid that we played against that wanted to go to our school allegedly. He's like, yeah, such and such, man. He wants to be over here. Like, he don't want to play against you guys. He wants to be on this team. I saw him last night. He was just crying, like, Coach, I don't want to be here. I want to be with you guys, just sobbing. And I had to console him or whatever. So then, like, a year later, we were like, hey, man, like, yeah, Coach so-and-so, he told us, that you would go over his house and be crying. He said, what? You don't even know where I live. What?
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. I wanted to go to Ant-Man. It looks like I'm seeing a lot of quotes about Steve Kerr told Draymond, like, leave the officials alone when you return. Let's check in. Here's a little bit from Steve Kerr today, courtesy
of the things he mentioned within all this is like, a point of emphasis for him is like to not cross the line with officials. And, that's not something he will get suspended for. A T is a T within a game. But how much of that, are you watching that aspect as he comes back, the small stuff, the in-game stuff, for him to try to cut out?
It's a big part of it, and we've talked about it. It's can he walk that line? Can he still play with fire and energy, but leave the officials alone? That's the challenge. It's going to be a big challenge, but we're going to ask him to do that. And
Steve,
we need that so that we can.
You realize that man just said it's going to be a big challenge for him to not focus on the officials? Do you hear what he just had to say?
Focus on the game.
Stop focusing on the officials, jackass, and focus on the game. Do you realize what has to be said about this dude?
It's funny because he emphasized, like, yeah, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a big challenge.
It's going to be a big challenge.
Yo,
that is impossible.
That is
We're going to do what we can here.
Oh, my goodness. That is. Yo, look. I don't want this. This is just going to come across as hate. So, like, whatever. If Draymond was Ja and he was a 30-point per game guy who was 20-something, like, I get it. They're doing all this for this guy?
So,
bruh, this is incredible.
Draymond's only 4 years left on his deal. Steve's playing with house money this year.
This is absolutely incredible.
So then look at this. Like, I didn't even do this on purpose. Look at this quote. Draymond Green talking now. Quote, not crossing the line with a referee is a big point of emphasis with me. But I didn't make it to this point worrying about not touching the line. End quote.
There's your boy. Unrelated. Here's Ant-Man and Draymond.
Draymond making that face. Like, you expect me to change?
You are returning to a 17-19 team that pretty clearly needs you.
We still doing this? We're still doing this? Oh, okay, my bad, Ant-Man.
Narrator. They were 500 before he left.
My bad, Ant-Man. Sorry.
How close do you feel? And how urgent does this situation feel from just a professional?
It's urgent from a professional standpoint because I wasn't hurt. At least my body wasn't hurt. My mind was hurt. My feelings was hurt. But it wasn't like some injury caused me off the floor. So it's very urgent because I've cost my team enough. I've cost this organization enough. And so it's not a time for me to just come back and be like, all right, I'm going to take my time and get back when I can. No, like, you caused this yourself. And so you don't get the grace. And although I'm very appreciative of our organization, number one, for the support, but number two, like, they're putting the plan together to ramp up. If it was up to me, I would love to come back and play right now. Reality is it's probably not the best thing for me or the best thing from an organizational standpoint and what that looks like moving forward and the risk of injury and all those things. But, there's a human component of this as well. And, you sit home and you watch these games and as a competitor, you want to help.
Okay, I'm
about
done.
to say,
I'm done.
What is he talking about?
I'm done.
So there's going to be a time, whether it's 15, 20 years from now, we'll be talking about the time where Alex Len punched Draymond Green and Draymond Green was out for weeks. Like
it's incredible. That's so incredible.
He's the ultimate bad guy. Like, he didn't do anything wrong.
You know what the great part about
talking about?
You know what the great part about that was? He's trying. Like, that's Draymond Green actually trying. He's trying to say the right thing. He's trying to do the right thing and still not working.
He's Michael Scott when he's with Toby.
Oh. That's 100% what it is.
I don't know why this made me laugh. He's just yapping.
The whole team
he's
is
talking, and I'm looking down at that little bar. I'm like, it's only halfway through this clip.
He talks for another.
Like, what are you even talking about?
He talks for another minute. Let's see if Ant-Man gets another question off real quick here. No, hold on. Yeah. Returning. Let's skip ahead. Still talking.
You don't just
Still talking.
get to today, and I'm gonna push it like crazy every day.
Still talking.
Like I'm
Still talking.
I'm gonna do all that I can to meet the requirements.
Nope.
Do that as fast as I can. Whatever work that requires, that's what I'll do.
There, 2 minutes. So the clip's 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Hold on. This
Professional staff.
Ant-Man's question. Ant-Man's question ended 13 seconds into the video.
I tell you what, though, my boy's got that pause down to a T.
Anthony Slater asked a question that took 13 seconds. That took this man damn near 3 minutes to answer.
Oh man,
This it's hate, but it's whatever.
Hey,
It's all fake. Like this is why the media.
He a con artist, man.
Bruh.
He a con artist. That's just how I read him, man. And look, this is how I read him, and I haven't been wrong his entire career.
Maybe him and Steve Kerr were crying, laughing. Maybe.
Drew Down a fool.
Man, Drew Down is funny. Drew Down said, "That's a changed man if I ever heard one."
Oh man. Hey, whatever happens to him, good. If you don't hit nobody no more, that's good for the people that aren't getting hit. so I'll take
good,
that as a positive.
good for DeMontis Sabonis's chest.
No, I'm telling you, he's going out there like Mark Henry. He's doing this little apology tour, and he's in a body slam. Whoever he plays next when they play.
Someone's getting John Cena'd.
Yeah.
I think he's coming back. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. They don't know if he's coming back, but they play Wednesday night basketball tomorrow.
He's not back tomorrow.
Pelicans Warriors.
Nah, I think the only thing they committed to was he's going to be a full participant in practice all week. So I don't think he's back today. I actually think he's probably got a couple more games he's going to miss.
Oh.
It's still a ways away. I know you can't be making the Sacramento noise. It's still
Minnesota?
Phoenix?
Monday. MLK Day.
Oh.
Draymond returns against the Grizzlies.
No, absolutely not. If I'm
Dre LK Day.
If I'm Adam Silver, I'm calling the Warriors right now and saying, whatever you're thinking, no, absolutely not. That man is not coming back on MLK Day. Oh my God.
Oh man.
That's hilarious. Oh, I'm sorry. Run that by me again. It's the Warriors and the Grizzlies on MLK Day.
Yeah. In Memphis.
Second biggest day of the year, right, for basketball?
I'd say so, yeah.
King's not on that one either, huh?
No.
What'd you call it? Dre LK?
Dre LK Day.
I bet you your life savings, Warriors World is going to make a shirt that says Dre LK Day if he comes back on Monday. We'll come back. Our man Jason Jones is going to join us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh, that's funny.
Draymond had a dream.
All my life, I want Dre LK. Yeah, that's one of your finest moments right there. That's funny. Did you see this tweet? Hey, Nike, if you're looking for a new golf sponsorship, look no further. Exit Tiger Woods, enter Tiger Hood.
Who's that?
It's your boy Ja Rule.
Ja just did something that made him some money. I can't remember what I saw it. I saw it a couple days ago.
You talked to Coach lately, Patrick?
No, just when I saw him in the airport. That was the last time I talked to him. They're at home on Thursday. Probably should talk to him this week.
You guys run into each other in the first class lounge?
No.
The American Express, that special lounge that.
Simply the Southwest Terminal.
I told you I wanted to travel more. So I got an American Express Delta card. I was like, this is be smart, right?
Yeah.
We was traveling. I don't remember where, but we were traveling and it's like, hey, let's go in the lounge. We got time.
Mm-hmm.
Walked in the lounge. They looked at me, sir, that card does not get you in this lounge. You need a platinum one or this new purple one. That little card doesn't work. Oh, all right. Like, is it $50 to get in? No, bitch, you can't get in with that card. Get out. All right. Oh.
Why they do my man like that? It's cold.
Put the card away and left. It's like, well, I guess it's just go sit
I
out
would have
here.
tore the card up after that.
Well, not gonna lie. Don't use that card anymore.
Oh man.
Defeated the whole purpose.
Oh man.
Did like 4 days of research on what the best card to get if you wanted to travel more was.
Which is?
Not that one.
Not the one I had. It depends. It depends on like if you think you can fly one specific airline or you can't.
I just got alerted to something on Twitter where they have a picture of Draymond at practice and it says Draymond getting some extra work in after practice. And he's running like doing wind sprints down the court. Somebody says practicing to run back to the locker room after a flagrant two.
Oh man. Yeah, that's the one thing. You go back to that Phoenix one. He knew he was fucked. Damn. He just knew. Like, well, that's it.
Is Draymond Green must-watch TV now that he's back?
No.
He's not like watching him play basketball. Like, is he gonna like do it today?
He's absolutely not.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
The table at the Winfield Club for the Super Bowl. You want to take a guess how much it is?
Oh God, 100,000. I can't even imagine.
Jesse, you want to take a guess?
It's in the end zone, right? For those who don't know, like it's in the end zone, like field level.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go 250.
$700K.
Jesus. Like for a
table,
for a single table.
Yeah, for the table at the Winfield Club, just to watch the Super Bowl.
I think that's a win in the stat book, by the way. We'll count that for pocket watchers. That's the in-season tournament win right there.
In-season tournament.
I wanted to be like KC, so I looked into getting a table for Wu-Tang at Las Vegas. I didn't need to look very far.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was.
I thought it might be reasonable.
I thought it might be too. It was $750 per person for the table, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna spend that for the Wu-Tang. Like I'd spend that for Jodeci. I ain't gonna spend that for Wu-Tang. That came across terrible. I love Wu-Tang.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know the catalog of Wu-Tang.
Exactly. I'm excited for their residency. That might be one I wind up not doing. I had the opportunity to do it. I'm gonna be there. That's a lot of money to spend for like I like Wu. Like I'll listen to Wu. Unless it's Method Man, the song, or Cream, and then Method Man's like catalog. I don't know the words to nothing else.
Right.
And there's probably like Bring the Pain, All I Need. That might be, unless Redman walks out, there's going to be a lot of tracks I don't know the words to.
Maybe I don't know if they do ODB stuff.
What do you do at a Wu-Tang concert? Because you don't dance. You just New York, like, yeah. Well, I'm gonna do that for 3 hours for $750 per person. I don't think so. Okay.
Hey, bad job by EA Sports last night. There was no mention of NCAA football.
Yeah, we were hoodwinked yesterday.
Okay,
led astray.
So let me ask you something. Was there supposed to be?
That was the rumor.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Wait a minute. It's a rumor. How's that their fault?
They shouldn't have. Bad job.
You got excited for something no one told you was going to happen.
They clearly don't know how marketing works. Would have been a good idea. Everyone was watching.
You don't understand. Stay out of this.
You're right. I don't.
Never been 10 seasons into your dynasty.
Somebody did say, because we expect the game to come out in July. Because I went and did some research. I was like, maybe I missed the commercial or whatever. So I went on YouTube or whatever. People were talking about it. 57 minutes after, no commercial. We're not happy. So then, like, one of the guys is like, I know there was rumors coming out, but I mean, it's January. Like, usually if you see like a Madden commercial, that comes out in like June, maybe.
Yeah, we'll start going March, April then.
Yeah. But we're mad because we didn't get it in January.
If we don't get the trailer in March, we riot.
All the other trailers are like a month before the game comes out. Like, we didn't get it at the national champion. They could have made an acknowledgement, though. They didn't have to give us a trailer. They could have done something.
Do I got to get a PS5 for that?
Yeah. No, PS5 different, bro. It's different.
Is it?
Yeah, it's different.
You got a PS5?
Yeah. It's different, bro.
Have you two learned your lesson about getting excited about stuff no one told you was going to happen, or no?
No, I'll be like this forever. Yeah. It's like being a sports fan. I don't know any better.
Oh.
I think the Dolphins are going to, like I said, 5:15 on Saturday. Like, yep, Dolphins are winning. 8:30, like, this is dumb. Why did I do that?
I'll be honest. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think the Dolphins beating the Chiefs is crazy.
I think they might have something for the Dolphins. Man.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy.
Look at that champion up there. Look at that champion.
You know what I love about Jack Harbaugh? Looks like he could beat my ass.
Yeah.
What was he got to be what 80, 90 years? Yeah. Oh yeah, they absolutely do.
They all look like strong G.
And Jack still looks like the toughest one.
Yeah.
John is the nice one, Jim's the weird one, and Jack's the tough one.
Jim is crazy.
Yeah, he's nuts. He's nuts.
Crazy.
He ducked the first Gatorade bath, got the second one. How old is Jim Harbaugh? What I think Scott said it earlier. Was he 60?
It sounds about right. Yeah. Scott did say he was 60. Yeah. All right.
That's big time, man. I'm happy for Jim Harbaugh. He's like I said, he's a big name in football.
Is he an all-time great football coach?
I think so.
He won at San Diego, won at Stanford. I guess as much as you can win at Stanford.
He's
won with the Niners, didn't win a Super Bowl, but got there.
Man,
his teams get there.
You can.
It's a unique resume for sure.
You can make the argument pound for pound. He's the greatest coach of all time.
I don't think you can make that argument at all, but he could be on the list. Well, what are we doing? Are we waiting?
Because it's like
he dominated college and came into the NFL and dominated.
Yeah, I see Casey's argument. He's kind of just dominated both levels. Like Urban Meyer's the greatest, one of the greatest ever.
Too.
So you're better than I am. He dominated with the 49ers.
He dominated. They were number one seed out of nowhere.
Okay,
they were number one seed.
I was going to say I certainly remember him being the number one seed once. Number one, number two.
Yeah.
Those are the seeds.
They only did 3 playoff runs. They were like 8-8 in his 4th year when he got fired.
Chat threw in a good name. What about Pete Carroll?
Pete's up there too.
For one pound for pound.
Pete is up there too. He has a national championship and he has a Super Bowl. But Harbaugh's done it twice.
But what I don't understand is, are we waiting the college stuff? Like, it's more? We are.
Yeah, we're adding it both, all of it.
No. I'm not asking if you. I'm asking if we're waiting it. Like, it's more valuable.
No,
because does Mike Tomlin get in this conversation?
Yeah, he gets in the conversation for sure, and him having a Super Bowl would play into that. But I'm waiting the college football for Jim because he did it twice. He dominated at Stanford,
but this is his first title.
Yeah, but he got a. I think he might not have a Rose Bowl. He got an Orange Bowl for sure. He got another bowl.
How many does Pete have? Does
Pete's
Pete have
got-
a championship?
Yeah,
Or
he's got one
does
and
he?
another.
Did they take it away?
Yeah, technically.
I think they did technically. You know, that was I think.
So when you do that, what's the resume say? Does Pete Carroll have a national championship?
I
or
don't know. And because at that time those rules would have made those guys ineligible, and Cal's one loss in the regular season, I believe, was to an ineligible Reggie Bush. I hope they take everything from USC for that and for destroying the conference.
Well, destroying the conference for sure.
They took a hammer to it and then lost to Utah again.
Oh,
I'm going to enjoy watching them get beat in the Big Ten.
that's going to happen. Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, you walked in on a conversation we had where I mean, maybe I'm just spitballing a little bit. I'm making the argument, but I said you could make the argument Jim Harbaugh might be the greatest football coach of all time. You think you can make that argument?
Based on what?
I mean, who's done what he's done? Every other coach.
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson's a great one. Jimmy Johnson's better than Jim Harbaugh. Jimmy Johnson is a great one. National championship, multiple at Miami, multiple Super Bowl championships, and then there you go.
I don't think he won multiple
with the Cowboys.
No, with Miami.
I thought, yeah, I don't know.
Because I
thought
think
he got
Scott
two.
Erickson won the second one.
Okay.
I think. It's almost like Barry Switzer won the Barry Switzer came in and won the Super Bowl after him.
Yeah.
But I have to double check how many Jimmy won.
I don't think Herb Harbaugh, and not as a diss, but I don't think greatest of all time. He doesn't pop to my mind.
I think he should though. What he's been able to do in different places in different leagues, pros and college. I think Jimmy. You brought up Jimmy
special.
Johnson.
It's absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
There's
So
not
when
a lot of
when
people
you asked who's done what he's done, I'm like Jimmy. So
Jimmy a good one.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson's resume is unique because it's kind of it's short.
Didn't Barry Switzer win
I was gonna say Barry Switzer.
Did he win a national championship? He won 2, I think. He won 3.
Yeah.
And a Super Bowl.
Yeah, 74, 75, and 85. He won 12 Big 8 titles. Big 8. I was like, wait, what does that say? 12 Big 8 titles.
What's that?
And right, exactly. And he won the Super Bowl.
Man, Barry Switzer on that list.
Yeah, not
But
many
also
guys have
Trysta
won the Super Bowl and a national title, I think. So
The other reason
Very
why I'm
short list.
thinking Jim is he did it in multiple spots. Like Barry Switzer did it just at Oklahoma. Jimmy did it just at Miami. Harbaugh did his thing in a major way at Stanford of all places. They were about to go to FBS or FCS, whatever it is.
Yeah, he probably did say
And he did Stanford.
Yeah.
Went to the Niners, did what he did. Then went back to Michigan, did what he did. And I don't know, maybe he goes to the Raiders and does more there.
Yeah,
What do you
Jim
think
was
about
good
that?
Jim was good at San Diego. Remember?
That's good at
Yeah.
San Diego.
Josh Johnson. You know that
boy.
guy keeps the job in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's 144 and 52 in college, 49, 22 and 1 in the NFL. He's 5-7 in bowl games. He's 2-2 in the college football playoff, 5-3 in the NFL playoffs. 1 national title, 3 Big Ten championships. That's about it.
He's one of them ones. He's one of them ones. He's not the one, but he's one of them ones.
Yeah, not bad.
What do you think about? He might be your next head coach in Las Vegas.
It's not my preference. I just have a bias toward AP, but it's not like hiring Jim Harbaugh would be like the McDaniels thing where I'd be like, oh no, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're going to replace a guy as popular as AP became with the fans and the team, that's the type of guy you can't, that's who you have to get. But I also think that that's going to be assuming he would leave Michigan, there's going to be a nice little bidding war for him. I still call him San Diego with the Chargers. The one thing they can dangle, the Raiders can't dangle, is they have a quarterback. And in this league, if you have a quarterback, you've got to, you tend to have a better chance of success. You see a lot of coaches who get fired, they never had a quarterback. Right. Or if you're Brandon Staley, you had one and you just did weird things during games. so I think you look around, would he consider a Carolina if his line is owner throwing drinks at people and
That guy.
Maybe he likes Bryce Young. I don't know. There's going to be some, and then you look at how the openings fall. The Washington team is going to have probably a ton of money. They're going to be willing to spend money.
As a new owner ready to make a splash.
Yeah. So, there's going to be some options for him out there. I know he has ties to the Raiders in the past, but at this point, who doesn't have ties to the Raiders? So I don't think that's I would not be mad at Antonio Pierce returning and getting some help on offense as far as quarterback. Maybe get you an experienced coordinator. There's some guy named Eric Bieniemy out there. I would love to see Eric get a head job, but if this weird he's not qualified, whatever. I think if we watch the Kansas City Chiefs this year on offense, they have no receivers. Eric, they won a Super Bowl with Eric Bieniemy at OC, and their best receiver, he's a poly guy, but it was Juju Smith-Schuster, who is not, who's not the fastest guy, none of that stuff. And they won a Super Bowl with that as probably their top guy. They lose Juju, and all of a sudden they have the worst receiving core in all of football, it looks like, on Thursday night. So, there's going to be some options out there, I think, for the Raiders. If it's hardball, I wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be my ideal situations for my own biases, but I'll roll with it.
The thing that you just mentioned as well that kind of gives me a little bit more pause when you talk about Harbaugh potentially going with the Raiders is there probably is going to be a bidding war. And it's not that Mark Davis is poor anymore. I don't think he's poor like NFL owners poor. He can play with the big boys a little bit, but I don't know if he's going to outbid what the Chargers.
Well, he's also paying Josh and
exactly
his boy that he fired.
Yeah,
and they probably still owe
what was his name?
I can't remember. That's why I said boy.
Which one, Mayock or Ziegler?
Ziegler. Yeah, Ziegler. Are they still paying Mayock too?
I don't know. Who knows? It reminds me of back in the day when the Kings were like playing Malone and Corbin and George Karl, and when you fire a lot of people, that stuff just all probably goes into the I fired them pot, But Mark can afford it, but I think Mark might have learned his lesson. He went from a 10-year deal with one coach to a 6-year deal. I think he might have learned his lesson. But you know what? Maybe I don't need to be giving out these humongous contracts and then giving that
sign Harbaugh to 6 months.
Going to sign him to a lease on the Strip.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a Vegas, or he gets to stay at the
Harbaugh got a residency.
Yeah,
at the Wynn.
Yeah, that's where he'll be staying at.
So your preference is Antonio Pierce?
Yeah. I like I said, I'm no expert, but the team lacked an identity before him.
Mm-hmm.
I think and what always frustrates me a lot of times is, you'll say, they don't have a quarterback, they don't have this, they don't have this. He seemed to have brought the attitude of, I don't care what we don't have, we're going to make it work with what we have in this room. And those last 9 games, I saw a team really outside of the Minnesota game just make the most of what they had and make something happen. And I think, people forget, rookie quarterback, a first-time offensive coordinator. Remember, they fired the head coach and the offensive coordinator. And, so I think, you got a chance to do something there, just to kind of build on that. And then if you're paying, 35, whatever coaches, however they're paying, I think AP, I'm not saying they should pay him nothing, but I think he'll come price wise, it'll be a much better deal for them than trying to pay Jim Harbaugh. I'm guessing Jim would want at least $10 million a year. At least, and I'm probably going low on that number because some of the things you read about what guys want to get in terms of pay. So and
Antonio's not going to get that.
Yeah, he already had his $10 million guy a year with Gruden, and I think you get you a GM and a coach in line with the same type of mindset, personality, who are they going to try to force another team's culture into the locker room. Remember, Tom Brady doesn't play for the Raiders, so you couldn't just make the Patriot or whatever way you were trying to make.
Yeah.
So I think they've got some things, you know. Yeah, people say, well, they smoked the cigar thing was silly, but you know what?
I love that.
I loved it because you know what? They weren't having fun.
Yeah.
They looked miserable playing for the previous year and a half. So, you know what? Go ahead, have fun with it. Light the cigar. You know, I want to light about 10, 11 cigars next season, ideally, preferably more. You know, but I plan. You know, I'll smoke one whenever the Raiders smoke one.
Hey, and I don't think they're that far off. Like obviously they're 8-9 this year. They still got big time playmakers on both sides of the ball. When you talk about Crosby, you talk about Devontae, probably losing Josh Jacobs, but you know you got guys that can make plays. How much do you think the situation with I always want to call him Bisciotti. That's not his name. What's the interim coach they had before that they passed on that the players really liked and they passed on and went got Bisaccia.
Yeah.
How much does how that played out? Do you think that affects what Mark Davis does here?
I think that the factor. I think he realized he messed up. I think he went for the shiny new thing and didn't realize what he had. And the things you read and the things you hear out of Vegas, he knows he messed that up because you brought in a guy who didn't understand the culture of the team he was inheriting. Like every time I watch the Miami Dolphins, I'm like, Ingold has no business being in Miami. He was a key part to that team. He was a big part of that locker room. Josh got rid of him. And I think, you know, having someone, you know, this, you know, if you know, I don't think you want to take a chance on just having guys, you know, just bringing that discontent and the lack of understanding of who's coming in. You know, I think that matters. So I think I would hope he's learned from that because I thought, remember I said before the year, I thought they might win 7 games. I figured Josh would cost them at least 3. And he cost them kids. I mean, they lost, you know, just some unwatchable games they had, you know. So I don't think they're that far off. I think, you know, they're going to have a nice draft pick. Do you move up and get a QB? Do you make, you know, if you can't do that, do you look around and see what veteran might be on the market? You know, I think you've got to upgrade that spot. But, you know, they're not that far off. I mean, Houston won how many games last year?
What they want to say 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, and it might not have. Well, it was enough to get it. I was going to say it was enough to get a top pick in the draft.
Yeah, they get the 2nd pick in the draft. So I mean,
good coach and good quarterback turns things around quick.
Turn things around. I mean, I think they'll look around. You know, a lot of it I think will have to do with what does Chicago do with that first pick? Do they get Justin Fields some help, or do they trade Justin Fields?
So I was glad you asked because I was going to ask you: is that appealing for the Raiders?
Ooh, Justin Fields?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I mean, I'd rather go with a younger guy with more upside than, you know, trying to say, let's see if Russell Wilson at 36 has anything left, or I don't know who else is out there. I mean, do you want to, you know, Ryan Tannehill, a guy, you know, Jacoby Brissett? I don't think you want to go through that. I think, you know, a guy like Justin Fields, who, unfortunately for him, he's been in Chicago with some very questionable coaching around him.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, he might get a fresh start, or maybe the Bears say we like him and we take, you know, a tackle and we take Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, there's a way they can go with that. But I think a lot of what can happen with the Raiders will hinge on the draft. And, you know, does someone, you know, move up and, you know, take a quarterback? Does one of those guys fall to them? You know, I mean, you think it really about like 14 right now?
Yeah,
I mean, so you know, Caleb, what's his name, May, Daniels, those guys will be gone. You know that. So if you like, say, a Penix, or if you like Bo Nix, or, you know, whoever it may be, you know, do you trade up to get into the top 10 to get your quarterback, or do you say, you know what, we could use another corner, we could use a tackle, We could use a defensive tackle. They could go some different ways. And it also, I think, it would depend on if they lose Patrick Graham, who went from, what are you doing to a head coaching candidate.
See, both of you guys were thinking about Justin Fields coming to the Raiders. I think Chicago's going to keep him. And I was thinking more so, would you guys be aggressive in trading up for one potentially to go get Caleb or something like that? You laid out, they could wait back and get a Penix or a Bo Nix or something like that. But I mean, I don't know how realistic is that to try.
I mean, I don't know I don't know the whole chart of being at 14 and what you would have to do in terms of a future one.
It's a lot.
To move up from 14 is going to be a heavy. You're talking multiple first round picks,
probably 3 to 4.
Yeah, you're talking a lot to move it from 14. Now, if they were already in the top 10, if they were like 8 or 7, it's a little different story. But I think to get a team to move back 13 spots,
definitely gonna make it worth their while.
That's a lot. I think that's why I think if someone slips and you can maybe jump in at 6 or 7, that might be a little more realistic for them. But to move up to, and that's why it's crazy after, I almost called him Dolph Ziggler. Josh and Dave got fired. The whole story came out about, Ziggler loves CJ Stroud and they had enough to move up to get him and they didn't. Like, I don't want to read that now.
But Josh McDaniels said no. It was like they were blaming each other on the way out.
Yeah, it's like, let me guess who the source is on this one. All of a sudden, Dave had it. Everything was, Dave didn't want to do this. He didn't want to do this. Josh made him do it. Josh made him do everything. I'm like, okay, you guys can both go.
He was held hostage by Josh McDaniels. Not move up. Yeah, that's when you trade that high too, you better be sure. Like, you have to be 100% sure this is the direction we want to go. And I know Caleb's been the guy all year. I don't have that level of confidence where you're talking about 3 to 4 first round picks and whatever else it might cost to move that high for the Raiders. I do love the idea of Justin Fields, whether that's realistic or not, I'm not sure.
I don't think, yeah. I mean, I'd be, like I said, it really depends. I mean, I think if you're in Chicago and you're that coach, bringing in a rookie quarterback automatically resets your clock to a degree. But then if you're DJ Moore, you're probably going, what the hell is this?
Right.
But in the sense of the Raiders, though, like, I'm with you. I'd rather live or die with a young arm than trying to see what I can salvage with Ryan Tannehill or, the Russell Wilson thing is a little bit different, but I still don't know I'd go that direction. I'd rather live or die with a young arm.
Yeah, I mean, for God's sake, Josh made us Ryan Hoyer start a game.
Well, yes, he did. Yes, he did. The legendary Brian Hoyer game.
A guy that's got to be one of the craziest.
That was an all-timer.
They showed his pass chart. He could only throw to one side. It's like, what is this? He only looks this way and throws this way.
Let's talk about the Kings.
Jason,
because let's not talk about the Kings versus the Pelicans.
Let's talk about Keon Ellis. He likes to know. Keon.
Well, we could talk about your boy still in the Golden Ones whole style, but we can leave that for another day.
What, man? I hate when LA folks try to come at LA folks like that.
I know.
Well,
I hate that, man.
Okay, Lake Show.
Well,
it's 2024. I thought we got rid of that in the new year.
No, we kept it. That one's.
You gotta keep that, man. We gotta stick together, man. The Lakers can only beat the Suns and the Clippers, man. It's rough out here. They're the only 2 winning teams. If they ain't playing those 2 teams, it's a struggle.
Hey, is LeBron trying to get Darvin Ham fired?
He sure ain't trying to get him a raise. God. I'm watching some of them games going, my God, y'all just don't care, do you?
Man, and then LeBron be doing little stuff in the post game, like when he was talking to Pelinka when somebody asked him about Bronny, and he's like, "Oh, Bronny could play on this team for sure, easy." Like, oh, okay.
How do you help this team get out of this? My job is to show up and do my job. I'm like, oh. I said, all we need is the cryptic LeBron tweet, and then we're on. And then they'll like go on like on a 10-game winning streak or something weird.
All I need to know is if Darvin Ham was at the birthday party. Because if Ty Lue was at the birthday party and Darvin Ham wasn't, that's all I need to know.
Oh, God.
LeBron is disgusted with this team.
I'm disgusted with that team, Mel. But as we were saying, let's talk about the team.
So look, okay, I'll ask you this. We'll talk about the Kings right now because we never really got into this. Reports are Kevin Huerter is going to start tonight. I don't know how I feel about this yo-yoing of Kevin Huerter in the starting lineup, playing time. Like, how do you, like 3-4 games ago, he couldn't get off the bench. How is he starting now? Like, what do you, not to, for you to have answers, but do you like feel the same way about like the yo-yoing of starting a guy like Kevin Huerter, benching him, starting him, going back and forth?
Yeah, it's the coach reaching for trying to find something. And if you're this is not to say there's like some type of dissension, but if you're Kevin Huerter, you're probably going to play Chris Duarte over me.
Mm-hmm.
After I played all those games, like did what I did last season not matter to where I can lose my, but it's, it's like I said, it's one of those things when you start yo-yoing with the rotation like that, guys go from starting to not playing at all. Like when I look down, I'm like, he played what, 10, 12 minutes. I'm like, wasn't he starting?
Right.
And so I think everyone says, handle it like a pro. That's easy for us to say. We're not on, that's easy for us to say. I mean, how does that not bother you?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not separate just the fact, like, man, because especially in this case, even with Kevin struggling, not like the Kings are like 5 games below 500 or anything. You feel, a guy will feel like he's getting singled out.
Yeah. That's 100% what it looks like.
Like, oh, it's my fault. Like, I'm like the 4th best or 5th best starter in the case may be in the totem pole, so to speak, and I'm the one who gets singled out. It's
and Duarte's not cooking. It's not like Duarte went in the starting lineup and lit it up. It's like he didn't. Like he just went in and he just didn't.
He went in the lineup and he was Chris Duarte. I mean, it's not. I know that sounds cold, but I'm not. But it is. It's not like you were replacing him. I think even if you're Kevin, even if it was Malik, you could be like, okay, I get that.
Yeah, right.
But you're like, they clearly want to keep Malik in the role he's in. So it becomes a thing of where your starting 2 guard really isn't a starter. He's a placeholder for Malik Monk. And that's a tough way to go because you feel like I missed 2 shots. Okay, here comes Malik.
Right.
So I mean,
that happened like 2 games ago.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, but then again, this offseason, if you thought Kevin, I'm sure they looked into it, but if you thought Kevin was that much of a detriment, you look around and see, can you upgrade that spot? And, I don't think there was a clear upgrade, but hey, if the Kings want to just let Kevin go and waive him or something, amnesty him, send him down to crypto.com arena and tell him if he just stands in one spot, LeBron will find him. He'll get open looks.
Didn't the amnesty thing go away like 2 decades ago?
No, I don't care.
Trying to bring it back.
I'm trying to
the Allen Houston
wave and stretch. We can wave and stretch him. I don't care what we do. The NBA owes the Lakers over Chris Paul. I've seen more. What if Chris Paul?
Okay, you guys have been saying that for 12 years now.
Yeah,
they didn't already took care of that in some way, shape, or form.
No. Got to pay what they owe. Poor Chris Paul ain't never gonna get a ring now because of that.
Just go get Buddy and keep it moving.
Hey, it might be, depending on what's going on with Tyrese, they might need to hold on to Buddy. They need that shooting. Well, Shavano gonna get all them shots up now.
You need to be able to foul Jaylen Brown, hit him in the back of the head, and not get called for it. It does feel like Mike and Huerter aren't vibing. Because it does, like Jason used this term, and I think we've used it. It does feel like Kevin Huerter's being singled out. Because it's not like Harrison is, defensive player of the year candidate.
Where's my card to say? Damian hates HB.
I don't hate HB at all. I want HB to be very happy in life in Sacramento or elsewhere. I don't want no problems with HB. I'm just saying.
But here's where it gets tricky. Sometimes you start beating like the fans and everyone in it. It's like now that Kevin and HB are tied to every trade rumor, it's like the Kings are offering Kevin Herter. I'm like what? It is, and I hate this time of year for trade rumors.
Yeah,
just because a lot of time the people are just throwing stuff out there. I know because agents and teams used to call me to put stuff out there, like, hey, we talked about, and a lot of it's just a whole lot of smoke and mirrors. Most of it never really happens, but it weighs on these guys, and like I think HB got through last season where he wasn't the constant. It felt like for a while he was always the guy who was going to get traded. Now it's him and Kevin. And then now even the fans are looking like, why don't you just trade this guy so we can get Siakam or some guy, some deal that would never actually happen. But these guys just get singled out. And it's a wild time. But, I guess they pay you a nice little salary. They get paid to deal with it. But, yeah, it does kind of feel like Kevin was, he's the fall guy. And then, like I said, then Keon can go talk about it. Kevin and Keon, those are the guys.
Did that? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was thinking about this yesterday when we were talking about this. We didn't really have any trade stuff last year, did we?
No.
Like Harrison was playing so well going into the deadline. There was no. The conversation at the start of the year was, do you risk losing him, or do you, if things are going well, do you risk losing him at the end of the year, or do you trade him? Yeah. And I think the way that the Kings were playing going into the deadline, nobody was really even talking about it.
No,
I remember some reports last. Yeah, I remember some reports that were like, hey, Harrison, doesn't it feel good to not be mentioned in trade rumors this year? Because you guys were playing so well. So now it's like, okay, we're right back. We're right back where we were before. But I mean, when something's not clicking, hey. I don't. Can you blame Harrison? I don't think you can blame Harrison for what happened the other night. So
no, you can't. But can't nobody have no long faces about being questioned about being traded if you get beat by 50 and 30 routinely.
Facts.
Like you're gonna have to wear that, Harrison, Kevin, Davion, whoever. Like something got to change, either the play or the personnel.
And here's the thing about that I don't think a lot of Kings fans want to consider. I know they don't, but to get that player that you think might change that, you're probably going to have to trade Keegan.
It's not happening.
So I mean,
I disagree with that. That's not true, Jay, because the Kings are the only team that has to trade a good player to get somebody back.
No, but example, look at Toronto. They had to, to get OG, who I think is not as good as Siakam, they had to put RJ Barrett in the trade. What I'm saying is you just can't give a team 2 or 3 players you just don't want, unless you find a unique situation where a team is trying to dump salary, and and it's not like Harris is not an expiring deal.
Right. Yeah, that's.
So you take on Harrison, you're saying, okay, am I going to take him and now move him? And just how many times do you try to get a 3-team deal? I just think, if I'm Toronto, if I can't get Keegan Murray, I don't want to talk to you either. What are we talking about?
Then we ain't talking because you ain't getting the Keegan Murray level
then the question
from anyone.
Yeah, then the question becomes, who do you go get? Like, who else is out there that you think, you can acquire realistically
for a couple of months? Because remember, that's the whole caveat to this whole thing is Pascal Siakam is going to somewhere for a couple of months.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question is no one.
I wouldn't want to give up it's not like the Kings have that CAA Knicks deal where they know when they bring in OG. We're pretty sure, wink, that OG will want to re-sign here.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Kentucky pipeline they got in with the Knicks.
So I think it's they're not in the same boat, but I think if you're the Kings, depending on the player, you have to think about it. I think you have to think about it. All I said a couple of years ago, folks thought they were crazy to trade Tyrese. And some folks still think it was crazy. I don't think it was crazy, but at the time, I didn't think it was crazy. I said, I just don't think that unless you're willing to commit to the idea that I'm going to let Keegan grow into the number 3 role over the next couple of years, and we don't think that we can be a championship contender right away, I think you have to, I think if it's about trying to get a guy who'll make you a championship team, I'm like Kobe was back in the day. Get him out of here. If you can become a championship team.
I'm like
Jason Jones at the mall.
like Big Boy on that skit on Aquemini when he was trying to get the price of weed went up, and the guy said, "I can't even smoke with you." And he goes, "All right, man, I'll holler at you." He said, "Don't holler at me." I'm gonna tell Toronto, "Don't holler at me. I'll holler at you, Kings. No, don't holler at me, dog."
Yeah. So I just think, barring some blockbuster deal, this is going to be your team. And you have to get some internal improvement and figure it out. Because when they lose, they lose. They just don't go out there and lose by 7.
Right.
They either get beat by like one of the worst teams in basketball, or they lose by 40.
Losing
They're
grand.
either losing to the Hornets or the Trailblazers, or they're just getting blasted by New Orleans
And then they go out and beat the Thunder the next night.
Very next night. Or beat the Nuggets.
This team is hard to figure out.
Yeah, indeed they are. Jay, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always, my
problem.
friend.
And shout out to my Cal women's basketball team. We, doing things this year.
I see him. Yeah.
There you go.
That girl from Utah gonna be a problem when you play her, though.
Who?
I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay. I'm gonna enjoy what I got right now.
There you go. Right on, Jay. We appreciate you.
Y'all take care.
Man, Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. Man, it's crazy. We got Kings basketball coming up in like 5 minutes.
Kings basketball coming up, man. Let's get a W.
This is going to come across a certain way. I don't mean it to, because we keep talking about what the Kings got to give up, what they got to do. DeMar DeRozan is a very good player. He's always been a good player. Mm-hmm. He was traded for Kawhi Leonard. At no point was DeMar DeRozan ever considered one of the best players in the entire league. Kawhi Leonard was. All of this Keegan Murray. No, that's not it. No, absolutely not. The Kings did it once. Now y'all think that's just how business goes.
Right.
Not only did the Kings do it once, they did it once and it worked. And y'all think this is just what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Look at some of these
trades. Not the league, man.
Past.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Some of these trades in the past around the league. That's not how it goes.
We running it back? All right, you want more D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320? Don't go anywhere. You can flip over to 102.5. We're all over your radio here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the bean.
Mike up there. Well, Duarte ain't shit, so I'm just going to put Kevin Huerter in. It says it begrudgingly. Yeah, he's been fabulous. He's been fabulous. Come on, Kevin. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, Kev.
Come on, Kev, man. Come on now. Let's go.
Come on, Kev. Part of me, I don't think they're going to. Every 5 minutes it changes. 1 minute I think, they're going to go for a big swing. Next minute I don't think they're going to make a move.
No, I think they're trying. I just don't know how it's going to get done.
Definitely trying. I don't know how it gets done. I don't know who has the right combination to match up with what the Kings are trying to do. Toronto does, but I don't know if that money, or excuse me, the compensation, the players and the picks, and then the things that we heard and we know, that's a very real issue.
Yeah, there's issues.
It's a very real issue.
There's issues with
a lot of people doing things willy-nilly.
Yeah, you can't. And I say this respectfully, because it is absolutely not exclusive to him. Eddie George is the first person that comes to mind. Mike doesn't look good in a suit. No. Like I like the suit that he's wearing, but I don't feel like, maybe it's because I never see him in a suit, or maybe it's not. I don't know. When he was standing up a minute ago, I was like, Mike doesn't look right in a suit. Like Matt looks exquisite when he wears a suit.
Well, there's a reason. Like, there's a reason models are a certain body type.
Yeah, Mike's put on too much weight. He's too big. Like when he was missing shots at the beginning of the year.
They like the suit models thin,
Slim,
lean,
yeah.
high shoulders
Long,
or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, Eddie. Every time I saw Eddie George in the suit, like, oh man, Eddie looks terrible.
Eddie George, the football player?
Yeah, he does not look good. He's too boxy. Like, so none of the suits look good because his shoulders are so big.
Yeah.
They show Mike at the
What's
screen.
Richard Jefferson's excuse?
He just doesn't know how to dress. But Richard Jefferson would probably look great in a suit if he wore it differently.
He would. He doesn't wear clothes well.
I disagree. No, you're right. He doesn't wear clothes well. But if like my girl Shira got a hold of him, he'd look like $1 million. Like, I don't think he would look bad, and I think he just wears them poorly.
You imagine someone walking outside and like the diss to you is like, you don't wear clothes the right way.
I'd be devastated if someone told me I didn't wear clothes right.
Like, not even look bad. Like, this dude doesn't know how to put on clothes.
Like, I don't care
wear
if you don't
clothes
get
right.
my style. Like, if you don't get my style, like, that doesn't bother me a bit. But it's like Mike doesn't have a style. It just doesn't. It just looks off.
Yeah, Richard Jefferson just don't wear clothes.
I like that
think
jacket
he
Katie
get
has on though. Katie looks good.
Everybody look good up there.
Yeah, they do.
That is a nice jacket by Katie.
And I think part of it is it matches perfectly with drapes.
That
brown and yeah, she looks good. I like that better than the the arms out at the Golden One Center, especially in the winter. Like, she looks good.
Oh yeah, she's probably freezing in the D. It's so cold in the D.
That's facts. All right, y'all, let's get out your way, man. Go enjoy Kings basketball.
Yeah,
we'll God, let this go well for us tonight. We'll recap it all tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Hit the thumbs up before you go.